Hello, friends. Welcome in. Your Lady Sadie, hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Let me say hello to everyone. Biggie, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. Nix, hello. Congratulations on second. Welcome in. How was your day? Franklin, hello. Holding shebang, hello. How's it going? I haven't seen you in a bit. Trap, hello. How are you? Mirig, hello. It's always a party in here. How are you? How was your day? Bubbles, hello. Hi. Welcome in. Long time no see. And I think I got everyone. But welcome in, guys. How is everyone? How's everyone's day? We are going to play a little bit of Phaz. We're going to play some Phaz with Broseph. And then we are going to play some Sea of Thieves with Chaos. So we've got a little bit of stuff going on today. My hair is an absolute mess. I literally don't care. I have like a dirty sweatshirt on. Like we're living life. We're living life. We're doing good. How is everyone? I have a hair. I have a hair in my eyeball. Welcome in, everybody. Pink's hi, dude. Sorry. Good. I'm glad to hear it, Nix. I am glad to hear it. Let me unmute them so you guys will be able to hear them. Hello. Hello. Okay. So we're just waiting for Astro. You're going to. So on the main menu, do you see like my little title card that has like my name and my level and stuff?
Oh.
You're gonna drag my volume all the way down. Yep, you have to do it for everybody because we're cheating and we're in Discord.
Okay.
Cheating.
Because it's like area chat. Yeah, I don't. Especially when you're teaching people to play, you don't want to do area chat. Love the hair.
No.
Bubbles. It's a mess. It's honestly a mess.
What's your hair? Is it a bun? Do you have bun today? Let me see.
I have a little half bun. Yeah.
It's a cute half
Do
bun.
a tutorial,
I like
right?
it.
I'm assuming.
No, you don't have to do a tutorial. We're gonna go right into it.
Alright, accept
so
what
pretty
this
today.
is.
Yeah. So you just put the lobby code in there. Hello, Steph.
Can I
How
pick
are you?
my hunter? Ooh.
You can. All right, Bubbles.
Nice, Andy.
Alright.
Bubbles, I'm going to send you a DM
Oh.
for our super secret Discord server that we use to hang out and chat and stuff.
Now everybody knows.
No.
Now everyone knows
Yeah, but you
about
can't. But you can't get into it, so that doesn't matter. So Bubbles, I'm gonna send you a DM if that is okay with you.
But now they know. How do I? Oh, here's the thing.
Whisper.
All the way down. And then I
Whisper. There you
All
go.
the way down.
Aaron says no one needs teaching. Full
Wait, can I
send.
just-
Just do.
Full send. Full send.
Can I just.
Must look at
Tram,
back
welcome in.
off
How
and-
are you? Yes, it's a
What does
semi
the
bun. It's
balloon
like
mean
a.
on the mic?
It won't be scary. I don't think Bubbles can join for a couple
That's
hours.
how you mean. I don't have to.
Yeah,
Wait.
I don't. So I think Bubbles is. I think it's gonna be really slow to download.
Okay, so we can go. I mean, does Bubbles need to learn those? Like, should we wait for Bubbles?
Well, I think it's gonna be like a couple hours.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Wait.
A couple hours.
A couple hours. Jeez.
Yes.
Oh, here I can go to the game sign. There we go.
Okay.
The code is on here.
No, it should be. It's blacked out. So even if they wanted to, it's blocked.
Oh yeah, I see it up there.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
That's good.
need.
Astro, you're gonna be this girl.
I got a problem with that.
I don't. I don't. But
We're
now
twins.
it's just how am I gonna
Sounded-
tell you and Broseph apart? Okay, Broseph changed. Okay.
Sounded
I'm
very
looking
sus.
through them. Okay. So I think I'm gonna.
See hair. Agreed. Thanks. I appreciate it, Sadie. Now I know all secrets. All the secrets.
Final change. Jeez.
No. You're fine. I just because it's hard sometimes when you're doing.
0 seconds. Amazing. Fake fan.
Big fan. Hi, Sandy. How are you? All right.
Oh, did you, Pink? Did you get that TikTok I sent you?
I got a notification, but I have not opened it today.
Oh my god. Okay.
I will,
It's
I
a
will,
Sea
I
of
will.
Thieves thing. It's a Sea of Thieves.
I'll watch it right now. Hold on.
It's a Sea of Thieves. Sea of
It's
Thieves.
a Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves.
And it's really funny. It was sent to me by Aaron, who thought that we would love it.
Okay, I'm watching.
Can you watch it on your stream? Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Oh, I've seen that clip like a million times. It's the best. I love it so much.
I love the scream.
Oh my god, and it just like launches off the thing. Holy crap. Holy crap. Chaos! Chaos, we are playing a little bit of Phas before it's time for pirate shit.
Let's do this.
Let's do this. All right.
So excited.
I can't
How
pick
goes
things
the
up in
spooky?
this house. Wait.
Creams, hold on. Creams, do you want to play too?
Yeah.
Or are you busy? Creams,
I mean,
we've got me how to play.
We've got like maybe like an hour.
Yeah, before Chris is ready.
No, before Chaos and then Sea of Thieves.
Oh, before Chaos. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
How eat? Okay, E is how grab.
No,
but
no
how eat.
character creation.
I have despawned all the balls.
Who is? Somebody's not ready.
Oh.
Oh, I have more than one thing.
Oh.
Oh.
How do I wait? How do I say ready up?
Something's not right. Hold on. Cause yeah, I'm gonna do it. Something's not right. Like we can't ready up. Like that's.
Yeah. That's yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, multiplayer. Okay, connecting.
Okay, I'm gonna go to. Ooh,
Okay,
oh, geez.
create lobby.
Go
Maximum
to-
players. Private lobby. Create lobby.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay, here's the new code. I don't know why it didn't want to go, but I'm putting the new code in.
Okay.
Okay, so
How do I? Oh, shit.
difficulty
Oh, yeah,
apply. Sarah, holy smokes!
Sarah 62.
I blame
77
Astro.
Just resubscribed for 33 months.
What?
Boom.
That's just what Chaos said.
Have I-
Chaos came in and said, "I blame Astro."
You
Hi,
blame me.
Chaos.
I agree. Whatever it was probably my fault.
Sarah, thank you so much for 33 months. That's
All
crazy.
y'all.
He is.
Okay, so are you guys looking at the board with all of our little namies on it?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to throw the basketball in. I figured out how to grab. But I don't want to throw.
G.
Oh.
Wait,
wow.
how do you-
Okay. Got it. Okay.
How do you have the basketball already?
Because he picked it up. So if you hit escape, you can get away from the menu.
Bob.
Oh, there. Jesus.
So now we're in the
Okay,
lobby. Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my God! I clicked back on it. Why did I auto click on
Yeet.
it?
Wow, I have the wimpiest throw. Okay.
Broseph, come open this door right here.
I would like. Well, I just. I 1 second. Can I? I would like to buy something. I would like to buy a flashlight.
Okay. You probably don't need to. Like, I have stuff. Like, I've got plenty
Oh.
of stuff.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God! It keeps clicking. It keeps auto clicking. Which door? Where are we? Where are you?
This door. Open this door right here. Right here.
How do I open?
You should click on it and then you like push it like a door.
I'm trying. Is it
Like a
pull?
door?
No, it's they closed it. They used to be open. You used to be able to open it and it was a jump scare. I was gonna try to scare you.
Oh, I know that there's something creepy in there. There's a thing
Yeah.
that's like shaking.
It's they Oh, did you make it, Astro?
No, I'm trying. I've
Bros,
been
if
trying so
we can
hard,
do
but I
the
can't.
ring toss.
Oh my God. No, I really just want to do this one thing.
I gotta get a ring. I gotta get a ring.
It counted, but I didn't see it go in. That's a lie.
Oh my god.
How do I pick up a ring?
E
Oh my God.
and then G to throw.
Right. I've done it, but it's been like a few weeks or more since I played, so I don't.
Oh my
remember
gosh.
the controls. But I'll remember it.
Christ.
Chaos is lurking. Okay, it looks like you guys hadn't chosen a contract.
Yeah.
Oh!
As soon because I forgot that they changed the UI of the menu. Yeah, as soon as we did it, I was like, oh shit. It's okay. We got it now.
I see. Okay.
I haven't
gotta
played
throw.
since the Tempest update. Wow, that was a terrible shot there.
Where did that go?
Right here next to me. Oh, wait! When did they add Jenga? Guys.
Hager! I'm getting a raid. Do you want me to? How do I mute you?
Why does it keep saying that it went in when it clearly hasn't gone in?
Okay, I'm gonna serve mute
Whack.
myself and
Okay.
deafen and.
Okay.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But I... I can't hear anything. What the hell? No! I was just trying to get the ball!
Oh my god, that was so good!
I couldn't even hear you! What are you doing?
Oh no! Oh god, I literally was like, Astro, pick up the do Jenga with me, and then you turn around and just knock the whole thing over. Jesus.
Oh, I'm just trying so hard to get this one
Oh
shot.
my
All I
god.
need, that's all I need.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, Sarah, how was your day? How are you doing? I feel like I don't see you very often anymore. I'm excited for Disney on Wednesday.
Oh, this is easy though. Whoop. Whoop.
Should we just go like full out and like go like
No.
prison? No, we're not. We're gonna do Tanglewood because it's the easiest one. Let me get my phone so when chaos is ready to go.
Oh, chaos is gonna hoin.
No, we're playing Sea of Thieves with chaos.
Oh. Right. Right.
All right. So,
Oh, I can live. I can live free.
when you're done, just come down here and select a contract. Boo, bitch, boo. Still kicking. I'm also excited for Disney. Streaming on Wednesday. No, Wednesday, I play sweaty games with Yaga. I might... See, like, Disney was kind of like my off-stream game, and it was like kind of like my thing that I was like doing to be cozy and like comfy and whatever. But I might do a little stream on Thursday, maybe. How are you? I'm okay. I'm hanging in there. It's been rough, honestly, for those of you, like, for those who know and have been around.
You should have buy a gun.
My mental health be
it's not a gun, okay.
struggling.
It's not a gun. Okay.
No, it's probably the
Looks
thermostat
like
or whatever.
It looks like a thermometer, but I wouldn't know.
A thermometer? Yeah, thermometer. This one, the blue one? Yeah, it's a thermometer. Yeah. I called it. To stream Apex with me and Yaga on Wednesday? We can stream Apex on Wednesday. Oh no, we can't. We cannot stream we cannot stream Apex. We're not allowed. We're not allowed to stream Apex.
No, Apex.
Coming soon. Coming soon. What are these? Wait, what is this? It says coming soon. Those are matches. That's a lighter.
Can I pick it back up?
What are these? Lanterns
are
coming
they?
soon. Polaroids
reset
coming
the
soon.
gender?
Wait, does that say
Wait.
Polteroid, like a poltergeist? I hate it here.
Oh, it's E, not G. Jesus Christ.
Oh, so these are just like the new versions of stuff that we already have that they're gonna like redo. That's pretty legit. You said yes, no takesies, backsies. We can't, Chris, we can't stream Apex. You know that. All right, Broseph, when you are ready to start the game,
Okay.
come down here and you're gonna click on this board and you're gonna click on 6 Tanglewood Drive.
Oh, right. Here we go. All the way down.
Astro is just throwing Jenga.
I keep trying to jump automatically because I'm used to jumping.
And you cannot.
I'm using this.
Yeah, I keep trying to jump my way through things as well.
And I keep going to the thing.
How do you reset the Jenga? You just lose.
So now everybody can ready up.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, right. Difficulty amateur. That is me. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. I
That is-
lied. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna add all.
Wind Waker's my
Oh,
fave. Oh, you like
and-
Wind Waker, eh? We have a Wind Waker fan in the chat.
Okay,
Enjoy
there
your
we go.
work, Tagger.
Oh, we don't have any motion sensors? Okay, hold on. I gotta buy some. Where are
The
motion
way they bend straight,
sensors?
the way with their arms sticking straight back.
Storage.
Wait, Astro. I need
Sorry.
you to dip backwards. I need you to look at the ceiling. Like, what the-
Let me see.
Okay.
You have never seen this?
What?
Look at
Oh, no. We initialized. Oh, now we
That's
can
definitely how backs bend.
What's everyone having for dinner tonight? I don't know yet. I actually didn't plan that far ahead, and I probably would have forgotten to eat if I'm being completely honest. All right, so first things first, everybody needs to grab 2 tools and a flashlight to start with. So a flashlight, camera, and a camera.
I would like to go with this thing. Beep. I would like this thing. And
Sausage linguine Alfredo. And you made the Alfredo? That's amazing. So you did your own
Flashlight?
bechamel.
Is this the
This right
fingerprint
here,
thing?
this black one right here is the flashlight. So who doesn't have the
Or
flashlight?
the temperature? Astro. Is this
Okay.
the fingerprint thing or the temperature thing? The purple thing in front of me.
Does it have batteries?
That's the temperature thing.
It's the temperature thing? I do
Mhm.
that one then.
Okay, you can grab that. No, it does. Nope, no batteries.
If you can bend your back that way, it's for sure you're paralyzed from that point down. Ugh.
Okay, so
So scary.
Astro,
More
get
CPR.
one of
Using-
these. Astro, get
using
this.
the
Force.
Right here. Get this.
I'm using the force to pick up my flashlight, apparently.
Astro?
Or is this
Astro, get this
this-
one.
Oh.
Yep.
The little radio.
Think
Yep.
it's a-
Okay.
Hazel's a
Alright.
pro. At this
And
game.
who
She's a pro.
who has another spot for another piece of equipment?
I guess
I
I do.
have,
All
I
right,
have
so
two
somebody can get
equipment.
the EMF right there.
I have twos. I have.
Hi, Gigi. Welcome in, bestie. How are you?
I have cold and I have this thing.
Oh, perf. You have exactly what we need then. Okay, so Astro, you can get the dots right here. This guy right here.
Yeah. I like the
This-
EMF, except it goes beep.
This thing.
This thing.
This right here. Looks kind of like a speaker
Hold on, I'm gonna turn you down.
right here.
Not even too much.
Shining my light on it right here. What do you do? Astro, pick up one of these things. Thank you. Jeez. It's like losing my mind. Okay. Having baked pesto chicken topped with mozzarella. Oh, that sounds so good, Sarah. Okay, Bessie, how are you? I'm also okay. All right, guys. Here we go.
Well, that's so loud.
Okay, so once we go inside the house, we have 5 minutes to kind of like start prepping and like find the area before the ghost has an option to hunt. It doesn't necessarily mean that 5 minutes and the ghost is just gonna like immediately start hunting. It doesn't work like that. But that's like the time frame of when like they won't attack us and they won't hunt us. Okay. So who has thermostat? Okay, so Broseph, you're gonna walk around and you're gonna start looking for where the lowest temperature in the room is.
Or how do doors even work?
You just grab it and push it like a door.
It was okay. So it's like
Right.
18 in here, and it was like
Okay.
10 by the door.
Okay, so you're gonna go through the whole house and you want to find what's the lowest
warming
temperature
up.
in the whole house.
It's just warming up.
Hmm?
Hot in here. It's spicy. 21. Hot
Oh,
bathroom.
open this, bro. Oh, I have to grab and drag.
pro at every game,
Disgusting.
yes.
Okay.
Cleason says you're a pro at every game.
That
Oh, it's
I wish
10
that was true, but it is not. But thank you. That's very nice of you. Oh Jesus
here.
fucking Christ! the way that Broseph turned around and like the light of like the thermostat just like flickered in my camera for a second. And I was like, the ghost is here, but it was you.
Hi, Cleason. Love you. Stay
The
gay, my
in-laws
friend.
are in Cuba for the week, so we went to cook. Oh my gosh, Sarah, that sounds like delicious. Actually, all right. Astro, what do you have? You have a flashlight, and then what else do you have? Okay,
The
turn that
spirit
on.
box and whatever
Okay,
the-
so turn the spirit box on. Okay, so you're gonna walk through the house and you're just gonna say, "Are you here?" And it'll like talk to you. You have to.
Are you here?
Are you here?
Are you here? Are you here?
So far the coldest has been
Guys-
like the kids' room.
Can I just say anything and it'll register? I'm sure
I mean, you could say like, "Are you here? Where are you? How old are you?
Bro,
How many
what the
pickles can you
fuck?
fit in your
Okay.
mouth?
How many
Are
pickles
you
can you fit in
here?
your mouth?" Yeah.
Are you winning, son?
Freedom height? No, it's Celsius. It's Celsius.
Are you here?
Is that a
All
price
right.
gun thingy? Yes.
What about here? I bet it's gonna be down these
No,
creepy
no,
stairs.
come here. The coldest area is in the kids' room, so come back up here.
In
The kids'
what?
room?
I ain't
Wait,
going
this
no
is the
kids'
master
room.
bedroom.
Are you
Wait,
here?
did you turn
Oh.
that? Did you turn the bathroom on?
The bed. The
Are
bed
you
just
winning,
looks
son?
Did you
really-
wait, Broseph? Did you turn
No.
the shower on?
No.
Okay, then that is a ghost interaction. This is the ghost room.
Are
We are
you
here.
here?
It's 1 degree in here. Get
Okay,
in
we're
here.
in here, Astro. So
Are you here? I can't jump. Can you jump?
Can you yump?
Are you here?
So, okay.
I feel
hold
like
on.
an idiot. I feel like I'm getting pranked.
How do I take out my notebook?
you can say where are J for
Are
journal.
you here?
You can say, "Are you here?" You can say, "Where are you?" It might not be spirit box. You can turn it off then.
Are you here?
I would like to cross this off. There we go.
Ghosty?
Wait, hold on, Astro. When you're talking, is it making a little like an X that it's registering your voice?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so that's why.
Couldn't you hear me anyway through the game?
Yeah,
No, we
but
have you
you must have push to talk on. Like your settings have push to talk on, so none of that is coming through.
All
So-
right.
Yeah.
Brosif, do you want to swap to EMF?
Audio,
Sure,
I guess. No,
um,
it's my current microphone input. Oh wait, I see push to talk. Voice activation.
He's
Okay.
gonna
There you
change
go.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, change.
So then you talk,
Are
it should
you
make a little
here?
X when you're talking.
Are
Is it-
you? Oh, there's no little X still. Okay, hold on. What's voice?
Tell the ghost to do a
activation
flip.
toggle? Voice
You
activation.
said yes, that's all that matters. No, I changed my mind. I said no. I said I remembered who I'm talking to and that I cannot stream Apex with you.
You're doing nothing, Astro. Oh my god.
Are you? Oh, there's no X. Wait, is it?
So on the little screen, there should be an X, like when you're talking.
Oh my god.
No, there isn't.
All right, hit G and drop it. Oh, I just
Well,
wasted a
hold on, I
picture.
wanna
Well,
fix this,
I know,
though.
but I wanted to make sure that it's not actually bugged.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing it. All right, there it is.
Okay, so let me grab that.
Oh, you're grabbing it?
Are you
Okay,
here?
grab it, Yeah.
Where are you?
Oh, see, your little X
Are
isn't
you
on
here?
either.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, never mind. It is.
Are you here?
I can't pick that back up.
Where are you?
Then why is it mine?
I don't think it's
See,
an
this
email.
is a sign. That's fine.
doesn't
I'll
matter,
take
we
this
are-
as a sign that I shouldn't be here.
Oh my god, Astro, it's really not that big a deal.
Isn't that big a deal?
Are you
Astro,
scared?
you're
We haven't
fine.
even done anything. Are you scared? All right, who wants to go out to the? I have to go out to the van to get a black light. Are you going to be in here by yourself?
I will go.
What is this thing that?
Astro,
Looks
you're
like
in the
a little-
Astro, you're in the house by yourself.
Ball picks in the chat.
It is what it is, I guess.
Okay. That ghost will say, "Don't come in my chat and tell me what to do." I know, literally. All right. I need a glow stick. We don't need that
Why
anymore.
isn't it working though?
Why isn't it working?
it-
You might have
Isn't
to.
it Isn't it E to pick up?
Yeah.
No, I did the activation thing.
Yeah, but it might like you might need to like reload your game or something stupid.
It's not. I'm not
Ghosting.
centered. Oh, I'm not centered. I'm stupid.
Oh, that's the blue light. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Handprints. We have fingerprints. That's a clue.
Oh,
That's
we have handprints.
Yeah,
That's finger-
fingies. We
No
have
spirit box, right?
no spirit box.
Okay.
What is
So,
even
if I
this
can-
radio thing?
Here, hold on. I got this
That you
thing.
gave
I'll
me.
walk around.
Evidence. Fingerprints. The radio.
pick it
That's
back
no.
I can't pick
It's
it back up.
it's not a radio. It's
I can't
dots.
pick it back up. Oh, there we go.
So you have to crouch and press F to place it like on the wall or something. Like put it right here between these two doors or in the corner.
It's either a demon or a
I can't
hantu.
pick it back up. Oh, I can.
You can just I would put it like between these two doors there.
What? I'm gonna go get a book and see if we get ghost writing.
Okay. All right.
It's either demon or hantu.
Why? What's our other piece of evidence?
There was no spirit box, no EMF level 5. I just tried
Okay,
it. And,
okay.
We got freezing temperature.
So we can cross
fingerprints,
EMF and we can cross spirit box off. Demon, Hantu, or Banshee. All right. Astro, come out of the house. We're gonna go into the van for a minute. Why wouldn't you want to, Chris? Mock.
Mishwalberg just
crouch.
was
Mishwalberg?
for 6 months. Don't let this distract you
What's
from
crouch?
the fact that Hector is going to be running
C?
around
It's when
Honda
you lower
Civics
her.
with spoon
Oh.
engines. And on top of that, he just went into Harry's and bought 3
I can't pick things
T66
up off the floor.
turbos with nose and a Motec exhaust system.
Mock, first of all, thank you for 6 months. Mushwalberg.
Mush.
Mushwalberg. Mock, thank you so much for 6 months. Holy smoke. 6 months, but so much longer than that, isn't it? Come on, you know why, Chris. All right. Oh, they're touching doors. We've got doors in there.
Can I go in with the book?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going in. Terrified right now. What's it?
Oh, it's at a level 8, so I would just be careful.
No, not here.
Mushwalberg is showing.
Oh, I think I just heard a door. Oh.
Well, the activity is going back down, so you're good. You're good. All right. Let me get another camera because this one's almost full.
Wait, I threw the on the floor and it didn't open. It should open. shouldn't it?
No, you have to crouch and press F to place it.
Oh.
G is to drop,
Okay.
F is to place.
What was that?
It may have been somebody breathing. Step in the salt, please. Oh, they already did? Holy shit, they are active. They are very active.
Okay, book is on the ground.
Okay. Step in the salt, please. I don't know why you would want to come play Apex with us on stream. Did you have a nice break? I did. I'm still technically on break. I'm kind of just streaming like when I want to rather than like trying to like hold myself to any sort of like schedule, you know? Which has just been just the relief of that pressure of like, oh my god, it's stream night tonight and I don't want to stream tonight is like such a big weight off my shoulders, you know? So now it's just like, I'm just gonna stream when I want to stream, you know?
I threw a book on the ground because the ghost is going to write in it. It's going to write us a little love note. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be fine.
Can we
And nothing too
see?
scary.
No, they're touching that door though. They're having the time of their lives with that door.
They're touching the door.
Yeah.
I don't see the touching of the door.
Yeah, the door was closed and they just opened it.
Oh, I see.
I'm on a
I
call,
see.
sorry, you're good. It's pretty nice only streaming when you want, isn't it? It is pretty nice only streaming when you want. I mean, I am streaming more than like once every 6 months like some people, but you know, you can't have it both ways.
Yeah, some
All right.
people only stream once every 6 freaking years.
Yeah.
But it's fine because we don't want to watch them stream anyway.
We definitely don't want to watch them.
Because they're a little bitch.
All right, I'm probably going to get
Head on
hunted.
out. Okay, Zenith. Love you, Zenith. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everything. Romantic, yes.
Okay, actually, let's go in. Let's close all these, close all those. Yeah, they are. See, they're throwing books, or they're throwing stuff. Okay, they are
Wow.
stepping in salt.
Are they writing?
See, look
No
at that's a
writing.
ghost interaction right there.
Oh yeah, I saw that. The door just opened.
Yeah. They have
You
not.
little bitch ass bitch. You know what, Chris? You want to go? You want to go? You come over here and I'll show you what for. Bye, Oki. Oh, that door just closed on its own. Unless someone went in there.
This one?
Yeah, that's you.
That's me. I'm trying to get it to
Oh my
hunt.
god, it's opening! The ghost was pink all along!
Ooh,
Ooh.
spooky.
Oh my god, Astro, watch out, the ghost's gonna get you!
Okay, so here's the important thing. Listen very carefully. When the ghost does hunt, you want to hide. You want to get in a closet or something. Turn your light off and shut up. Don't
How do you turn
talk.
your light off?
T.
T. Oh, did you close the door? Oh god, I think I heard something.
It's just an event.
Step in the salt, please.
Step in the salt, please. Yeah, they stepped in the salt for sure.
It was old man Pinkstill trying to buy that old carnival cheap.
You'll never
gonna-
catch me.
I'm gonna go see if there's any writing.
Yeah. We need writing or we need dots, because there's definitely not orbs.
I haven't seen writing. There's no writing. God, why do you go so slow?
I mean, the only other thing... So we have fingerprints. No dots, no orbs, no fruit. Yeah, see? See? What the heck? Alright, I'm just gonna wait.
Okay.
It's gotta be a dots projector.
So mine doesn't have Banshee as an option with all the evidence I've put in.
So you crossed off EMF 5 and you crossed off
Yeah.
Spirit Box and you checked
Yeah.
off fingerprints.
And freezing temperatures.
We didn't have freezing temperatures. Did you
We
see
had,
your...
it was down to 1.
But did you see your breath?
Oh no. That's what it had. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. Oh, well then if we didn't see our breath, then it's Banshee.
So, if you want, if it's a Banshee, the Banshee will scream in the parabolic microphone. So you could... Oh, it's dots. I saw them. Dots projector?
It does.
It's gonna be a Banshee, but you can take the
it is a-
you can take the parabolic microphone and you can go inside and she'll scream in the parabolic microphone.
Oh, I would like to. Can we? I want to hear it.
So it's this one. It's the one that's like a satellite dish right here.
I'm coming. I'm coming as fast as I can.
That
I
one.
would like to hear. Do you think she will kill me if I'm lucky?
No, you're at 60% sanity. You're probably okay.
Do I have to go to the room to hear it, or will it be in the house?
Yeah, I would go in the room. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely dots. I see him now. No orbs though. You have to turn it on, don't forget.
I did.
Okay. It's a level 8.
Oh my god.
Is it screaming?
No, Allie scared me with a shiny sound. Oh, 2.7. The door.
Yeah.
Doors are doing.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Come on. Oh, I heard a. Oh.
Yeah, that's probably a banshee. Oh,
Oh.
go hide,
Oh
go
my
hide,
God.
go hide, go hide, go hide, go hide. Turn your light off and don't talk. It was a quick one. It's over already. It's over already. You're good.
Okay. Time to leave. Time to get the fuck out.
Oh, jeez.
Please don't kill me.
Is Wait, is Astro in the house?
No,
he's right here. Okay, Astro, come in the van. All right, so are
Why is
we?
Astro not talking?
Because he's on a phone call. He says.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so if we believe it's Banshee, you want to circle Banshee in your journal.
You scared the shit out of me, Allie. And Ghost, what are you doing? Why you do this?
I haven't seen any
Wait,
orbs, but guess we'll see. Has everyone circled Banshee? Just you can shake your head yes or no, Astro. Okay.
He's headbanging.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Woo!
Oh, jeez.
Oh, the game categorizes freezing as just like seeing your breath or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get a photo or anything.
We did.
Find the
Ghost type was
ghost type.
Goryo. Yeah, we didn't get the right ghost type, so we missed something.
What?
So that means that it probably could have been an EMF, or it probably could have been freezing or something, and we just didn't give it enough time. But that's okay. It's okay.
There wasn't
and then,
screaming, so I
Yeah.
guess it's there.
Okay.
Okay. What
We'll
do we
do
do now? Edgefield.
Edgefield.
Edgy. We're doing edgy.
We're edgy. We're being edgy.
Oh, Astro floating. You're both floating. You're both floating.
We just need our last one.
Ooh, look at all these bones. And look at all this. Candles. Oh my
Candles.
You also got hella money? Yeah, we somehow got money still.
Oh shit.
What?
Oh, there it is. Okay. It just took a second. I didn't know if it was not loading our supplies or if I didn't put supplies in. But it was just taking a second, that's all. Okay.
Edging. Oh no.
Camera. Flashlight.
I like this one.
Okay. All right. So, if I may make a suggestion, it would be Astro. I don't know if you can listen or not. But it would be good if one person gets the EMF and one person gets the thermostat, because EMF, the video camera, the EMF, and the thermostat are usually good starting pieces. So if each of us have a starting tool to kind of locate the room, and then you can get another tool that's like a more in detail tool.
I'll bring the book and the EMF.
Okay, so Astro can get the thermostat and the spirit box.
Your box didn't work from last time.
Oh yeah, okay. So you can get the camera, the video camera, and I'll take the spirit box.
The ghost you friend along the way. The real friends with the ghosts you met along the way.
Okay.
Yes. True.
Carla Emmett responds to people who are alone. Okay.
Oh, what? Where did you read that?
Right here. Case 270, Carla Emmett responds to people who are alone. We have to have a member of your team escape during a hunt. So it was our first one, so I wasn't gonna try to do like things. I was just trying to get you guys in the house. But yeah, so these are our objectives for the hunt.
Detect a ghost presence with a motion sensor. Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Astro, you got your video camera? You don't have your video camera? Astro? Astro... Okay.
I think we've lost him.
No, he's on the phone, but like, I thought he could hear at least.
Oh yeah, light. I was like, why can't I see anything? Maybe try turning on the flashlight.
No orbs in here. Oh, that's EMF.
Oh, yeah, we got it.
EMF where?
Upstairs. It's at 2.
Okay, a flicker is better than nothing.
Oh, we're getting higher. We're in the... Oh, no. This way? Okay, I think it might be in... this room, maybe?
A sawaddle in
now.
chat.
It got up to 3 in here. And it's gone now. Did you turn the lights off?
I did. Because I'm looking for
okay.
ghost orbs, so the lights make it hard for me to see.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the
Yep.
ghost. Okay.
See orbs in there.
Nothing again. So I got 3 over there, but it's gone now. It moved. Big storm. So spooky.
I
Dusty
know.
Waddle in the chat. Oh yeah, right. You said that, didn't you? I'm concentrating
I
very
did.
hard.
You're doing a heckin' concentrate.
Heckin' concentrate. Okay, I know the EMF went off, so I know you're here, Ghost. Don't play me like this.
I don't see any orbs. So we only got the flicker of the EMF when we
Yeah.
first came up here?
Yes, it got up to 3.
Oh, you know what I didn't look for when I was downstairs? The cursed object. Oh, I found it. I love you guys. I'm about to get us all killed.
Oh no. What is it?
I have a tarot cards.
Oh no! I'm at the door, so go ahead.
Oh, no. You come inside. No.
don't want to.
No.
I don't want
You come inside. All right, let me
You
get.
cannot use the tarot!
All right, I'm going to get the closet in here.
The only
Okay.
tarot I want. is
Okay, you
the
ready?
kind-
Okay.
No!
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I'm gonna
Okay,
tarot now.
I've been walking with the thermometer, and I have not been paying attention to it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right, but I think the lowest was like a 15 somewhere around here.
Can you play a Spoopy game with no Spoopy sound?
Or
I didn't-
did you find the things already?
We literally just decided this last minute, unfortunately, so I was not prepared for spooky. Also, oh god, the door just closed on its own.
Okay.
What the fuck? I'm dead!
Oh, don't worry, I am dead.
No, you're not. I just got killed. You're not
that's so
dead because I got killed.
Right, but after you died, do you
Okay.
get to go
What?
keep hunting?
No. Okay. You weren't listening, so I'm gonna give you a
No.
summary.
Yeah.
I found the cursed object, and it was tarot cards. I activated the tarot cards in the closet. I drew a death card, and I got killed.
Oh,
So,
you drew a death
Oh
card?
my
Yes.
Amazing.
God.
So-
That was
and I
amazing
couldn't tell you
draw.
guys because as soon as you pull a death card, the hunt starts, and I couldn't even be like, oh, hide, because, yeah.
Look
Okay.
at your body.
Yes. Okay, so listen to me. Listen. Get the camera off my dead body and take a picture of my body.
Oh, I can't.
Okay, where are you?
You drop something and pick it up. You have to take a picture of my body because we will lose all the money.
Are you upstairs?
Yeah, I'm in the
We?
closet. Yes,
You
we.
mean you?
No, you.
This-
We will lose all money. Okay.
This
There, I got
camera?
you there.
Or...
Here's the rest of the tarot cards. By the way, you can finish using them.
No! Oh my god!
What did I get?
Your
The
your
moon?
butt crack.
Hide, hide,
Oh.
hide, 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 guys,
The moon,
hide!
the moon, the moon. I'm running.
You
I hate
can't!
this. I hate this.
You can't!
Can I use another one straight up?
Fuck you all.
I hate this. I hate this.
Did
so
you die?
much. I don't-
You die?
I'm
Oh
alive.
no!
You died? Both of you died?
Harrison got killed! Okay,
Really?
okay, here, okay, listen.
I'm not doing this alone.
Listen.
Nope. Nope.
No, you
I
can go,
won't
you
listen.
can, it's fine, you can go outside, the house.
I
Listen,
will go outside once the door's unlocked.
listen. When the
The doors are
ghost, when the ghost is hunting, you cannot talk. You can't be like, I'm going. You,
Oh, I
it's
talked.
hunting again, it's
I
hunting again.
talk.
It's hunting.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is
Really?
It's right here, do you
Well,
see
I'm
it? Do you see it?
screwed.
Broseph, look.
I'm gonna
It's on the
die.
stairs,
I'm
in the
gonna
stairs.
die.
It's on the, going down the stairs.
Oh.
Where are you, Astro?
There it is. There it is. There it is. I'm running away. Oh gosh. I'm gonna die.
Go, no,
I'm gonna
go,
die.
go in the closet. Go in the closet. Go in the closet. Turn your light off. Turn your light off. Turn your light. You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
No! I died. Oh, that is so creepy. I don't like this at all.
No.
Evidence. We're all
Well,
dead.
that was a wash.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
You
But also,
died.
after you die, too, you die.
Oh god.
Holy shit. We found
Well,
out
I got
you're gonna be an
insurance, so
operator,
that's good. All right. So we're gonna go back to Tanglewood because that's the easiest house to maneuver. When you have a second floor, it gets kind of tough.
Oh god. That's so funny. Well, if someone hadn't drawn the tarot cards.
It wasn't funny. It was not funny.
Oh, it was funny.
But not funny, haha.
It was funny, haha.
Funny. Oh no. You did great, sweet. Thank you, Bubble.
I drew the moon. What did that even mean? That just you're dead?
You drew the moon?
Okay. Yeah.
Then that was just bad timing. Then that was just a hunt because the moon is not a hunt.
What is it?
Everything.
Yeah, I died. So we got nothing to work with here. Because I didn't load back in, but it's okay. It's okay.
Oh no.
No.
Okay.
We'll struggle our way through this one and then we'll load back into the
Someone
menu.
take EMF already?
I did, yeah, because we don't have a lot of options.
I'll grab book. Did
Okay.
someone grab the spirit box?
No.
I can't do it. Because
Ugh.
apparently my mic is broken.
I will try, but I don't know if it works. Hold on, let's
If
make
it
sure works
doesn't-
before we go.
You have to
do I-
just step outside the van. It won't work.
Does-
Step outside the van. Yeah, it won't work in the van.
Okay.
So when
Yeah,
you
pick up
say
the camera,
something, a
sure.
little X will come on.
Hello. What do I have to press for it?
Nothing, it's on.
No, what
Do
do
you-
I have to press for press to talk? It's not working. Nothing's
V, maybe? V or B?
V or B?
Yeah.
B, maybe?
No, I hear it. I hear the walkie going off. You're doing it.
There's no X.
No, you have to say something, Joseph.
I am. Hold on, okay. Where are you?
And I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there's no X.
Okay.
I don't know why. I'm pressing B. Should I try V? But you can hear it though.
I see the X. I see the X. Say something.
Well, I see the X, but it doesn't flash or anything.
No, it just lights
Where
up.
are you?
The X just means that it's here's your voice.
Wait, I didn't pick a flashlight. Okay, I picked
Oh.
Yeah, it's working. It's
up
working.
a violet one.
Okay.
Oh, there are no flashlights. Oh, it's
No, so
ultraviolet time,
we're
okay.
gonna have to we're just gonna have to cheese it. We're gonna have to turn all the lights on in the house.
Cheese it.
Yeah, it's just the
You can
ghosts.
cheese in this
Yeah, the
game?
ghosts just don't normally.
I don't have a flashlight.
Yeah, we don't have flashlights because I died and I didn't reload the lobby. You mean Broseph on Sea? No, Yaga's coming.
Where are you?
I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, there is a mic symbol. Oh, there it is. Okay. Where are you?
I'm so sorry.
No, that's X. And I'm so sorry. Why did you open the door in my face?
I am not haunted. What do you mean you're not haunted? I haven't heard from you.
Are you here?
No.
There, the X is flashing now. I actually see the X
Yeah.
like flashing.
You're
That's
dead?
what I
No, you're not dead.
I know I died.
Oh, we all died last round.
Where are you?
That was horrible.
I have 0 EMF activity.
Nothing is happening with the
Can
voice
see
as
Jack.
well.
Jack shit.
How many pickles can you fit in your mouth?
74.
All right, let's leave that there for now. Let's check the garage. Oh, you know what? I didn't check the garage with the EMF. That's stupid. Watch it be immediately going off.
Oh,
Jesus Christ! Everything
Lights are
just
out.
turned off.
Yeah,
I
they
can't see
turned the
anything. Stop
generator off.
whispering.
yeah. I can't. Oh God, I cannot.
The
see at all.
generator is in the basement. Oh, here's the
Of
bone.
course it is.
Does anyone have a camera? Like a camera?
I have a camera, but I can't see Jack shit.
It's
I'm
right
gonna
here.
I
probably
can't
die.
see anything.
I don't know where here is.
I have a flash. I'm pointing the flashlight at the bones.
I can't.
Oh, there they. Oh
Oh,
my
God,
god.
I see
I
the
can't
co- I-
see them,
oh
but I
my
can. Can I just
God.
take a random
Yep,
picture?
that's it.
Oh,
Yep.
I can.
All right.
Nice. All right.
I-
Why are there
I
bones
will
here,
go
bro?
in the basement. Oh, somebody pick it
There
up,
we go.
by the way.
I
What up?
can't see it.
Okay,
What?
power's back on.
Can't see
Power's
Jack.
back. Power's back
Okay.
on. Look at power's back on.
Jesus. Nice.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna put this back on.
Okay.
How many pickles can you fit in your mouth? Oh God, it went X. Oh my God. Okay. I do not think it.
I'm a
there's
lurky
boxes.
turkey. Why you lurking? You gotta be ready. It's almost time.
Where are you?
All right, where's
Right over
where's our cursed
here.
object? First of all,
Just keeps Xing, so I don't think that this is
Yeah.
one of the options. So
yeah, X just means that like it's hearing your voice is all.
no. Like it flashes X to say that no, there's nothing happening.
No. The X is registering you're speaking. When the ghost speaks to you, it'll be like a little ghost symbol.
That's what I'm saying though. When the ghost doesn't speak to you, like the X flashes when like after you've spoken. After you've spoken and everything, like when you're done speaking, it goes.
Oh. The car.
car.
It's
the
okay.
car.
Someone go touch it. I have the key.
Gross.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, who has the
Oh,
thermostat?
it's going again. Okay, I'm gonna leave the book in here because
Wait, where's our? Hold on.
oh shit, I see. There's freezing temperatures.
Okay, you see
freezing
our breath?
temperatures.
We have tarot
Yeah.
cards again.
Oh my God, Pink.
Do it.
I'm
I
doing it.
strongly
Wait,
feel
let
like
us
the tarot
be outside
cards are
when you do
not.
it.
Yeah, we're leaving.
The tarot cards aren't all bad.
Immediately went outside.
You literally
Said
got
there.
us killed.
I got me killed. Just message when it's time. I think like half an hour.
Em.
You're true. Death. Get wrecked. Pink got death again.
Oh my God.
Fuck! Yeah, he got me again.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kidding. We have to go back and take a picture, right, of your corpse.
God.
You don't have to, I guess. We just don't get money if you don't.
Where are you?
I'm in the
Can't see
closet right in the
anything.
hallway.
Can't see
Where's-
anything. Can we even turn on the lights?
Where's the lights?
I know that this switch. Boop. You're in the closet. Oh, we have. What is that? Handprint. Nice.
We got a
Let me
handprint.
take a. Yeah.
Yeah,
let
take a
me
picture of the handprint.
Okay.
Your corpse.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't take a picture.
Oh.
There, so
lights
you
are
can
out
get
again.
you can get my shitty flashlight. There's one shitty flashlight in there.
Okay. How did I take a picture of the handprint?
You may have.
Doesn't have to.
You don't have to have the blue light on it for it. No,
Okay,
it'll still
okay,
count.
okay.
Yeah, it'll still
Okay.
count. hmm
All right, I'm leaving.
You guys have to
That's
find the
awesome.
ghost.
Does the picture? Wait, does the pictures?
Why am I
Yeah.
picking up the
Yeah, they'll
flashlight?
come up in the Are your hands full?
We found some remains.
There we go. I
The
got it. I
ghost
had to
left
crouch.
UV evidence. Amazing shot of the UV evidence. Your
Mhm.
dead body.
Some cards we found. They do crazy stuff. Look at my booty hanging out the doorway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, the lights are out again. Goddamn ghost.
Wait, that's not the picture I took though.
No
Obviously it
ghost
is.
writing. No ghost writing.
Alright.
There's a ghost that's just called Jim. Is there a ghost that's just called Jim?
Jim?
Jim? Seems like a cool dude, that guy. That Jim guy. Okay, so like, what did you... Sorry, did we have,
So we have
dots or
so we have
anything
freezing
like that?
temperatures.
Yeah, and fingerprints.
And we have fingerprints. Okay. So
And then we don't
we
have ghost
don't
writing
have spirit
yet,
box. I would cross spirit box off. And I
Demon Hunter or... Oh, Jin! That's Jin!
didn't get any EMF while I was in the house, but that doesn't quite necessarily mean anything.
Let's see what happens if I... Demon or Hantu if and if it's not ghost writing, then it's Hantu or Jin. Okay, I was trying to... Okay. It doesn't matter if we get dots or not. That will not narrow it down for us.
Right.
That just keeps it all, so... But ghost orb? Okay. I'll check the writing after again. Let me see what tools we have left here. I guess I could... Here, let's...
A Smeargle in chat, guys.
I didn't get any spirit box. So, I can try again.
I don't think it's spirit box, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, I already crossed that out. Shit, never mind. Yeah.
I mean, you can uncross it off if you need to, but yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go check the spirit writing again, and then see what tools we have left. Oh, we got spirit writing.
Nice. Okay, so...
It's a
Ghost
demon.
writing, sorry. It's a demon.
Okay. We think it's a demon, we can skedaddle.
Eat. Oh, I've already skedaddled.
I know, Astro. You're a good. You're a champ. We can call it here because I think chaos is just about ready anyway.
Even if we take off spirit box, even if we like leave that as an option, the three things that we have proof of say demon. So I am like 99% positive it's demon.
Okay,
I'm
if
gonna
you
call
think
it
it's
Jim.
demon.
I like that.
Jim.
Yes. Let's go launch a boat.
What do we do here?
Somebody who's alive has to push the button. The number pad next to the door.
Number 10. Oh.
Okay.
Yay! We did it! Well, I guess we don't know if we did it yet.
Well, I don't
We
know.
played. It was fun.
We did play. We'll play. We'll play again when we have more time to actually like go through and do all the things.
I don't know.
Oh my god, why are you suddenly double again?
Because we're back in the lobby.
Ah!
Ghost type was demon. We did it.
We did it.
All right.
And
Enough
he was still
of that.
muted. That's weird. It was only him that went double. That's so strange.
Maybe because I switched the thing? I don't know.
I'm in the
Maybe.
waiting room, but no rush to drag me over. Okay. Chaos, I'm gonna send you an invite to a different Discord server.
You.
Okay, where is... We are now changing to Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves. Let's change our stream info.
Just stream Apex with me and Yaga. On what?
Hey, y'all.
Kidding. Just
Hello.
kidding.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Let me get her.
All right. I will
Before I hit
spectate.
go
Thanks,
live,
Pablo.
I'm
Thanks,
just checking
Hunty.
some sound levels.
Okay, Astro. Thanks for playing, even though I got you killed both times. Well, I got you killed one
Yeah.
time.
That was fun. Have a good day, Astro.
It was fun. It was
Was
fun.
it?
We'll play again when we have like the whole gang and stuff, and it'll be fun. Like Chris, don't let him don't tell him I said this, but he's actually fun to play this game with.
Don't tell him.
Don't tell him I said this though.
Don't tell him that though.
Okay.
I actually have Phas.
Wait, really? And you didn't play with us?
Well, I don't have it installed on the computer.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. I'm gonna like mute the voice chat. It looks like everything's working. I'm gonna mute it for now, and I'm gonna hit go live. And,
You should do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. but I
You
already
should-
have the boat. I have the boat all set up and ready to go.
Oh, okay, cool. So I'll just
Cool.
join you then. Let me pull up the little
Alright.
Xbox. GG's, Astro! GG's.
Yes.
Thanks for playing.
Yep.
Bye. He already left. He was out. He was out. He absolutely hated everything about that.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't like that.
He absolutely hated everything about that. Like, seriously.
It's gonna be. I'm just gonna do like not even do a quick thing. I'm just gonna give it like a couple minutes to, you know, for all the bots and stuff to say.
0 out of
that's
10
pretty
overall,
cool.
Astro. I'm sorry. I wish you understood that I appreciate that you even tried. Like, it really means a
Yeah.
lot that you even tried and that you stepped out of your comfort zone and to hang out with us. But
Thank you,
when we have more time and we have like a full crew and like, you know, because it was like I was trying to kind of do a lot of it while you guys were like learning how everything works, and yeah, it's just too much. Never again. You say that. I'm kidding. I'm willing to give it one more time. I think that if we had like egg sock or something, it'd be good.
Mm-hmm. I
Like
agree.
Sea of Thieves experience.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Jokes.
Well, my name's Chaos, and I'm just kidding.
Did you get that TikTok, Chaos?
Maybe.
It's,
I've been so busy with life. It's like
I
they're
know.
like I just started catching up on like I don't want to call it fan mail or nothing like that. Just like random people like message me on like Instagram or Facebook,
Mhm. So yeah, it's fan mail from me. So
and it's like I forget that I have other apps that I have to look at too.
it's a Sea of Thieves TikTok, and it is.
Astro and Data wants you did great.
amazing.
I think he did good. I think he did really good for the very first. First of all, I screamed so much the first time I played. Like, I screamed so much the first time I played. Like, you did great. You did great.
I like the game.
I'm just gonna mute you guys for like not even 30 seconds. I'm just gonna say hi, start the
Rude.
game, and
Mm-hmm.
I
Sure.
can't believe it. I'm
Sure.
literally so offended.
I know.
I got scared.
Why'd you get
What? I can't
scared?
hear you.
No good
The
stuff.
sounds were
You-
loud. I was scared. Yes, shit does go sideways. Sideways, left, right. Shit
I may
does
not
go
have looked like it, but I was in full panic. You're doing great, sweetie. Bubbles, we are gonna have so much fun when we play. I hope that it
Yeah.
downloads really quick for you.
That's like right.
No one acknowledged me eating my Hot Pockets.
Hot pocket.
What kind? Hot pocket. What kind of hot pockets?
Pizza is pizza one.
Pia. Bubble is so hardcore. Honestly, I left Bubbles Outlast stream up while we were playing. What were we playing while Bubbles was playing Outlast? I don't know. But Bubbles literally like straight face, nothing phased them. Like, they literally were like, they would walk into a room and like something would scare them, and with like the straightest face, Bubbles would just be like, no, fuck you. And like just turn around and leave. And I was like, how are you
He was
doing this?
Honestly, how?
Seriously.
There's only 2 or 3 months out of the year where I am like a rock and nothing scares me, and then the rest of the year I'm a terrified little baby. Just
Yeah,
screaming
Bubbles
all
said
day.
it was a comfort game even.
What's a comfort game?
Outlast
The game Outlast.
is Bubbles' comfort
Um,
game, yeah.
That's
Isn't
funny.
that like one of those crazy like
Yes,
you can't even
terrifying.
fight back?
Yes.
Can't even, like, fight
It's
back,
one of the
you're
ones
just,
where
like-
you're like looking through like the black light of like a video camera. One of those ones.
Oh, neat. If someone
guys
watches
really-
horror movies, you go
I'm
to
not
sleep
here
and get
for
it,
it.
Mike. Yeah, I say actually say.
My comfort game is Skyrim. No, my comfort game is even further. My comfort game is Disney Dreamlight Valley. Okay, like Bubbles is like, I'm having a bad brain day, and I really need to like lift myself up, and I need to like feel good about myself. So I'm gonna play Outlast. Like, what the fuck?
I don't think I really have a comfort game. I guess Final Fantasy 14 would be the closest.
This is
I
your
can just-
comfort game.
In a way. See this.
What a Chad.
Here's what I like about
I
Sea
know.
of Thieves is that it can be a comfort game in the sense that You know, it's like, okay, I can fire up the game and just go sailing.
Yeah.
And, for the best, you know, that nobody tries to murder me.
His comfort games are soul likes. Gross. Listen,
yeah,
it's true.
I
It's
do
true.
like a good soul-like game. It is.
Why-
It is nice.
Listen,
I
Bubbles.
like horror movies. I'm just
I
like that,
see
yeah.
through the facade. The facade.
I also like horror movies only because, and this is gonna sound extra.
You like horror
right?
movies?
Oh, those
Yes.
two.
That's called
men do.
porn.
Yeah,
That's
most
that's
men
that's
do.
called porn. I'm just call it what it is.
No, okay, but anyway. Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. So,
You
but
right, you right.
Yes.
that's what happens in a horror game. And anyway, so horror.
Horror.
It's horror.
Horror games, and whatchamacallit, movies. I apologize for my emo self, but I like the feeling that, like, a little bit of an adrenaline rush when you actually get scared. And I'm not
I
saying,
like don't
no,
like
I'm
it.
never
Like it
scared,
it like
but-
makes like my body like tense up. Like, oh my god. Like I don't like being scared. Like I played on my subathon, or not, it wasn't a subathon, for my anniversary stream that I did back in July. I played an hour. I played an hour of Layers of Fear, and my legs, when I stood up, I had such bad Charlie horses in my legs because I was so tense and so cramped. Like my booty hole was clamped shut. I was so tense when I was playing that I like went to stand up to go do something later, and I was like, oh my god, I can't even stand up. My legs are like jello because the whole time I was so tense. Horror is my favorite gender.
You gotta work on
Nausea,
that
where you
booty
go.
hole strength, I guess.
I guess so. Hey Capitone, do you want to buy me a box?
Storage crate? Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that.
Chaos, other things elicit an adrenaline response, my guy. You could do exercise.
Yeah, but if it's late at night, I'm not gonna just like stop and exercise.
That's fair. honestly.
True. But clenched so hard.
I-
Not even Wi-Fi
horror-
could get through. No, not even Wi-Fi could get through. My booty hole was clenched so tight.
I like psychological thrillers and stuff like that. Stro, hello. Why aren't
You know, I would agree.
Oh, okay. Don't forget we're doing souls. Order of souls today.
Order.
I don't
That's
get
right.
Order of
scared
Hole?
of
Order of Horse. I mean-
because they are like
Thank you.
the mood. They are the same mood as me. So it works out.
Okay.
I just don't like gore unless it's like excessive to the point of it being obviously.
Gore doesn't bother me. Like that. Like gore does not bother me whatsoever. But yeah, I being scared is not something that I enjoy. I don't
There's
enjoy
a bunch
that
of
feeling.
barrels off here.
It makes
Oh,
me
yeah?
nauseous.
Like
a lot.
like in the water.
Yeah.
Venetia wins. That's right. Venetia is a great game. Venetia.
I think the last Resident Evil game.
The
I played, I
Misia?
almost,
The
like,
Misia?
vomited
The Misia?
everywhere.
Yeah, that's the game that I streamed on you. I think it was actually one of my first YouTube games. I streamed.
Yeah, isn't that the one that I told you about?
Wink.
The
Are
No
you
Death
winking with your
Run?
butthole? What are you
I
doing,
told
Astro?
you.
Why are you winking?
Did
I
tell
told
me
you about that one. Yeah, because I was like, it was like a Soulsborne esque.
Oh. You
Oh.
may have told me about it.
I did.
You have.
Oh, I did. I'm
give
giving
you-
you the answer that yes, I did.
I'll give you all the credit. I'll
Thanks.
give you all the credit.
Thanks. I deserve
Astronaut
it.
Voice is
There's yeah.
It's still up there on YouTube. You can check it out.
Is
YouTube.
Yeah,
Astro also
Brosif's like going to get it.
Butthole in your chat? Is that what's happening?
Astro's thinking with his butthole. Is that what you said?
Winking.
Oh,
I take pictures with my butthole, because
Oh.
it's a
Like
you
a
know,
shutter?
Yeah, I have great
Mm.
shutter speed.
On your butthole?
Yeah.
chaos.
It's,
You might
it's
need
60
to
frames,
see a
60
doctor.
frames. It's a 60 frame per second shutter speed on my butthole.
Wow.
Now, do you like go out in public and
There's a
Well,
shark.
yeah, I gotta prove it.
right?
This
Reaper's flag thing.
man. Swoosh.
Oh, where?
You guys swoosh?
It's in my hand.
Yeah, there's a bunch of loot that like they must have like thrown overboard or scuttled a ship or something. Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake, there's a shark on my ass! There's a shark on my ass! Why can't I swim faster? There's a shark on my ass. Why am I not swimming at all? Fuck off.
You're
Oh.
carrying that flag.
Because you have stuff. Yeah.
God.
It's okay, I'm killing the shark.
I switched
shark bit my
stream
booty.
mid sentence. You're winking or blinking. You're blinking with your butthole.
Told you. Butthole.
Yeah. Well,
Is
when
that
I get
what-
scared, I like to
Resident
say that my
Evils?
butthole kissed itself.
Oh.
Resident Evils are
oh.
coming
Does
from
that like
Mine? That's nice.
does it like suck up in itself? Like
Yeah,
how does
you
that
know,
work?
like
Five
you're like,
times
you
so
know,
far
you
you
talk about
finished
like,
it.
oh my god,
Holy
like that scared the
Mike.
shit out of me, or like, I don't know, that made my asshole clench.
Yeah.
To make
It just sounds a little more romantic when I say that it kissed itself.
ass shark. I know.
I don't think I
Shark
like
my
that, though.
booty while I
Hey,
was
where did you
carrying
put that
booty.
flag?
It's over here.
Oh, here, come with me.
Oh, logbook.
So much ass talk. I mean, we are here for the booty, so you know.
So
Sure.
much
I-
booty
I-
talk.
There's somebody coming towards the boat.
What? Oh, there is.
Oh shit. Sure.
It's
What
just
do
a
I do with
sloop.
this?
It's a sloop. It's a sloop. Are they gonna shoot the boat? Are they gonna try for it? There's no way.
No.
There's no way. They are. Are you fucking kidding me right now?
I just got killed by a shark. It bit me twice. That
All right,
was
I'm
all it
coming,
took.
Chaos. I'm coming.
I'm coming too.
I'm
I'm
dying
holding the flag, but I'll just drop it on ship when I get there.
It's fine. Wow, that's ballsy. You're really gonna take on a brig right now, or a galley, I mean.
Vanilla. Who wants ice cream?
Okay, I need cannons. Hold on.
I
I'll
got
check to
him
make sure
here.
there's nothing happening down here.
Open the door. Let me in.
Okay. I don't see the water. Let's go.
Let me in.
Did they like
even
want to
have
get
any-
sunk
we don't
or
even-
what?
Yeah, just check below. Do we have everybody back to the boat?
No.
I'm
Yeah,
dead.
just let somebody check below.
I literally died. I said that. I was
Yeah, she
in my
got
shark.
bitted by a shark. She got
Bitten
the
in butt twice.
bited by a shark. Yeah, we're good. We're fine. They've hit the middle each time.
Oh.
Yeah, they're fine.
Yell at them, Chaos. Yell at them. Do what you do.
I killed him.
Was it one person?
Yeah. I
What
don't
a
know.
loser. Why would you do
I
this?
don't know what they're doing.
I don't know either.
Can I sink their ship? Is there a point?
Oh no, yeah, sink it.
Okay.
No, they like straight came around and were like, I'm gonna take on this galley and I'm a one-person sloop. Like,
Do they have any loot?
probably not. Like, this was like a straight fucking suicide mission right now.
Yeah, why
Maybe
would
a
they
new
do
player?
this?
Maybe they're a baby.
I mean, unless they quite literally wanted to get shot. Wait, they're still shooting at us, Chaos.
I just killed him again.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, respawn. Gosh.
Do they?
I'm trying
It's
my
sinking.
best over
It's
here.
sinking. It's sinking.
Yeah. What an idiot, honestly.
What up, Harsh Shallot? Harsh a lot.
Oh,
Welcome in.
All right.
I really just want to set him on fire, but it wasn't working for me.
That
What a
was
Dark Lord.
that was bold.
Hey,
that
I just gotta
was
make
real bold.
sure-
Was it
There
was it
could have
bold
been-
or stupid?
There could have
I'm gonna
been
go
two
make
of them.
sure.
No, I literally watched. They like I mean, unless are they on the crow's nest up there?
They could be on our crow's nest.
That's what I'm
just
going up
checking
to
for a
look at.
backspawn.
Yeah, check our crow's nest.
I'm
I
going
think
up
it's
right now.
distracting us so
I'm-
someone could sneak on.
I'm looking and I don't see anyone currently, unless they're on the back side of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up checking.
No, there's no one here.
Yeah, he was hitting top.
That's me.
Ring
All
that.
That's me.
tucker
That's me.
spots.
That's me.
Tickety tuck tucks.
I
That's me.
don't know what checking that side. Okay, oh, there's a rat.
Yeah,
Okay.
like he literally like I watched the boat just like come up around and turn and shoot. Like I thought for sure I was like there's no way this sloop is just gonna pull up on us and start shooting.
Mike, you're doing amazing.
And
I'm honestly
sure
so
enough.
impressed.
Oh, I'm doing it.
I'm honestly
Yeah.
so impressed.
All right, let
Oh, I
me
got that. There's that flag still, eh? Chaos?
Yeah, you still have that flag?
Yeah. Well, it's on the boat. It's like on the deck
Okay.
behind us.
I'm
We can
not
actually sell
I'm not
that
on the
here.
boat. I'm not on the boat, just so you know. I was going back for the storage crate.
If you want to grab the flag, we can sell that.
There was the logbook that I lost when the shark ate my ass. Just so you know.
You know, some people pay extra for that.
I
And
wanna-
here you are talking about it like,
Like it's the worst thing that's ever happened to you.
Yeah. yeah. Some of us would be so lucky, okay?
I know. I'm sorry. Next time I'll call you over and it could be your ass that eats out.
Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. That. Oh, whoa. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean,
Yes,
I have no
yes.
ass. I died from lack of ass. That's what happened.
The
I
shark.
hate
The
when I
shark
don't have
literally
ass.
went to go eat out your booty, and he was like, "What the fuck is this?" And he was just like so disappointed.
It was
He's
sad.
like, where is it? I want
Where
some
are
ass
you?
now. I want a bite.
I'm double
I wanna
cheeked
eat
up.
tonight.
I have a bit of a
Come on,
booty
where's
as well.
the ass at?
I may or may
Hello.
not have a little bit of booty as well. Hello,
Where do
I
I
have
sell
to-
this, Chaos?
Broseph. Do you have a booty?
So if you go to the bar,
Sculpted.
which it looks like you're.
I don't
kinda
know,
at now,
Astro. I feel like you're kind of feel like you're talking a lot of
There's
smack
there's
with
a
no
strange, there's a strange stranger, I think, is
no
what they're
proof.
A strange.
Yeah, in the back.
Oh, this person.
Oh yeah, in like the bar.
Mysterious stranger.
Yeah,
Sell-
yeah, yeah.
Oh, sell Reaper.
I'm not posting ask. I was not asking for that. I was not asking for that. I was just saying, like you're saying a lot of stuff without anything to back it up.
Ass saying stuff? Never.
Astro
Would never.
talking shit? Never.
Never.
Fibonacci sequence
Astro.
my type ass.
More like
Wow. I actually know what the
Hey.
Fibonacci sequence is. Thank you very much.
But which side
It's
of
like
the
a
boat
type
is
of
forward
cake,
with
right?
this Starboard and why?
Yeah, the Fibonacci cake. Dum, 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 dum.
Good, because I didn't spell it right. But I knew what you're trying to say.
I thought Fibonacci was that.
Fibonacci.
the guy.
Do we want this?
The Fibonacci
Isn't
sequence?
this a bad-
Piano.
Isn't this one of
Chaos.
those
You played
floaty?
the piano.
Oh, it's a cannonball barrel. I get it.
Yeah, I've started.
Hold on. Okay.
unloading this stuff.
Okay. So just keep getting the things, and yeah, I got it. Yeah. This one's taking a long time.
That's good. That's a
Empty?
good sign.
Yes.
Empty.
Darkness involves God.
We're not playing Destiny. Empty.
No,
Yes.
I'm making a density.
There.
Density.
Nice
I
job.
can't believe
Evan.
nobody
And drop.
complimented my booty remix of that song. But
That was
it's okay.
amazing. It was very
I'll-
good, Captain.
You don't even know what I'm talking. You don't even know. It's okay. It's all right. I'll live.
Not even that.
I'll
Listen, I still
I
can't get
just
over that
murdered
you thought
people for
Roxy
you.
was a dancer.
You did. You did. You are the best captain. We don't
You're the
deserve you.
best.
We
lie
don't
to him.
deserve you.
Don't lie to
We
him.
don't
Nobody has that
deserve
in it.
you.
We don't deserve you.
Okay, so we got to do Order of the Souls, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You're gonna sit here. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna tell me that this isn't the best captain you've ever seen.
Oh, this is the best captain I've ever
that's
seen.
Fair. That's fair. That's
Exactly.
Is it-
Exactly.
Are you showing off your weird Captain Nutsbird thing or whatever? Is that-
Captain Crumbs.
fair. Captain.
His
Nuts.
name is Captain Crumbs,
Oh, my
Captain
bad.
Crumbs.
and
is
he's
I was
doing the happy
projecting.
thing. He's
I was
happy.
projecting.
Captain Nuts.
Don't be mad because he's a bad
Broseph.
captain.
Broseph. Broseph.
Yeah,
Why is your cat doing that? It's
Touch
like
my
you straight up
pussy.
Like it was dead. Oh my god.
Hello. I pat pussy. Oh.
I put that on the floor.
You
Okay,
dropped your
so if you
Oh, is it
guys
on the
want
floor? Oh, hold
to...
on. Wait, come here,
Ooh,
Luna.
actually, I'm gonna have to double check.
Luna.
Let me check what I have for
Goodness boy.
quest.
The
All
best.
the
I don't.
The best.
I don't have a pet
Okay,
yet.
from-
You can go get one.
I need to get one.
All
You go buy
don't forget,
one.
guys. We're doing Order of Souls.
Yes, I'm
tonight.
coming. I'm
Order-
coming. I'm coming. I'm coming
How
to
do
check
we
it off.
Order the souls? Is
We
it like
go to a drive up and I say, I'd like one soul, please.
Can't DoorDash
One
them?
soul. Mom, I want
Like
more
one-
soul.
We have souls at home!
Can't we DoorDash
Oh,
them?
it's she cleaning her face. I'm purring. I'm dead. I'm dead. Professional's the hardest, like. Oh my god. I like watching
one more
Resident
person.
Evil, but I
One more
don't
person.
love.
One more person go vote in the order of souls.
Don't you tell me how to live my life.
Oh, I will.
Where is everybody?
I feel like our captain should probably repair this ship.
Where
I don't
do
know.
I think
Right
that's-
here, follow
What do
me,
you think
follow
there's
me, follow
money-
me, follow me.
I don't even know where you are.
I-
Where are you?
I was right in front of you. I was
I don't.
right in front of you. Turn around and look at me!
There you go. I literally looked at you. You were never in front of me at any point.
Was though?
It's like I was turning around and like you were behind me the whole time trying to get in front of me. I like that's the only thing I could.
I was like, I'm right here,
Wouldn't it
I'm
be
right
funny if I
here.
stole the boat?
I just happened. To
Oh
turn
god.
away.
Every time you turn around, I'm on the other side of you. Oh
That was like
gosh.
the worst Mad TV skit ever.
Oh god. I know. You're like, where are you? I'm like, right here.
Like, I don't see
Thank you so much for the
I don't see
follow.
you.
think we know. I think I know where we are. So let me just check the map before I choose. Do you guys want to do volcano stuff again, or are you just guys?
Oh my
over
god.
You guys over the volcanoes? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, the volcanoes was kind of not fun.
That was so much.
Megalodons!
I died.
Yeah, let's get a white Meg.
Yeah, let's go meg hunting.
Megan!
Those kind of just pop up
Megan.
wherever. There's really no like
What
telltale
about
sign.
kraken
To...
hunting?
Well,
Can
we have to be out in the ocean for that.
Do you know how hard kraken hunting is?
Let's
Cracking
hunt
these
for
nuts
Oh!
on the hunt.
Hmm.
Okay, so not we'll do okay. All right, I got this.
Are you good? You good?
Yeah. Not
sure?
fire stuff. Not fire stuff, but also, I mean, you know what? Here, I'll do this too. Originally, I was like, you guys don't want to do this stuff, but
As long as
we'll do
someone knows what
ghost
we're
ship.
doing.
We'll do ghost ship stuff too.
Chaos
Ghost
kind of
ship
knows
stuff
what we're
would be cool.
doing. If anybody knows what we're doing, it's Chaos. Let's be real.
I'm not trying to be too sweaty though. All right, guys.
Oh no, we are not sweaty at all.
When
I'm
are
not
we
trying
gonna
to-
launch the boat and smash onto someone else? Let's do that. I'd like to launch the
That
boat.
was
What
just
I want to
like-
do, what I want to do
don't
is
know
I
what
want to
that
do
guy
what that
was doing.
I want to do what that one guy did to me in Astro one time. Be like, I'm friendly. I'm not friendly. You guys suck. I'm better than you. Get off my server. Can we do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Can we do that?
Do you guys? Okay, so do you guys want to? Do
And say,
you guys
no.
want to do a ghost ship thing or go kill some skeletons?
No, I want to do what that one dude did and say, "Oh, my captain abused me, and I want to be a part of your crew."
But like all four of us, like just get on somebody
Yeah.
else's boat.
Our captain abused us. Adopt us, please. I'm good. I'm good. Here's a coconut.
I know.
That was
I'm gonna go
that
put a
was, like-
coconut down in your storage. Like, bro, get out of here.
That was the worst. Like, I was like, this is the worst attempt I have ever seen anybody ever try to talk
And then he
them
came back later
onto
with a
boat.
new person.
I was just like, what does this guy do? Like, does he really think this was gonna work? Like,
I don't like my friends.
Lost.
I don't like him.
yeah, that boat that I was stuck on.
Layla's
Yeah. So
123
can
just
I just join your
resubscribed
guys'
for
boat? Yeah, that's not how
27
this game works.
months.
Sailing
You
the
just-
My friend, I don't even like him.
C.
Well, you know how when somebody, you know how when we were doing
Aw,
that
I'm
quest,
sorry you're tired after
and
work.
somebody rolled up on,
Plus-
or they
hold
kind
on.
of like rolled up onto.
Laz, thank you for 27 months. I can't say thank you enough. You have been a wonderful support and a wonderful friend, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. Other than being tired, how was your day?
So I posted that as a short on YouTube, and somebody
I
was
want a
like,
quesadilla, I
"So
think.
this is what tryhards and Sea of Thieves look like," and I'm like, "What, bro?" I was like,
Wait.
"What?"
I'm sorry. I was talking to chat and I didn't. What's the beginning of that? What does tryhards and Sea of Thieves look like?
No, remember when those people were like in their little sloop by the treasure that was like sinking,
Yeah.
and oh hey guys, can you vote for the quest on the map?
Oh
Or
yeah.
on the and you know, they were like trying to like leave somebody behind to like sneak on the boat, and I
Mhm.
shot them in like in the middle of the night in the dark waters.
Yeah.
And so somebody commented on YouTube like,
Oh,
so
on
this is
your-
what
okay,
tryhards look
I get it.
like. And I'm thinking to myself, what am I supposed to just let the guy on the boat?
Right. Like,
Oh, you're
Like
supposed to-
what?
you're not even being a tryhard. You're like quite literally doing like the minimum basic of the game.
No,
I'm
no,
like,
that's
yeah, I
try hard.
see a
You're
guy.
obvious. You're surviving and you're preventing people from sinking your ship, and that's trying too hard. Stop.
Yeah. Next
Stop
time,
trying
just
so hard.
roll over and let them kill you, Chaos.
Just
Duh.
abandon ship, scuttle the ship. Fuck it, let them have it.
Scuttle the ship. Let's go. Scuttle it.
I can't.
Well, we do have a Reaper on the map.
Oh my god,
Oh,
are you
let me
are
just
you
do
drunk?
this ship
Brosif's
first.
drunk again. Brosif's drunk.
Oh
Nyah, 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 nyah.
no, Broseph, go throw up off the side. of the
Brosif
ship,
literally
off the
can't
side.
even stand
I
in
puked
one
in
spot.
My bucket. I puked in my bucket.
So throw the
Ooh,
bucket
you
over
can hold on to
over
that.
the edge.
You can actually throw that into
Damn,
people's
monkey.
faces.
Oh yeah, yeah. Put your
Ew.
bucket away. Just put it away in your inventory, and then that way, if
Yeah,
anyone ever
and
comes, yeah, and then you
it's-
just throw
Well, I
up
gotta
on
get
them.
drunk then because
It's
I'm
literally
not
like
drunk enough to
high-level
vomit anymore, so hold
PvP.
on.
Brosif goes, I gotta get drunk again. Hold on.
Hold on. I gotta get re-drunk.
Oh no.
Drunk.
Oh, that's so funny.
Right away. It's
Oh,
gonna be
that's so
awesome.
funny.
Go, Captain Crumbs. Shake it. Shake
Are
it.
we turning? Are you turning us? Okay. Okay.
Also, there's gonna be a Reaper coming up on us.
So we should get cannonballs
Possibly.
ready.
Yeah, just get a few on your pockets.
I mean, we have literally nothing, so the only thing that they would be getting would be our supplies.
They
Which
could
we
sell
won't
our
let them.
they could sell our flag too.
That's true.
Just like we
I've
sold
picked up
theirs.
bombs. I will. Oh, we have a.
Broseph, this is
oh,
not
here
the
we go.
time to be drunk. We have a
grog
Reaper.
ball. We have a grog ball.
Oh
We
my
have a
God.
face.
Throw
I didn't know we had a
the
Reaper until
grog
after I
ball.
started
I know.
drinking, vomited in my
I'm totally messing with. I'm totally messing
I'll
with
be
you.
honest, I
I'm
don't- I don't
completely
think they're
messing with you.
coming for us. I think they're gonna
But I want to
PvP
get them all
out.
shit faced.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
No. I was completely messing, Broseph.
I need to vomit in my bucket so I can keep
You need to
it.
throw up. We're just gonna.
Hold up.
This is okay. This is the
Hold
plan. This is the plan. We're just gonna have
Save a bucket
Broseph
of
be
my vomit.
drunk the entire stream. Broseph's just gonna drink the whole stream, and then we're just gonna roll up on other boats, and we're gonna put Broseph in the cannon, and we're just gonna shoot Broseph at other boats, and Broseph's just gonna sink their ships by throwing up on them.
So we're
Oh
gonna
my God.
sacrifice Broseph to all of these hungry PvP monsters.
Yes, but
And hope
Broseph's
that
Broseph's
you
going to
on them?
sink. Broseph is
Yes.
going to sink their ships with vomit. It's a perfectly flawless plan.
It's
It
a
cannot go
proven
wrong.
Way of doing this.
It cannot go wrong.
I don't think you know what those words mean.
It can't go wrong.
I need to puke one more time.
I planned
There
it.
we
It's
go.
perfect. I planned it. And Aloma Mola in chat, guys.
Alolo.
Alolo, alolo.
Are you guys okay? Have you guys been drinking?
Broseph has.
I definitely have.
The other day, Astro, I love you.
Back
but
to the
Astro
seas.
was
Yes, this was
playing
the
Sea of
actual
Thieves
plan of
with
the
us,
night.
Oh my
Sea of
god,
Thieves
Astro
was-
was playing Sea of
And,
Thieves drunk.
he was like
Oh
already
my
wasted.
gosh.
He was
And he was like,
It was so funny.
He'd
It
be like
was
in mid
so funny.
conversation, just be like, and just like go quiet, like, wait, what are we doing right now? I'm like, we're playing Sea of
Or
Thieves,
he was
bro.
combative about everything.
Yeah, or he was arguing about everything. Yeah.
Like literally, it
Oh.
didn't matter what it was. He was like,
But what?
no.
Why do they call it port side? Because you park on the port side. I don't think that's true. I'm gonna look it up. Then why'd you ask us, Astro?
Oh my god,
No, look it up.
Astro.
No, my favorite part was
no.
my favorite part was when like we're sitting there and we're like passing the cat back and forth, or we're passing the pineapple back and forth, and Astro's like, how do you do that? And then Cass just goes, Astro, are you drunk? Like,
Raise tails.
day was alright other than being tired. Dunking on some nerds tonight, you know it, Mock.
And you know what? Here, drop anchor.
Literally, no, we're not dunking on
no, don't drop
nerds.
it.
We're drunking on nerds. Broseph is throwing up in a
drunking.
bucket, and then we're just throwing the bucket of puke at people.
Yep. I have a bucket of puke ready to go.
Ready to
locked
go.
and loaded.
Captain, what do you need?
Oh gosh.
Tell me what you
Drunking
need.
on nerds. Mock, how
I'm
was your
just
day, by
trying
the
to
way? I hope you're
keep
well.
us in a good position to take off if we need
I'm talking to the bird. The bird is the captain. Look
I
at
like where this is
Oh.
going. Listen, Mock, this is my plan. This is my plan,
Whoa,
okay?
Whoa,
After
whoa!
your name.
Who's coming in here? Coming in hot with his raid. Let me.
This is.
Oh, we got a raid.
it a pirate raid?
That's important.
Listen, Mock, this is my plan, okay?
Raid
It
real
is
quick.
a completely flawless plan. This will work. It is perfect. So Broseph right here. Broseph
Hello.
right here. Broseph is going to just
Here's my bucket
drink.
of vomit.
Broseph's just gonna be drunk the whole time. I don't see you drinking grog right now. I'm just saying.
That's
I'm just
fair.
saying.
Hold
Okay.
on, I gotta
Broseph's
go
gonna be drunk.
continue.
Okay. Hi, Broseph. Hello, Broseph. Yes, Broseph, say hi. Hello. So
Hello.
Broseph is just gonna drink grog the whole time. Okay. And then we're gonna find some bitches, and we're gonna roll up on some bitches. Okay. And then we're gonna put a little drunky drunk Broseph, and we're gonna put a little drunky drunk Broseph in a cannon, and we're gonna shoot Broseph in the cannon onto the other ship, and then Broseph is literally going to sink the ship with their vomit.
With my vomit.
Flawless.
And this is proven method because we
Flawless
almost
plan.
sunk our ship
It
with
will
my
work.
vomit.
Broseph almost sunk our ship with their vomit. Yes, it's a perfect plan. It cannot go wrong. It will work 100% of the time.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You're not drunk. I am drunk. Yeah, wait, I'm not drunk. You're
Broseph
drunk.
is standing
Ah!
still right now. Broseph is standing still right now. Just saying.
This is as still as I stand.
It's a flawless plan.
Why are
It'll
you
work.
moving around so
I'm
much?
telling you. I'm telling you. Just be aware. When you guys next time that you're out surfing the interwebs and you stumble across a Sea of Thieves chat room or a forum as some may call it, and they're like, listen, have you guys ever heard of the drunk Ceph's tactic? And you'd be like, listen, I know. Oh, there it is. There's the puke. I know.
Oh my god.
I know.
Welcome back, everybody.
Listen, look at all the puke on the. Look at all the puke. Oh, listen.
We're just gonna leave the pukies behind and go ashore.
It's on the ship.
We're gonna go ashore, everybody.
I'm trying to keep up the side.
Yeah, the learning curve for Sifu is pretty intense from what I've seen. It's not the typical fighter game.
Oh
It's
god.
almost like playing a fighter game.
It's like paint. It's all green.
Thank you for the
It's
highlight.
all green.
I can't stay at the deck at the edge. Help me! I keep backing up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my sound. I haven't changed any of my settings, but it seems like every time I scream,
poorly
it
painted
sounds all over the
college
place.
door.
I have no idea. But thank you for letting me know.
All
I'm
right.
vomiting.
I found
I'm
another
okay.
storage crate, guys.
Oh
There's some
god.
bread. I need to eat some bread.
Oh god.
Oh no,
Eat
it's
some
already
bread.
Oh, so
Eat some
anyways,
bread, bro.
so when the Schwets, when the Sea of Thieves Schwets are talking about the good old Drunkaroo, the Drunkaroo, as we call it here in Sea of Thieves, then you
Is
can be like,
that-
I
Are we
know
settled on that name? Was there a vote that I
I don't
missed?
think
Or,
anyone calls it that.
it's the Drunkaroo. I mean,
paint the town green today.
I'm sorry that you guys aren't cool enough to know about the Drunkaroo, but it's okay.
I'm pretty sure that being cool enough doesn't factor in the age that you need to be to know what Dunkaroos are.
Pink, I need you to
Um,
shoot me out of this cannon.
Okay,
Please, God,
I'm coming.
shoot me out of
I'm
this
coming.
cannon.
I'm coming.
Oh my god, I shot myself!
You can shoot yourself, yeah.
Yeah, you
have
can,
no idea
you can
what's
shoot
going on.
yourself. I think I found the
This is
bad
weird
guys are
because I
supposed to
haven't
kill.
changed any
It's
of
the
my settings,
landlord
everything's
special.
been
I can
fine
tell
in
today's gonna be a
previous
thing.
ones. I just don't know why this one
Laws.
suddenly it's having issues.
Are you new here? It's always a thing. Everything is always a thing.
Everything is a thing. I'm swimming while just
Drunkaroo was written in the stars. It's that law-binding science of something Galileo. Exactly. I'm pretty sure that the Drunkaroo is the original Latin term for it.
It's like the Fibonacci dancing
It's
guy.
the Fibonacci sequence.
Viviacci's. I'm drinking while I swim. Hopefully you're all.
You are dedicated to the craft, bro. So
Dedicated.
You gotta drink outside a game while drinking inside of game.
I can
Oh,
push
gosh.
the rowboat. I'm gonna push the rowboat.
I'ma
We'll
push
figure that
it.
out. I don't
Push it real good.
Coming!
I'm having
coming!
audio issues.
Chaos, I will help.
I'm
My audio is.
I'm like looking over, I'm like, oh, I thought they were coming, and then you're all still on the boat. We got Broseph on the opposite side of the island. I'm just
Oh
like,
no, snake bit me! I'm a drunken high
I'm
on snake venom!
struggling.
Help me!
Oh god. Welcome to my stream.
Oh
Alright.
my god, I need to eat some bread!
It's all.
There's a banana! Banana
I wonder if
time!
bananas
You're being
help you get
followed
red.
by a
It's not
picky.
single
They
skeleton over
do
here. You're
not.
Alright, they're
crazy
up there.
chaos.
Chaos literally
What's
killed them all, and he's like, "Can someone come help me?"
No, I
didn't
think
kill
literally
them all.
There was
Pirate
never
ever.
a skeleton.
You're gonna want some water though.
He made them all up.
Who needs
No
water?
skeleton.
Well, these gold guys, they take
Yeah,
like
you have
3
to
shots
bring
kill
them the
or-
water. Yeah.
Well, new plan. What if I
Wait,
do
why
this?
are we on this island?
Because you said you needed Odorous Souls, so I
What if
put
I
an
do
Odorous
this?
Souls
Wait,
quest down.
wait.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
What if I do this?
So we're questing and trying our best in.
I messed up.
Questing
I
and
panicked.
trying our best.
Questing and trying our best. And the seas are gonna go
Hey.
up by 4 inches and puke
Hey,
at
what
this
happened-
rate.
Oh,
Yes.
you have the storage. I was like, what happened to storage crate?
I have it.
Does that
Oh,
work?
Broseph is
storage
literally
crate?
raising sea level at this point with their puke.
Hey, that worked.
I have a
Nice.
pig crate. Can I? How
Catch a
I piggy?
piggy! Yes! You just go
Wrong
to
button, I
find a
got
pig.
excited.
There's a pig behind you. There's a pig behind you. Right here, right here, right here. Look at Piggy. He's got a little booty. His little booty. His little booty.
All right, let him get. Let him come to the water.
Yeah, no, I just do this.
Asking the opposing pirates, want some drunkaroos? And they're like, don't you mean dunkaroos? And you guys reply, oh, uncivilized. How uncivilized.
How do I make a piggy?
I'm
How do I
making
make
it
it
go
love
quicker by
me?
just throwing water at them.
So you catch it and then you feed him. And then once he's in the cage, you feed him. You give him
Okay,
like,
so
what? So many snakes over here. Why?
do I put the? Do I? Oh my.
Oh,
goodness.
So you should,
Oh,
you should go
shit.
up to a pig and then there should be like an interact button for like to catch it.
Ammo.
Oh my god, I'm dead. That
How?
blew up
I got you.
and Killed me.
I got you.
Explode
Wait,
gunpowder
is it
skeletons.
Pig might be dead now.
No. No, I need
R.I.P.
Oh.
Instead of R.I.P. Piggy, it's just R.I.P.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Well,
fine.
I don't have piggy anymore.
Oh shit! What a time to run out of ammo.
What a
Peeky.
time.
Oh my god,
I have a
I
treasure
thought I
chest.
didn't name it.
If you had named it, it would have died even earlier.
You're not allowed to feel for things.
You
Those
can
little
never
things.
name animals in video games, guys.
Don't love anything in anything.
Never love anything.
That's the rule of thumb. If you love something,
I
you
am
love that.
poisoned.
If you love something, let it go, so it can never come back.
Wow, that hurts. Just like everyone who leaves me.
I came back.
Cass, you're never allowed to leave.
Just like Kim
Cass,
Kardashian.
I've seen what you looked like in high school. We can never leave each other.
What are you talking about? I was a golden god. I had the
now
body
then?
of a Greek god.
Yeah, and you wore leather trench coats, fucking Neo.
Listen,
Damn.
listen, trench
Called
coats
out,
are hot.
bro.
Yeah, warm, cause they're warm. Yeah.
warm.
I said what I said, and I'll
Where?
stand
I
by
have
it.
new pig. I have new pig.
I'm
It's a
treasure.
pink. This one's pink and black.
Oh, he's picky.
I'm feeding it everything.
Bye, skeleton.
He
I don't
deserves
have time for
everything.
you. Okay, goodbye.
Where do I bring to ship now?
Yes. But listen, Broseph, listen very carefully, okay? It's your responsibility. You gotta feed him and you gotta take him out to go poopy.
Okay.
Just let it pee on the
What if
deck
you
like I
actually
let
had
it
to
all.
walk
It's fine.
them and have them?
You do have to feed them. You don't really have to walk them, but you do have to feed them. Like that part I'm being serious about. You do have to feed them.
Shit.
You're
Okay,
gonna let
where
the
is-
drunk have a pig?
My
Oh,
pig's
yes.
Get drunk.
Oh, yes. The drunk will learn one way or another to care for things, won't they?
What will they?
Not for
never
myself
worked for my
though.
dad.
Glug glug.
Glug,
Is this
glug,
a
glug.
go-
Don't forget to give the
Is
pig
this
some.
a ghost skeleton?
What?
It's like a ghost skeleton. I can't hit him with my sword.
A
You gotta take your
skeleton?
lantern out.
I can't. How do you do both?
You can't. Well, you gotta take the lantern out, and that materializes them, and then you can.
And then I can hit them.
What the hell am I?
No,
I'm
okay.
scared of the guns. He keeps going when they shoot.
All right,
I
I
don't
dropped
know
the
where I ever
storage
had
crate because I
these.
got hit. Here it is.
I'm very close to death. I fed the
Me
pig all
as
my
well.
food instead of eating it myself.
Right, bro. Okay, I can't do this, and he's gonna kill me because I can't material. Yeah, he killed me. Okay, first of
No.
all, that arm length is really long. The tide is low,
Oh, yeah.
but it's mostly violet.
Hey,
Blix,
welcome in,
how are
Blix.
you? Welcome in.
You are getting all the booty.
Guys, what happened to all our food? I gave it to the pig for puke adventures. I know. Seriously, if we get into watch us get into
I
like
don't-
some big huge PvP fight, and we're like, "Where's all the food?" And Broseph's just down in the basement, like shoving bananas down the pig's throat.
Okay, I am just circling.
Circling what?
I don't know how to get out of here.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Are you? Did
The
you fall
drain.
in the hole?
Well, I'm down in a weird spot, so maybe. I didn't fall, but like I walked down a.
I see you. You see me?
I see you. Hello.
From the
Hey, this
darkness,
is a
I'll eat a
cool-
corn
I
dog.
actually
Oh,
think this is a pretty
thank you
cool
for reminding me,
island, 'cause-
Plix. I was ordering food, and a corn dog was on my list.
Ooh,
You
corn
have to
dog.
Give him
Are
the
you gonna
world.
have
I will give
Sonic?
him everything.
I am having
we are
Sanic.
getting that booty. Right?
I am
Sonic
getting
sponsorship
Sanic. What? Sonic sponsorship
like-
when? Bro,
I like
if Sonic would sponsor me, do you guys
Sanic.
even know? Do you
I
guys
already
even
had
know?
Sanic
You
here.
know what
People
though?
would totally forget about our existence. They'd be like, "We made it."
Who are
I'm
you?
a sponsored by
Who? How did you get in here? Who are you?
Where's our? Oh, there's our ship. Can I swim with Pig?
Pig? Yes, you can swim with pig. Don't drown it though.
Okay.
Pigs
Okay, can...
swim.
Oh
drown
wait,
the
it
pig.
drowns?
No, I'm messing with you.
No.
Oh my god!
Pigs are very good swimmers.
Hey, wait.
Oh god. You're welcome, Bester.
What if-
Yes, thank you. I'm so
Put that
glad.
storage crate there. Alright, I'm gonna keep hunting the... Well, I
I just have to
appreciate
get
that,
this pig
Kitsune. Thanks
safe.
for being here.
Okay. Food.
This is not my typical
Food.
stream night, as most would know.
Food.
Oh my god, more
enjoying the last of
golden
my hot
skellies.
You're enjoying
Pig,
The
you
Last
like
of Us?
grog?
You do not give pig beer.
Pig like grog? I bring
told
you grog.
you the drunk was gonna get the pig drunk.
How I let you out? How I let out?
You can't let them out. He's in this cage.
Yeah, it's not like he's a pet that gets to roam free. You get to sell him to a
Okay,
merchant.
I have to
and
go
then they book them.
back. I have to go back to get the storage crate because I
He
died.
has to get loose.
I put it on the rock. I
Okay,
already
good.
picked it up.
Okay, good. Because I got
What
killed.
have I done? What have I done?
Wait, did you let him out?
No, I want to though.
Oh no, you can't.
Nope, the only way to let him out now is to feed him to the merchants.
I hate that.
But we can
You
just
hate that
we can
for
just
him.
pretend that like it's actually his bed and he likes it. And he went in there. He went in there on his own, and he likes it.
I'm gonna drink my sorrows.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna drink my sorrows.
Slacking in chat.
Crate.
Cannot feed.
Did you get the crate?
Ours?
Yes, that's ours. Yep.
I cannot.
Do we
It
need
says
it?
I can't
Yes,
feed this grog.
bring it back
won't
to
even
boats.
let me.
Or I can bring it back to both if you want me to.
I can bring 2 boats.
Okay,
We need
okay.
2 boats.
I
No
hear-
mermaid statues
I
over here, though,
know, I
huh?
want to. I cannot.
hear-
Hello.
there you are.
Last seen on Sunken Grove. Are we on Sunken
my
Grove?
Yeah.
So there's 3 bosses here: Buccaneer, Bridal,
Yeah, we gotta go
Captain
through,
Grover, Atkinson. Okay.
Captain Grover. That's a stupid name.
Yep, here we go.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm literally
I'm
behind you.
coming.
I only
I'm
say
Oh, there's 3 of them.
bring
Oh, they're all
some
here.
water.
They're literally all here. Okay.
Bring some water with you.
Bring water.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can throw it on them. Yeah.
I have a bucket of
Alright.
here.
I'm gonna actually
Oh,
don't water them. I'm gonna light them on fire.
I have a bucket of vomit. Would that work?
Water is in vomit, typically. And acid,
Sometimes.
among other things.
Hi, Luna. Where are? Oh, I shoot.
Somebody come pick
Come
me
out here.
up.
Come out here. Yes. Are you down? Yeah. Come here. I gotta make it.
Boy, he needs some milk.
Woo! I got him. No, the ammo pouch was right next to you.
I see how it is. You wanted ammo. and
No,
not-
I did not. I did not. I definitely did not want to do that. I'm so sorry, Chaos.
It's alright, I had the wrong gun out anyway.
No, I was right there on you, but it grabbed the ammo pouch.
Did you guys see that? She let me die.
I did.
I'll never recover from this.
I did let you die. I did. You're right. I'm so sorry. I honestly do feel bad though. That was so shitty. That was like just like really shitty placement of like that bag.
Honestly,
I forgive you.
constantly. When
Thank
we
you.
My
play
sack
Destiny.
got in the way.
Someone else want to grab this skull?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I got a skull over here.
Should we shed 3 skulls?
Yeah, it should be 3 scowls.
Skulls.
Can we
Scowls.
reach from here? Will that reach?
Day
I'll tell you what
Hello.
will reach.
Complete
This
quest.
box.
Quake.
I don't know why Yaga's just being, carrying it over. You gotta put it in this box.
No, I'm carrying it.
Do a flip?
That's my
Oh, okay. Can you actually do
Let
a
me
flip?
feel
Hold
special
on.
and like
I got you,
needed.
Astro. Hold on. I got you.
I can
Let's go in
carry
here.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my
Ready?
God.
I really get.
Did it. I did it, Astro.
Look at. I made it to the boat with the skull.
10-10, thanks.
Oh, did you use the chest that I found?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I found that chest.
Someone
I put it
does
on
have a
that
cat,
boat.
Kitsune.
But
I do. I have space pussy.
so can I grab this chest now?
Yes.
Should be able to.
Jesus.
Kidnapped.
Scared the shit out of me. My tummy went.
Gross kidnapped.
They pooped.
I pooped. I don't have anything left in me to poop. I vomited it all out with the
Your
booze.
shall poopy.
All right, where's the cat? Here's the cat. You see the cat there, Kitsune?
Here's my kitty.
Kitty.
Where are you, Chaos?
Where's
Kitty.
Captain Crumbs?
Hey, cheers to a job well done, everyone.
Kitty.
Where's Captain
Hooray!
Crumbs? Oh,
Oh, cheers! Oh,
Nothing.
Brosep's looking for an opportunity to drink. Cheers.
Alright, now I gotta find Shipwreck Bay.
there you go. There you go, Captain.
Oh,
Doing
I can hear
good.
the
You're doing it.
pig.
Where are we going?
I
Shipwreck
want to
Bay?
release the pig. I don't want it to
Yeah,
go
I'm
to the
just-
traders.
It should be...
You're keeping
I'm
the
never
pig
catching a
hostage?
So-
fish ever.
Okay.
Hog stitch?
So, Broseph, you have two options for pig.
No one cared. No one cared. I thought it was fun.
You can either sell them to the trader where they can go and live the rest of their lives off on a farm somewhere, or you can not feed them and they will turn into a pork chop.
Make them walk.
I do like pork chop.
I hate all of these options.
I know.
I hate every option.
No, hold it hostage.
Hostage!
We heard you the first time, it wasn't funny.
Oh, wow! Oh, God. He's like, yeah, no matter how many times you say it, it doesn't change.
Alright, we
And
gotta
on
go
that-
southwest.
I
Oh,
have
God.
been heartbroken.
Hold on, I wanna pull off.
Let us
I wanna
start
do a
speaking.
multi-twitch so I can watch everyone.
Sorry, pig.
I'm
You're
just
going to
gonna
live on a
drown
farm.
myself.
Okay, so here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing.
This is my life now.
You're such
Uh-huh.
a pig.
We have a
This is fine.
Reaper grade 2 on the map. We're
Uh-huh.
gonna be pretty close to where we're going. Just throwing that out there.
Okay,
So,
we're
and
good.
it looks like they have a galleon.
We're good.
Round.
Well, actually, it could be. Let me see. Yeah, it's probably a galleon. It's probably not a brig.
Okay, better. There we go. Now I can actually just like watch everybody's streams.
This is fun.
Yeah, I mean my thing is that pig is just it's just going to like live at another farm somewhere. Someone wanted a pet pig and so they got
It could
one,
live
and
on.
that's-
Hey, if you throw it overboard, it'll find its way to an underwater farm.
I'm gonna
Whoa.
shoot you. I'm shooting you right. I'm coming to shoot you right now. If I shoot you, does it hurt?
No.
My feelings, yes.
That doesn't count. Yeah.
You
Wait,
made
Yaga,
piggy
how'd you
jokes.
die?
Told
Yeah, I
that
was
my
like,
joke
you're gonna
wasn't
shoot me
funny
after that
either
joke,
time,
but
so
not
I
shoot
walked the
Yaga
plank
after
and-
the hog stitch joke.
Hog.
Yeah.
You
so
made
I-
Yaga walk the plank? We could have
No,
locked
I
her in the
chose to.
brig.
No, I chose to
Oh.
because I wasn't appreciated, so I committed Harry
Plank
Carey
aside.
at sea. So I drowned myself.
Who
Well,
is hairy
And then,
and why are
and then
they
you guys
hairy?
sailed away. So
Well-
I
Here's the thing,
cemented
well-
that
here's the
I
thing,
made the right choice.
they are technically. Oh, actually, you know what they're probably
So
doing?
now I'm just gonna be on the Ferry of the Damned. This is my new ship.
Let me guess. Your captain was mean, and
No,
you
my
want to
captain
join
was
the
mean,
Ferry of the
and
Damned's
so-
crew.
Ooh,
So now-
that
yeah,
island looks like a.
look at
shark
this guy.
fin.
He knows. Hey, ferryman. You
That
don't have
looks like
wings.
someone
What the hell?
screaming. It looks like Ganon screaming now.
Minimal, hello, how are you? How was
Neat.
your weekend? We're pirating. I was told that my joke wasn't funny, so I decided to drown at sea.
Well, no, two people said your joke was funny. It's just the captain who made the bad piggy
Yeah,
joke.
because the
said it
captain's
wasn't.
mean, and you have to find a new captain when your captain's mean.
Oh, maybe it's just a brig.
Oh.
Vote to put Yaga in the brig.
Oh.
Go to menu.
Allegedly, it was the weekend. That's what people tell
Oh.
me, but I mean,
It's gotta go the other
Dumb.
way.
I'm so dumb.
what is
I'm
that?
so dumb. I'm so dumb.
Well, now that all that China knows you're here.
Shut up! I'm so dumb. I auto read things.
now all of China knows you're here.
I'm just gonna get
just
drunk. That's all I'm good at.
Is anyone else on this?
Oh my
boat?
god.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh, no, not leaving yet. No. Can I jump off the boat of the dead?
No, I don't think so.
Damn it!
Do you need some sails raised?
Okay.
Wow, if only you had another person. If only. Too bad I jumped ship literally.
Okay, so I can tell that these Reapers want to do. They're collecting the different flames
but
right
minimal.
now.
Do you
Okay.
pirate? Do you pirate? Gee, I can change my weapons on here. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, you can, because if you're like PvPing, they let you change your stuff on the on the
That's
boats of the danged, the boats of the danged.
But they won't let me ring the bell. Can I put the anchor down? Just say no more sailing in the afterlife for you.
Are you
No one's
still on the
allowed to die
boat?
anymore?
The dam?
Yes.
We need the sails out. What's going
Oh,
on?
I was doing it. Did I not? Oh.
I told you, I'm now part of the ship.
Yeah, I did it. Oh, it wasn't up all the way. The
now.
middle one wasn't up all the way. My bad. I was like, I did put it up, and then I looked over and it was still glowing.
That's a
Glowy eyes on mine.
wow.
How do
Oh,
I
look
get
at all the
glowy
shipwrecks
eyes?
here. This is very concerning.
Yes, this is Shipwreck Cove,
fun.
yeah.
The best part is the pets. There's pets. That's the only thing that matters. Oh, I'm in the brig? Why did I even come out of the bed?
We voted for that like so long ago, and you've just been hanging out on the ship of the dead.
Well, now you know why!
Samus, thank you so much for the raid. I'll be back in a second, guys.
Hear me.
How was
No,
your stream? How was Core Keeper? Samus is crossing.
actually, we
Hi,
gotta move a little
Samus. How are you?
That
Welcome
is-
in, guys.
I'm
Welcome in.
Because I killed myself.
Oh, look at all the...
How was your stream?
Wow.
Welcome
Yeah,
in.
there are
I'm
some
gonna deafen
barrel-
them so they won't talk over me real quick. Welcome in, Raiders. If you guys don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Sea of Thieves, Phasmophobia, Fortnite, everything. I play everything. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in just a few moments. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I want to ride my bike. Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I want to be haunted by Marcia. Oh,
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My mom.
What I
Nate,
had said.
Why?
What is happening?
Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye.
Oh, great. Well, I tried to
Samus,
set
thank you
everything
so
up
much for the
here,
raid.
now
I
I'm dead.
appreciate it. Oh my gosh, I've been watching you. I voted to release. I voted to release her, by the way.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I'm
we have to
crying.
vote to release her, don't we?
Oh, do we? Oh, here.
Yeah, yeah. Shame.
I'm being waterboarded at the bottom of the boat. I have a banana.
I have a
You guys
banana.
want the banana?
Um,
Oh my god, my bird's a ghost.
Samus, how was your stream? And what is? I feel like I've seen Like, I've seen Core Keeper, but I have not played it. I'm not really familiar with it. No, I've heard of it, but I don't know, like, what it's about and stuff. No, I've definitely heard of it, but... Is it a cozy game? Is it a puzzle game? Is it a platform? Well, we're not talking about yeah.
Why can I not hear of it, but you're like, no, I've heard
no, I've heard of it. No, I've heard of it.
The bird knows things. Where did he go? Oh my god, look at him go. Where are you going?
Are you following the bird like you're...
Captain Chair!
Am I following the bird? No, this is the island we're supposed to be on.
He's sitting in the captain key.
Oh my gosh. No, I was gonna say, are you following the bird like Bloodhound, but then I got distracted because it sat in the captain's chair. Alright, so is our quest here? Okay.
He knows.
Captain Ilmater Smith, Buccaneer Bridal, Captain Dominguez. Oh my gosh. It's a little crafting survival sim. That's right up my alley. I love a crafting survival. A survival craft that happens to be right up my alley.
That's a no from Pinksel, obviously.
Yeah, no, I've never played a survival craft game in my life. Yeah, we're going on the island. I like it way more than most. Nice. I bet it's probably inexpensive too, I bet. Because I'm broke. I'm po.
Po?
I'm po.
Oh, can someone coming from the boat, can you bring the storage thing?
Yes. Yes, I got it.
Nice.
Is the sound
nice.
I got it.
There's lots of food here.
No, stop. I'm trying to pick up the crate. Okay, there we go.
Stop. Collaborate and listen.
Oh, hi, Samus. Oh, hi, Astro.
He's in the captain's chair.
Still in early access, actually put a lot of... Oh. It's like cutesy too, right? I know exactly. I think I know exactly what game this is. Like it's like a little boy with like brown hairs, like the main character. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what game this is.
How lovely! How wow!
Oh, there's a tall tale here.
Ooh, tall tale.
The sea-bound soul.
Tulatale.
Sea-bound soul.
Ooh, next time, probably not now, but next time we should probably do those Pirates of the Caribbean tall tales.
We also have to do that one that gets the pretty briar stuff, remember?
Yes, the Briar Rose tall tale, yeah.
Oh, Morley, what are you doing?
Am I gonna play the new Star Wars game? What's the new Star Wars game coming out? It's like
soon. It's like really soon. No, it's not. It's Fallen Order 2.
Isn't it
Jedi Outcast. It's soon. It's like this month or next month, I think.
Oh, I found another storage crate.
Nice.
I got
yes,
both.
it is very soon.
They go.
I am not going to talk about
Ooh, the Sea-bound Soul.
Squeaky piggy.
Squeaky squeaky.
Maybe I have. I think I have the first one actually that I have available to play, but I haven't played it yet.
Of which ones? The Pirates ones.
The one with the redhead kid.
Oh yeah. Fallen Order. Yeah. You haven't played Fallen Order? You Chaos haven't played Fallen Order.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time I see it, I'm just like, I don't know about this game.
No, I think you'll like it. I really think you'll like it. People have said it's like a Souls light, because it's like you die, you lose progress, you have to go back and get all your XPs and stuff like that. But like that's kind of the only thing that I would say is like similar to it. I really enjoyed it. Like I actually like tried to 100% it, and I got to like 96%, and I couldn't.
Oh, well, I can set them on fire.
Oh yeah, do that.
Did you change your user? No.
Oh my god, I killed a chicken.
Astro has always been the astronauts of voice.
All right,
as long as I've known him.
Lighting each other on fire.
Okay, come get in the water. You got wet toesies? Your toesies wet? Yeah, your toesies are wet. Your toesies are wet.
Ooh, I have a treasure chest over here.
Oh god, why are there so many? Who put all these people here?
I have a crate. Oh,
yeah, alright, so I need to bring this treasure chest closer.
Oh, bring the treasure chest to me, please.
To you? Referring to crates to you, or?
The treasure chest?
I'm out of ammo, sad.
I'll just take this.
All right.
I need an empty treasure chest because we got lots of stuff to.
All right, the treasure chest is at the base of this like
Could I?
Okay.
Shipwreck.
So
I know,
it's
I-
not coming over here.
No, it is. I don't want to lose this, so I'm gonna go back and grab this and bring it over here.
Where Yaga
And I'll
is
come back.
where all the treasure is.
Okay.
So.
I'll be a place.
There's actually
Or a
4
marker.
there, so once we fill up the treasure chests,
No! 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 Come on, no. You better run, I'm dropping this shit.
You better work, bitch.
why? What's happening?
I have a gunpowder skeleton on me.
Oh.
I'm
There's-
coming.
does he have
I'm
a name?
coming.
Yeah, it's
Why would they
gunpowder
do that to
skeleton,
you?
bitch.
That's a really long name.
I know. It's a family name.
There's more strategy than using the force and a
SB?
lightsaber than hack and slash force and least.
Gipasba?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, is that like it's more than just like swinging a lightsaber and stuff. Like you actually have to like use tactics and yeah. I think you would like
One of the
it.
things that bothers, and see, here's the thing: I love Star Wars, as you know.
Yes.
As you know, Pinsel.
I
love Star
tell you
Wars.
no.
And like, there's just something about when you play a Star Wars game and you're using a lightsaber, and it doesn't let you just like cut through like people like it's nothing.
Oh,
There's
you-
something about that bothers me.
No, you can, but like, why just swing fucking crazy when you can do force push and force lightning and freeze fucking time
did
and
you like-
and literally
did you like
take
Force
literally take
Well, I
like.
never played Force Unleashed.
Oh my god!
What?
It always was a game that I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, that looks alright. Maybe I'll get it. I got it
No, it is
actually
so
off of
fucking hard.
PlayStation Network, so I'll probably play it in the near future.
I'm gonna
Listen,
burn
there's
it
too
all
many
down.
games to play. I still have
Force
Wulong
Unleashed.
to
No.
play.
See, here's the problem. Force Unleashed. I'm not entirely sure would hold up now.
That's fair. That's fair. But it still was a really good game.
Yeah, in 2008 or whatever.
And the story I still think, is still good.
Yeah, but
I
it's
would
not.
love
It's
to
not
visit,
canon.
like,
There you go.
It was up until Disney
different
went
planet.
no.
The different
I'm gonna
planets
stay
seem
here with
kinda-
Ed. This is my
The different
new
planets.
friend.
What?
It's my new best
I said
friend.
visiting the different planets would be kind of neat. I think.
Yeah,
I'd
you
like
do that in Fallen Order. Yeah. Like there's like Dathomir and
Okay, but there's nothing cooler than Starkiller bringing down a fucking ship. That was so cool and epic.
So
well,
wait,
spoilers.
what's the one coming out this month? Does it have Starkiller or is it with the redhead kid?
It's
redhead
Cal
kid.
Kestis. That's the redhead kid. This is the sequel to Fallen Order.
So the Fallen Order is the redhead kid.
Cal Kestis, yes.
Okay, so what's the one with what's his name?
Starkiller. Starkiller
Starkiller is
is Force Unleashed 1 and 2
Ah.
from like the
See, I
early
haven't played-
2000s.
The only Star Wars game that
I
I
haven't played
played
any
was
of them.
like pod racing.
I played like Battlefront. Like I played all of them.
My
Like I played
goodness.
Battlefront. Like I played. Yeah, I love.
Are
I
you guys
played
not gonna
Lego.
bring the treasure anywhere closer to me, or
You
what?
said she's here. I brought it to Yaga and we filled up the treasure.
Well, then you. Oh my God!
It's ready to be picked up, is what you're saying? We're talking Star Wars. Like I'm
What
not a
else are
mind
we
reader.
supposed to do with the
I'm
treasure?
not a mind reader.
Are we supposed to just pick up the You only put one. Guys,
No.
Come on.
What
You only
are
put
you on
one
about?
skull in there.
That's the skull Okay, listen.
I don't know what's
You
going on.
said bring the
I don't know
treasure
what's
chest
happening.
over here. So I came and I dropped the treasure chest off, and then I left because I went to go get the storage crate that I dropped down.
I never saw the treasure
There's
chest.
multiple
I just
che-
stood
there's
here the whole
so
time
many
and yelled about
skulls here.
Starkiller.
Can you come?
So
Can
guys,
you?
every-
Can you
grab-
get me?
everybody just
Can you
grab
get
a-
me?
grab
Can
a
you get
thing.
me? Thank you.
Here, there's another thing. No, there's not. I have the last one.
You made me drop it!
Ah,
What?
skeleton!
How do you?
God, take it back!
I picked it up.
I'm trying to get the other ones. There's more over there.
Help!
What?
Get me!
There
Get
should
me!
have
Get
only
me!
been 4.
Chaos. Thank you.
There's another one right here. I see it with my eyeballs.
Oh, that's right. I did kill 5.
Oh, that can't.
See, there's another one. There's another.
What?
There's another one.
All right, drop it on the beach. Oh, you
Yeah, I
have
made
some
friends.
guests.
I made friends. It's fine. It's fine. They're my friends. They're fine. Give me. It's fine. They're not hurting me. They're just following me. It's fine.
They're following you. Don't worry. Don't worry.
They are
Good.
friends.
Okay, I guess we won't be grabbing me.
I will.
Well, I got hit in the meantime. This is why the bird is the captain. He would get me. He was on the beach trying to save me with his own feet.
Nice
I killed
shot.
all the skeletons. Don't worry.
Huzzah! Alright, let's have a Reaper check.
Oh my goodness.
Reaper rank 2 is on the map. I don't think that's the same Reaper. I think they're actually preparing to do Fort of the Damned.
Ooh.
But we have to be worried about that a little bit. Basically what they're doing is they can get all the different flames at all the different treasuries.
I am storing the things.
I turned the lights
Yeah, they're
off,
at the
so
keep.
we're sneaky. They'll never see us.
Broseph, have you
Okay.
fed your pig?
Wait.
I don't.
Okay, so that
want-
quest is
We
done.
don't talk about.
Alright, I'm gonna put
Oh, okay,
another
okay, okay,
quest
okay,
on the
okay.
on the thingy bob here.
Oof. I will feed pig again though.
What
I've
are
fed it
you
a few times.
doing?
You guys could just vote for the quest on the board.
I
Yes,
could.
I'm right here. I'm coming. I'm walking over.
I am feeding pig that is going to farm.
Is
Alright,
no,
go
but it's
shit battle.
actually going to a farm. It's not. It's going to a real farm, and not even like a farm that's gonna slaughter it. Like a farm that's gonna love it.
Ghost sheep.
He's gonna go.
Okay,
He's
haunted
gonna go live. He's gonna go live
island.
with the piggies.
I'm gonna feed it every bit of our food because it deserves the world.
Oh my
What's wrong
god.
with these birds?
Alright, please tell me Snake Island is not where they are. Okay, good.
Quests.
Snag Island.
Wait, we have a shrine.
Yeah, which one is it?
Shrine of Flooded Embrace.
No. Really?
Seek it at the Shrine of Flooded Embrace.
Oh, we just lucked out. It's literally the one right next to us.
Oh, word.
that's
Let's
handy.
go.
But,
Bird.
let me
But-
just say, also,
We have a
the
Reaper, so we
2
probably
is looking
shouldn't.
right at
Yeah.
Oh.
it. So we can come back and do that. We can come
Okay.
back and do that.
Okay.
We
Okay.
just pretty much have to go around this island, then dip south.
I just want
Or-
to find Megan.
We sell
Mhm.
everything and then go do it.
I also wish to find Megan.
I'm
We want to find
terrified.
Megan.
The quest that we're about to
Megan!
do should
Hold
be
on. Hold on.
pretty easy.
Let me see if this works. Will
well,
this work?
easy in the
Hold on.
sense that it's easy to do. It'll be quick once we get it started.
Megan! Megan!
Megan, we need you. Did you
Me.
just fall off the boat?
I did. Megan!
Going the other way.
Megan! Megan! I'm talking in the Mago phone to Megan!
Oh my
Megan!
Megan, phone, come home, come home.
Miggy?
Megan!
That's my cousin. You want me to call my cousin?
Megan?
Be like, Megan! We
Megan!
need you to show up in the game, please.
Megan!
Thank you.
This is my life now,
No,
guys.
don't.
This is my life.
Whose turn is this?
Listen, you did this. You did this.
You chose this life.
You did. You chose
You
this
let me
pirate life.
Chose this pirate life.
You
And a
did.
yo ho ho.
And a
You
bottle
chose
of
to let
rum.
me out of the brig. That is entirely.
Many
I
bottles of
voted to let
rum.
you out of the brig.
Yeah. See.
I also
So,
voted
this
to
is
let
what
you out
you-
of the brig.
So you asked for this, literally. You freed me
That's
from
true.
a hell of my own making.
Harshalot
bacon.
is always enjoying the
My
antics of
food
this
probably
crew.
got here
Me,
literally
Papa,
100 million
Captain
years
Chaos,
ago.
just herding cats to get this boat moving.
Good luck.
The boat's moving fine.
We have the
Everything's
wind against
fine.
us completely.
Everything is
It's
fine. Little did they know that I was the greatest Sea of Thieves streamer to ever live.
Yeah, and you know why that is? Because you have to deal with us. Entertainment.
Because you have to manage this entire ship by yourself because
Yeah.
we're too either drunk or silly.
You're welcome for the content.
Why
We
are
make
the
it easy.
sails this way? You know what? I don't care. It works.
So that we never have. We're always gonna get wind no matter what. That's how.
That's how. If the wind is
Pick a
coming
direction,
straight at our
we're gonna get
faces.
wind.
Oh,
The wind's coming
Hold
straight
on.
at our faces. So we have to just we just have to do our best.
Also, Brosep's drunk constantly, so how
Look-
would you expect them to be?
Exactly. Like, don't be ableist.
Wow.
ableist. As a
Wow.
card-carrying professional drinker, probably the only one.
Who
in
just
chat right now,
snorted?
I'm offended.
Oh.
All I know is I was downstairs getting my food, and I just hear Chaos go, "Why are they stairs like this?" You know what? Never mind.
Just never mind. It works. It
Why?
works.
Why ask why? Why ask why?
One of these sails is bound to catch wind.
That's
One of these sails is not like the other. One of these sails is not You're a pretender.
Honestly, we're making less work for ourselves by having the sails like that. One of them is bound to catch wind. And
I mean, I think it's pretty sound logic.
Oh,
Wait,
I hear music.
wait.
Megan!
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 Half sail!
Where is she? Where is she?
Who
Where is
dropped
she?
the anchor?
I dropped the anchor.
I fell in the stairs.
Megan?
it?
Megan?
Where is it?
Right behind us. Oh my gosh, it's coming!
color is she?
We're
Is she
about to get hit.
Is she white?
Is she white?
White? I think she was white.
No, she's
No,
probably
she's
green. She's
black.
probably
Is
green.
there a pale
No,
blue?
I think I saw her.
There's
fin, it was
blue,
white.
purple, green, black, and white.
No, she's blue.
Well, it's either
She's
white
blue.
or pale blue.
She's dark blue. She's
Dark blue?
Where?
Oh, it looks
She's
pale.
blue, yeah, she's blue, she's blue. She's in the front, she's in the
Right on
front.
the
I got underneath.
Check for
Where?
holes. Check for holes.
Oh, we are, oh, my bucket's full of puke, so I'm gonna
Okay, I'm coming,
come.
coming.
My
Holy
bucket is
shit.
I have
full of
forgotten. Holy shit.
She's charging, or I think she's charging. I hear.
No, she's on our
Oh my
Okay.
god.
starboard.
Oh my
Alright,
god,
I'm
we're
bucketing.
One.
I'm
We
bucketing.
need buckets.
I'm bucketing. I'm
She
bucketing.
went down. She went down.
I'm fixing. Oh my god, Twitty, I know Bubble, right? Very exciting.
Where'd she go?
I have never fought one.
Wait, you didn't fight one with us last time?
She's
Nope.
on.
Oh, it was
Four.
us. It was us four last night. That's right.
They've always
Last
run
time.
away. Okay,
can't.
we're good.
Yeah,
we're
it was
good.
Astro,
There's
yeah.
no water, we're good.
Okay, are they repaired? All right, I'm getting on them.
okay.
to
I'm
the-
gonna-
I put more.
Wait,
I'm
what side? What side? What side?
Prepare for more repairs.
Oh, she's in the
I'm gonna
front.
go dump
She's in
my
the
vomit.
or
I'm gonna
back
go
in the
dump my
back.
We're
vomit so that
at
I
a
can-
weird spot. She keeps hitting us. off
Well,
the
maybe
front and the
she's
back.
gonna. I think she spun us around a bit, so we might be okay
That
now.
might help.
Okay,
Yeah.
we are.
Yeah, she's on our
we
side now.
can,
She's on the side
if
now.
You guys wanna? All right, guys. Let's,
I'm listening, I'm listening, I'm listening.
Start raising sails.
Yes.
We got holes, but okay.
Okay,
left
middle.
hand fixed. One hole's fixed. We got water down here. I
got
will dump as best I
front.
can.
All right. Let me know when the sails raise.
She's charging.
Charging.
It's okay. If you can hit her, hit her. If not,
We couldn't. Nope. All right,
That's
I'm getting
fine.
back sail. I'm getting back sail. I'm getting back
keep,
sail.
keep raising the sails so we can raise our anchor.
Yeah.
Okay, you.
And once we raise anchor, I'll take helm and we'll get ready to.
We are right. We got
Mission.
water down here.
Okay.
Yep. Fine. I'm repairing some holes with you. I'm
Okay.
down here with you.
Coming
We
to
don't need
bucket.
any help down here.
Okay. Okay.
Keep raising sails.
They're up.
And when the
Oh,
sails
no,
are
they're not.
raised, we're gonna raise anchor.
Front is not all the way up. Can you get off the thing? There we go.
I hit her.
All right. Sails are up. Do you want me to raise anchor?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have? Oh yeah, we got a hole. I will get it. We got it.
All right. I got
Okay.
the
I
hole.
still see her. I still
Got
see her. She's
the
on our
hole.
side. She's not charging right
If
now.
you
Any
have
other-
ammo,
She's
in your
charging.
gun,
She's charging.
You can take some pot shots at her.
I can't get her fast enough.
Oh, she knocked
Okay,
me
here we go
way
again. We got
back.
holes
Yeah, she did too,
again.
yeah.
We got 2 holes, 3. We got like 4 holes down here. So.
Okay,
I have
that's
to
fine.
I'm gonna have to take a
The water
mermaid.
is going up real fast.
I got the water. You just work
Awesome.
on the holes.
Where is she?
I bucketed
off
it
our
already,
front?
Yes, I have the water. You work on the holes.
but that's what they said.
Ooh.
That's what I get asked for all the time.
And a mermaid. Can I have a mermaid, please?
Okay, all
She's charging.
holes
I'm gonna
are
try and hit her in the
fixed.
mouth. I got her once.
Ooh,
That's
she's
Just hit
fine.
again.
Oh my god, I need a
Okay, I'm gonna repair a
mermaid.
hole, Broseph.
I'm gonna
Oh, here's my
grab
mermaid. Okay.
We gotta
I
get
will
some more
bucket.
wood while you're up here.
I did, yes. I will repair. There's a hole I got.
This Meg is literally on
Don't
me.
worry about the
for whatever
water. I
reason.
got the water. You just worry about the
Okay.
hole.
I have a bucket
I don't
of water.
see her. Where is she?
I grabbed
She's
it before I
near,
started
she's near me.
recording.
She's way out in the ocean over here near me. I'm coming back to the
Okay,
boat. My
so
my
where does
mermaid's
the
here.
Meg keep hitting us? Front and back, kinda.
No, she was hitting us on her side.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
spun it. We
Not
spun,
behind
so
us.
we're okay.
Ooh, we have a skeleton. Don't. What are you doing? Okay, good.
The water's
We got a
fast.
skeleton coming as well. We need the bottom hole, the top hole started to get fixed as well.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, here's our skelly.
She pushed back for some reason. She thinks
Good shooting, guys. Good shooting.
You got
Keep
this.
the
You got
pressure.
this.
It's gonna
I'm
start
fixing
turning to the
holes.
left.
Okay, it stopped moving. That was weird.
All right.
I get it in the back.
Very nice. Very nice. Let me get some wood.
Get some cannonballs.
I'm excited too.
Bro, such a thing.
Now I don't know if the meg is still roaming around.
The
but
The
we're
music
gonna
is
start- we're
gone,
gonna start
so
with the sails.
Okay, I think
Alright,
all
where's
the
this?
I think all holes are filled.
there's the loot is there is loot over here. Is this mag loot? There's no way.
Can't be. She didn't die.
So what's this over here?
I have no idea. The ghost ship.
I can't see because of the waves.
Vibing. Silly ship. Just.
It's alright. I'm still getting this skeleton
Still in
ship.
it? I needed a ball out. Let's see if it hits. No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're out of
about
range.
to sink that galley there.
Yeah, we're out of range of that.
I'm turning the boat. You gonna give us a little back sail?
Back.
Are we still working on those holes on the second floor?
They're done.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Coals.
Alright, if you guys want to check that loot, it's gonna be on our starboard side. Alright, I think we sunk the galley. We did.
We did.
Nicely
Scuttles,
done,
yeah.
guys. Nicely done.
But what happened to Megan?
Yeah, I got scared away.
Here she comes.
Megan, come back. Oh, good.
Oh,
She's coming.
I just heard the music, but I guess now it changed to Skelly music. Does anyone have the thing?
No,
The-
there's no Meg.
It's
I
right
see
here.
no
It's
Meg.
right here. It's right here. If you wanna.
Oh, I see him now. Okay, he's way off there.
Where's the other one? Ooh, thanks, Liz. Thanks.
Alright,
hold on, I'll come to the other side.
the
Nope, other side, other side, other side.
loot is...
Sorry.
You just said other side. That was on that side.
No, that
Which
no.
side is other side?
No, I said I will come to the other side, and then you turned.
Discord
Alright, I
only
think,
put
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
ultimately, I think we just have to kind of focus on getting this scaly loot up first.
Okay.
Because, I think the Meg may have despawned. I know
Yeah, I'm
they're
pretty sure.
swimming around there somewhere,
I
but it's
see it
kind of like
still.
off in the distance.
I got my eyes on its fin.
It's not engaged.
It's in the back. It's in the back. Yeah.
No.
All right.
Oh,
So
it's gone
where's
now. It
this?
despawned. It despawned.
Yeah, because we moved ahead. Yeah.
Where's the skelly loot?
Almost, though. Almost. Almost got a twofer.
I'm
been
not
amazing.
seeing the skelly
I don't
loot.
see the Skelly loot either. Do you?
I'm coming up on it. It's the where those birds are in front of us.
Okay.
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 Starboard, do you say?
Well,
I
no,
do say.
Star Lord.
Port, aft port? No. Bow port? Bow's the front? Or is
Bow
aft the
port?
front?
That I don't know.
Aft is the back, bow is the front.
Bow.
Hi,
Hamster.
Bow
Poorly.
port.
Welcome in.
Why do your hams hurt, Poorly?
Hams?
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 It's from
Why
all
your
that
hams?
Why do your hams hurt? You got hurty hams?
Hurty hams?
There it is. It doesn't look like that much for some reason. I don't know why.
It looks like quite a bit to me.
Alright, I'm raising the back sail. We should be good to harpoon.
It's moving
Well,
up
the
and
waves
down
are
a
kind
lot.
of choppy, so what is good, really?
Now, we did have a couple boats off in the distance of the non-friendly variety, so we're just going to kind of keep an eye out for that, but we should be good.
We got a crate of precious gemstones.
Very nice. Okay, I see a
Oh,
brig
so
off in
close,
the
special.
distance. They got multicolors going on.
All right, I'm
they're
gonna go
going
and
after this other galleon, I guess. That's interesting.
All right, I'm gonna jump and I guess go grab that. Ooh, yeah, I gotta go down here and get some because some of this is starting to sink.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, I can't.
Nice, we got rank
I
4
can't
on
move.
our
I can't. I
emissary.
can't get the one on the left there. It's not.
I know. I'm
it's
going.
too,
I'm going. I'm going.
Oh, okay. Just letting you know.
That other one that you're getting. Come on. Oh, I think that's just ammo.
Well, this is a no. This is a storage crate, which is fine.
Well, no, I'm saying down
I
here
don't
that
think I
was sinking.
see.
Oh, yeah,
anything
yeah.
else.
Okay, hold on. Do not grab me. Do not grab me. Here's the storage crate.
Okay, where? Okay.
I don't think there's anything else. I'm not seeing anything.
I thought that there was 2 chests out here.
Did
I
get
could have
them?
been wrong.
I'm underwater and I'm not
Okay.
seeing anything.
Okay. I thought that there was 2, but maybe there was just one left.
Right, the incense. Want me
Okay.
to
Alright,
up?
so there is
Yes.
a galleon and a
Whoop.
brigandine player characters.
Okay.
They are either
Oh my
talking
God.
to each other with cannons or talking to each other with their faces.
Okay.
But I can't tell from this distance.
Where?
Off the back, port side. Dead ahead past the mountain.
Where is Megan?
I see.
Megan
Megan's gone.
despawned.
The Meg is gone.
So it's a
Megan,
galley and a
no!
brig over there, yeah.
A galleon and a brig. It looks like if they're fighting, the brig is definitely in a good position.
They're not
I don't-
fighting. There's no flashes over there.
Yeah.
I don't
They're
know if
not
we'd see-
moving.
I don't know if we'd see cannons from here, if I'm being honest.
But they're not moving or any, like, they're just standing still shooting at each other? There's
Yeah,
no
but-
way.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
with how far they are, we could just not be registering the finer movements because they are kind of moving, and the brig is trying to keep out of its broadside, so it don't get.
No,
the
see, look
brig-
at the brig's moving now and the
Just
galley's staying
yeah,
still.
moving.
They could be forming an alliance. which
Yeah,
is fine.
that's what I'm gonna guess.
And
Gross.
they're gonna try and kill us. Let's leave and sell our stuff.
How's
Yeah,
steaming?
no, but-
It's good.
They
we just started, really.
What they probably are talking about right now. Oh, we got another boat coming.
Okay.
Another boat coming. Right side or left side? Right side or left
I'm right.
side?
I swear to Jeebus.
Kind of boat.
Baby cheeses.
Here it is.
We start playing this evil video games, right?
Well, it exposed its bottom to me. Dirty.
Remember, try to aim a little
Yeah.
low.
I will go and check on the bottom. We are okay so far.
All right, it's out of my range here.
Yep. I'm gonna get some
Yeah,
sail
just
on
got
this.
out of mine. Swing gear around.
Oh, we got another?
Shite.
Or they're looping around us?
Oh shit! They're shooting at us.
That's okay. They're coming around the other side now.
Well, the cat is like... Oh, we
Freaking.
got two spawn.
Oh shit, okay.
Okay, down here.
That did not go as far as I hoped it would. It's just out of range on that one.
Yeah.
Ooh, I set it on fire.
Nice.
I forgot I had fire bombs.
All right, we're gonna keep spinning. We're gonna keep spinning. You're gonna want to switch sides.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did the hydrate.
I have my
poorly.
food right here. I have
don't
water
think
right
I
here.
put the water.
Get ready. Here they come.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
God damn! I hate how quickly these things turn. Oh my god! I hate your cat. It's so annoying.
I can put it away.
It's like, "Meow."
Turn harder.
I'm turning as hard as I can.
Harder.
Oh my
Ooh,
god!
Hard
almost got
right!
hit.
God.
All right, you should have line. You should have line.
All right, I need cannonballs.
A little higher. A little higher. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, I'm
It's
coming back
going
up.
down.
I'm coming back up.
Line
I'm coming
coming
back
into
up.
play.
Yep.
Skelly, the sloop is down. Sloop is down. Alright, let's get some.
I need ammo.
Oof, that one's low. All right, is he coming back around?
Also, I
Yep.
love it's
Just turn around.
already on fire. Like
A little
I
higher?
set them
Oh
on
no, those
fire.
are good shots. Just a tad bit higher. Nice shots. Nice shots.
Oh, that one was too low. Sorry.
Ooh, that was a little too
That was, yeah.
far to the right.
Oh
No,
you
I'm
guys are
trying to-
getting good.
I'm trying to
Not
account
a-
for it turning here.
Not a
Yeah.
cannon.
Yeah, I can't see where I'm shooting.
They're a little
It's
far, I
too
think.
far.
Yeah. Little far.
All right, they're
now.
gonna come around
Yeah.
this rock. They're gonna come around the rock.
Yep.
We're gonna be ready for them.
Yep.
We also don't want to go too far because we got a nice, tasty bit of loot.
Yeah, there's also that's what's it? The brig or the sloop coming off that same side near the island.
The player.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a
shit.
player. It's a sloop. They're heading in the opposite direction. They don't want this smoke.
Don't hate the game, hate the player.
Okay. Doing great, sweetie. Thanks, poorly. We're trying.
Okay.
Oh.
Does somebody want to check down below?
I just
Check
I
the
just
water?
did.
Okay, here comes the galley.
Yeah, everything's
Galley
fine down here.
into the open fire. A little higher. Oh, dang! A little higher, a little higher.
I can't turn anymore to the left,
Yeah,
though.
I can't turn it anymore.
No, that's it.
Okay, I'm gonna just give us a little bit of sail to move us.
Okay. They're shooting at us, but it is not hitting. So is the galaxy
Love the
cannon.
cat.
Oh yeah, the galaxy cannon. The galaxy's all over the ship, Bubble. It's so
I
pretty.
can't. I'm not in range.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
I'm
so
gonna move
bad.
us.
That's
We're gonna
two.
switch sides, cannon sides.
Okay.
Oh,
Link goes F. I just wanted to make sure that it like took up a big chunk in case somebody new came up.
All right.
Spinning.
All right, coming
Yes,
in
we
the
are.
shot.
Get ready to hit.
I am ready, mon capitaine.
Oh, I'm out of cannonballs. Shit. Okay.
Oh no, get some balls.
It's too. It's riding low.
Oh, we're on this side.
Oh, I fucked that up. Am I still gonna get this though?
Let me check for holes. Supposed to stay on the cannons. I got the holes.
Yeah.
We can't do anything with cannons right now. It's riding too low to hit the cannons.
Alright, I'm on the skelly ship.
I got water. Where is it coming from? Where is it coming from? Here it is.
If you need help, just yell. If you need help, just yelp. Oh no, it's turning. I can't reach it. Oh, you.
Okay, they're sinking. They're almost sunk.
They're sunk. Okay.
No, they're
I
almost
can't
sunk.
Well, yeah. I can't turn the cannon anymore. Oh, we're almost in range. We're almost in range. Let's go. We're hit in the top.
Okay.
They're almost sunk.
Well, now they're on fire.
Chingling in chat.
Stopping them from repairing.
Too high up.
Tampon Mon in chat. Ooh, I got that one before it fills up. Okay.
So somebody might just need to turn the boat in order to get a shot on them because they are like literally about to sink.
You got it.
I'm
They
getting
just need
buckets.
they just need like a hole there and they'll be done.
I mean,
Nice.
I set the damn thing on fire quite a bit.
We're almost in range. We're almost in range.
Yeah, I'm bringing her around. Okay, there we go. A little bit higher. There we go.
So exciting. I love this. The pirate fights. Yes. I'm living. A reason to not drink. Finally.
Nice shots, guys. Nice shots. I see the holes coming. Perfect.
Okay, so they're around the rock.
Oh, we're really close to the rock.
I think we're okay. We're okay.
We're turning.
Yeah, I guess we're not.
Yeah, we're almost clear of it. Yeah, we're clear of it. So if we need to get it, we can go.
Okay, they are pretty much as long as I stop them from repairing.
Where's our players? Where's our other player boats? Oof, we got so much loot behind. I'm gonna go touch this loot so it doesn't sink.
Perfect, good idea.
Okay, I'm
They're
going.
out. And when they come around.
I don't see anybody on our horizon.
We just need a few more holes in the boat. They must have repaired the holes down below and nothing's coming in water-wise.
Okay, so here's grab that. Shit, I can't see anything. Grab that, drop that. Grab that, drop that.
Oh,
Ugh.
that's a nice.
Oh my god, there's so much. Oh my god, there's so many. The waves are too strong. Drop that, drop that.
I can't tell if I'm anywhere near hitting. The waves are so high, and we're sitting so like we're not sitting low in the water, but where we are, it's so low, and I keep.
Grab.
I need fucking ammo.
Drop. Grab.
I need.
Drop.
How you guys doing over there?
Ugh.
Doing.
Grab.
I gotta
Drop.
boat around again.
Okay, I think
a little bit.
I think I've touched all the loot.
Need to move over a little bit, and I
I'm
shoot.
working on it. For some reason, it's incredibly slow to turn her right now.
Is touch the loot the new touch grass? Yes, pretty much.
Touch the loot.
Okay.
Swinging her about.
Okay, come on.
Too far. Hold on.
I know, but it's gonna keep
Good,
doing
hit
that.
those. Perfect.
This is as
trying
low
to
as I
slow
can
her
go,
down.
and I think it might be too. Oh, there we go.
The problem is turning the wheel is incredibly slow right now.
Nope, you guys are doing great. I hear the hits.
There we go.
Grab.
Okay, we got water on the second level. Perfect.
Okay, drop that.
Oh yeah, these guys are about to go down.
No! Oh, it's just a... Oh, okay, it's just trident. That's fine. It's fine. Who cares about the trident?
Oh yeah, they're sinking. They're sinking.
There we go.
Yes. One more shot up.
Come on, get the chest. No, get this chest. Get this chest. Oh, okay.
Oh shit, I gotta get out of here before I black screen.
Oh yeah, get up, run, yeet yourself.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Yes!
I was gonna try and
Yes,
grab you.
look at you fighting out there. You're so badass. We did it.
Okay.
Hey Nix, how you doing today? Nice to see you.
Well job. Well job. Job well done. There we go.
Job well job. Well job.
Okay.
Thank you. Did you guys get the other treasure?
No.
Just touched it?
I'm touching it.
Touching things.
Nice.
I'm out here touching treasure.
We do have a galleon on our way here.
Okay, well, should some of us jump and just go grab that other stuff and then have one person grab the stuff
no,
up here?
I think we'll be better off just harpooning it.
It's all in one spot. It's literally all in one hole.
I'm too high.
It's all good to go.
I'm too high.
For the other stuff.
I think. Can I get this? Is it too low? It's trident. I don't really need it.
Okay, now.
Thank you.
Okay, here's the other loot.
Cool. Thank you. I appreciate you, Kitsune. Thanks for being here.
Can't even see it.
Oh my god.
Okay, galleon's fucking off.
Good, we love to see
Nate?
it. No.
Oh, you guys are on both sides? Amazing.
Barely see the sloop off in the distance. It's like doing a weird thing.
Ooh, I got a shark.
Oh, every time I shoot, it sinks. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's the fun of the ocean.
I think we're too far. I actually touched it that time and it didn't come up.
Killing the shark for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Oh,
no,
no.
you didn't.
Got him.
I'm trying to grab your corpse.
The ship's still turning.
Can I not?
Are you dead? Oh shit, I'm coming.
I tried to grab you.
I hate my life. I just go to the ferry.
Uh-huh.
I messed up my sword jump. I just survived all that time on the skelly ship. And then I couldn't even sword
we gotta
launch.
turn the ship. We are turning far off of where I can grab stuff.
I think that the ship might not be straight.
Okay.
Gay.
So we need to go a little bit forward and a little bit
left.
Got it.
I can't reach like.
I'm not on the boat right now, so if
I'm turning.
somebody wants to do that.
But there's stuff off to our starboard as well that we need.
Yep, I'm
Are you good? Should I straighten
I'm
out?
coming back.
Yeah.
I'm touching some stuff.
I'm coming back.
Oop, what the hell was that? Something I just dropped. I just dropped something. What did I drop? Where did it go?
I can go off the boat and look.
I think it was shark.
I'm grabbing all the stuff that Pink Soil's grab and just kind of moving it as close as I can get it.
I jumped off to grab it just to make sure. It was shark meat.
Great.
I was like, what did I drop?
I don't know what
Wow,
straight
I
is.
love
can't
when
do
I try to
straight.
climb the ladder and I just don't. I love that for me.
I love that for you.
I love it.
There was some mad captains on there too.
Were they mad? How mad
Mad
were they?
captains? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm not the best about hydrating all the time. I know.
Oh, I should
Let's all
hydrate. too.
hydrate. Do a hydrate.
Do a hydrate.
Is that everything?
Or whatever. No, there's some stuff I'm trying to get. Something that was glowing.
I can't.
Oh, it's a key? A key?
Hmm.
A key?
Yes, good key.
Boat. I
Aim
need
for
you
me?
to
Aim for
stay
me?
Still. I'm trying to.
I think that's everything. I'm trying to go under to check. Would appear
It's like literally
outside of,
ridiculous.
Obviously,
Yeah, I
We
don't know
should
why.
fire.
I literally have touched it like a few times.
I got
now,
blue
and it's not coming
fire.
up.
I got the shark
Like,
fire.
I've watched it like
aim
go
for me?
funk.
I have
I don't know why it keeps hitting me. It should take the loot out of my hand, but
no, it loves
here
you.
we are.
I'm cooking shark.
Here we are.
Banana.
But
Banana.
alas.
Oh my god, I can't.
I'm just glad we haven't blown up because I put a bunch of explodey chests in our crow's nest.
I'm so like, I was so focused on that fight.
Did you really?
I did.
I have PTSD from doing that.
Well, I'm doing it because all these boats are near us, and I'm like, you know what? If they come fuck with me, I'm gonna become the most badass.
No, you don't
nightmare
understand.
I'll ever have.
So listen,
that's
so
fair.
it was one of the times that I was playing with Nate, and he was like, Krista, listen very carefully. He's like, you have to take these one at a time, and you have to put them on the boat, and you have to put them up in the crow's nest. And I was like, okay, I got it. And then, so I start harpooning them, and I'm putting them on the boat, and I'm like piling them up in a nice little pile, like to put them up in the crow's nest. And I pull one up, and it literally barely kissed, barely touched another one that was next to it, and it like clipped into it, and it sent the other barrel like spinning and ricocheting right into the side of the boat and blew our fucking boat up.
Oh, I would scream.
Yeah. I was in big trouble.
Hit me.
Trouble.
I was in big trouble.
Big trouble.
Because I didn't listen to instructions when he said to pull it up and put it in the crow's nest. Because I was like, it's fine, I'll make a pile and then I'll bring them all up in the crow's nest. When it was like, no, you bring it up, put it in the crow's nest, bring it up, put it in the crow's. Like, you have to do one at a time. And I was like, just trying to
We
like.
get all the treasure from the other thing too?
I did. We did both.
We need to go do a cell right now. We need
Yeah.
to do a cell.
Yeah, we are at level 5. So
Yeah,
that's good.
and we've got those two boats wherever they are.
Okay,
And a
let me
Reaper
find
somewhere.
the nearest place to go. Okay, we don't want to go to Reapers.
fixing
That's
the
for
boat.
sure.
I'm gonna make it strong.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Sanctuary.
Sanctuary!
Actually, because we do need to go to Snake Island. Is there a... Should we go past Snake Island to Plunders? No, let's go to Sanctuary. Let's
Let's go to the
Just,
closest
Wait,
one
is Sanctuary
possible.
really the closest to us right now?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's a
Wobble,
far
wobble, wobble,
trip.
wobble.
Not really. I mean, it could be worse. The only other place we could go is
It's
straight
just-
down past... We could go to Plunders.
I feel like isn't Plunder?
That's
Go hold on.
okay.
Go back up. Plunder's closer
Are those
than.
ghost ships?
No,
What's going
Plunders
on
isn't.
there? I see
Plunders
two
is
ships.
straight south.
Oh
We have to
no!
go
See
past
the
this
the
Reaper
Reaper.
now.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go
I
up.
need to go.
I'm just. It's just that's
Never go
far
near
to
the
go
Reaper.
I need
with
to
so
know.
much stuff on our boat. Why? What happened?
Because there's two ships and I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, let's go. Let's get the shales up and go. Shales up. Shales down.
Chills down.
Just on the other side of this rock, there's like
Chills
a
down,
galleon
speed
and a
up.
brig, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're in alliance together.
They have lots of shiny things. So shiny.
They might not want to.
What's over there, Chaos? Did they just do something?
No.
They could be working together. I see them
The
with. I
smaller
saw
one has
one
lots of
boat.
shinies.
They had all of the flames, or at least it looked like it.
That's the smaller one.
So if they have all the flames, then that means they're preparing to do Fort of the Dam. Now the galleon looks like it doesn't have any of the flames.
I just can't tell if the galley is going
Right,
this
like-
direction or not. I think it's going.
Well, let's
Oh,
get
they're
the
turning now.
sails down. Let's get the sails down. Let's get moving.
All right, so they're going that way. Wait, there's a third ship over there. Or is that a skeleton ship?
I can't see shit because of the.
There's 3 ships over there.
Okay, we gotta go.
Okay, so we're gonna go northwest.
That is 3 too many ships.
Yeah, there's 3 over there.
So many
That is
deaths.
4 too many ships.
What does Captain Crumbs say is the real question.
Yeah, Captain Crumbs, what's your advice in this situation?
Oh, crackers!
Oh,
He
crap!
whistled?
Oh, you can't say
That
that.
means something?
I can say it.
You're
Oh my gosh.
Congratulations!
Why do we have so many skulls? Oh my
Congratulations.
god, there's so many skulls in this boat.
It's
we're doing
Yaga's Skull
Order of
Collection. I prefer the term saltine Canadian. Thank you very much. Saltine
my
Canadian. God.
I told you-
Okay,
I
so let's
told you
make
I
sure
have
that all
skulls.
of our
You did
chests-
say that. That's true.
I did say it.
All of our chests
Oh, you are more
are
We
well,
gotta
they're all
make sure all
full.
these-
Treasure chests have
all
stuff in
these
them.
chests are full, and we want to make sure we get all the gold out of them.
Take gold.
We're moving at a
Oh, we have an
crisp
ashen key.
pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's an
Wait.
ashen chest somewhere. There's an
Wait.
ashen chest right here.
Okay,
Here,
cool. Put
here.
the ashen chest to the side.
It's right there.
I hear.
We have an ashen
Okay,
castaways chest. Is that different?
Yeah, it is different.
Yeah, what's this
The pig-
music?
The pig is loose.
What do you mean the pig's loose?
The pig is no longer in the cage.
No,
It's
turn
not
into a
pork
pork chop.
There's no pork chop.
Oh yeah, no, it's loose. It's loose. What is this music? Wait, stop. Hold on. What is this music?
Yeah,
I
what
don't
is
know. I'm looking around. I'm
it
trying
Meg?
to figure out what the music is.
this? Please be
Is
Meg.
it a kraken?
Free piggy. Yes.
Is it a Meg?
No, it's not Meg music.
I hope it's Meg.
Are we getting spawned on?
With what?
The water doesn't look black enough to be a kraken. I hope it's not a kraken.
I hope it is a fucking kraken.
Please be Kraken. What's crack-a-lackin'?
What is this music? I'm so tense.
Maybe it's just our
Anything
music. Maybe we're
around
so
us.
badass we finally got our own music.
No.
Hey, can someone check the map to see where the outpost is that we're going to?
Yep.
Got it.
I just noticed that we were going a little more north than northwest, so I probably need to cut left soon.
Shit, what were we looking for? It's literally straight west.
Straight west?
Straight west.
That's what I thought. I was like, that mountain in the distance looks like where I want to go, but that's on the left.
I'm looking around and there's nothing around.
The
us, so
music
I
stopped,
honestly don't
yeah.
know.
Maybe it was the tail end of a Meg, or I don't know.
Heck.
Yeah, I don't have eyes on anything. There's just ocean.
Okay, so here's what we gotta do. Because we're doing Order of Souls, alright? Oh, wait, what's that? We have rank 5 for Order of Souls. Okay. What we can get is what's called a rank 5 emissary quest, which is just a bunch of quests that we can do, and we can drop emissary after we get it, and by finishing the quest we'll get rank 5 again.
Okay. The music is like weird again.
I think it's because somebody's doing Fort of the Damned. Maybe.
Double-8 in chat. There's a double-8 in chat.
Alright, let's check. Anybody at Fort of the Dam right now? Nobody with Emissary is at Fort of the Dam right now.
Oop, wrong button.
I really wish I still had a bucket of puke.
Okay, we
Correct.
also need to fill up these chests.
Yeah, the music does sound pretty intense, which is.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just weird. That's like strangely like.
Are
just-
we cursed?
I don't think I've heard this particular music before. That's why I'm like confused.
Oh, it's not that.
Alright, we can start putting this stuff up here. I need the... that guy. I need these... Put these guys, if you pick these guys up, just like put it over here.
What? But these guys what?
These ones right here. The ashen
Ashen.
chests.
Ashen.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, almost every one of those skelly ships will drop, like,
Ashen chest?
an ashen chest and or maybe an ashen key.
That's we're getting spawned on.
What is spawning? Where are you?
Likely a ghost.
Raise some sails.
I don't see.
Yeah, there's the side
Hear it?
right here.
Oh, right there! Oh, look at that! That was so cool! Hold on. we gotta
Oh, it's
see.
too tall. Oh, there you go. Nice. Stay up on the waves. Stay up on the waves. Stay up on the waves. Amazing.
I'm down.
I got
Downed, like dead or downed off the boat?
No, off the crow's nest.
Oh, okay.
Oh, too
It's
high.
too high, too high. Yep. Now? I need balls.
Cannonballs.
Yep.
I'm gonna start slowing this down a little bit.
Balls. I'm out of balls.
Get fire bombed.
Those are my vibrate. Too hard, too hard. Stupid water.
Oh, we're getting
we got
hit. We're getting hit. Yeah.
Yeah, we are. We're getting wrecked.
Oh, yeah, they hit us.
Bitches.
Okay, let's go down and get some holes.
Do some
Yeah, start patching.
repairs.
All right. This is
it.
good down here. Yep.
They
okay.
are sunk.
Oh, dope.
Oh.
Wow,
Oh, that was fast.
We're getting better at the game.
That was premature.
We're working better as a crew.
Okay, well that was simple.
Nice little top off before we go cash in our first bit.
I mean, can't be mad about it, honestly.
Amazing.
Really? That was
We
just
just want to
like.
make sure we don't sink while we're doing it.
No, we're cleared. We're repaired. Where's our loot?
I'm fixing the second floor. Got a couple holes. Just a little holy.
Just a little one.
It's for
Okay.
breathing fresh air. You don't want stagnant air on the boat. That's bad for your
No,
health.
you definitely don't want stagnant air. Gross.
Who put all these windows in my boat?
It's so you
It's
can see.
it's an aesthetic.
It's for light and for air. So light and airy.
Mm-hmm. Where's the treasure?
Beauteous.
I would like to shoot it.
It is coming. Let's get our cannons down while we are moving forward at a slow snail's pace.
Oh, how do we
Reloading.
just buy?
Just
Spike.
reposition.
Oh
them,
my
yeah.
god.
Because that
Yeah, it's a
that
pretty,
thing sets it back up.
Pretty
Yeah.
devastating curse ball.
Expensive. It's okay. I have an anchor.
Okay, these are a ton of skulls here.
Anchor the next one.
Maybe there'll be cannons. Good point. Up
All right, here it comes. You guys got good line on the loot?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll come in. It's on the right.
It's on port side, actually.
No. Well, no. I mean, it's on the right of where Rosa's currently looking.
Oh, there. I see. I was like waiting for it to appear. I'm like, yes.
I'm like,
Should
it's
come
right
any
there.
second.
Yes.
Yes. I'm not good at
Grabbing,
this.
grabbing.
Ocean, work with me.
Let's see. We do have one key here. I'll use that key to.
Oh
open
my
the
god,
door.
it went right over top of it. Are you kidding me? I hate this.
You're doing great.
I'm not doing great at all. One!
Oh, that's yours, Broseph. The chest of 1,000 grogs. That's for you.
I like that chest. That's a fun one.
I need to swim stuff closer. Hold on.
Ooh, we got two ashen
that.
keys. Oh, we're gonna get another
I'm
ashen
trying to
key.
get
I
the our
think.
Out
stuff.
of the left.
Oh my goodness, the skull is. Come on. Get that. Get that. Hold on. There's that
Rude,
skull.
come in here. Come to my boat. Why, Ocean, do you tease me like
Why have you
this?
forsaken me, ocean?
Why have you forsaken me in your eyes? Sorry.
System Y? System down.
There's a couple that are too far now.
Yeah, I'm
They're
trying to move
floating
stuff. There we go, perfect. And then I see.
They're floating away.
Wow.
Come sail away. Come sail
Yeah, but-
away.
Gibba.
Ocean, give up your secrets.
Give your secrets.
Your sea carrots.
Sea carrot.
There's one more treasure over there I cannot reach.
It might be. I think that's the
Trident.
Oh,
so.
The trident.
the trident.
Yeah, it's a trident.
trying to
Trident.
put the
These
stuff on the-
nuts.
On the
No,
bow.
that was a stretch.
Trident these nuts. I love it.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, the
Has
ocean.
forsaken
There
us.
we go. I blame the ocean and not my terrible,
Fantabulous.
terrible aim.
Mm-hmm.
We did it. Look
I
at
got the
that.
grog chest!
Wait.
I got the grog chest!
Oh, somebody's got the wasty pants.
Somebody
Blech.
come hold me, cause I'm puking my brains. Oh my god, so many storage crates. Are all these empty?
I don't know.
Yes.
Holy moly.
Yeah, we got lost.
Where are we putting them?
I guess just we're gonna keep them right here. I guess. If we want, there was a fruit chest. We can fill that up and sell it. I guess.
Make sure you're taking
If
care
you
of
want to.
yourself. Oh,
But what if we need to eat the fruit?
I don't know. Let me see what we got here. I mean, we got a lot of fruit. Oh, we also have a lot of fish to sell. All right, let's leave the fruit crate here. Okay.
Let's just like go sell first and see what we've
Yeah.
got.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're gonna
let's
go
just
sell.
get out of here.
While
Let's
while
not
I
have
am bringing us over to the outpost, put everything where I put the loot.
Yes.
On here?
Yes.
Yeah, right on the point there.
I'm keeping an eye out for boats since we know
Alright,
that
so
there
I'm
were
gonna turn the
3 at
boat
one
around.
point. That was lightning. Captain, do you see anything?
So far, nothing.
You're not the captain, imposter. Where are your feathers?
Wait, did that? Oh,
They're in my butt.
That's a weird place to keep feathers, honestly.
Hey, you
I wanna
asked.
get that checked
very
out.
strange place.
You might want to get that checked out.
You know,
The prison
sometimes you don't get to
pocket-
choose where your feathers are. Okay.
I mean,
you know what?
I
No,
feel
no,
like it's just not like healthy or sanitary or just like a good idea all around to like store things in your butt.
Can I get
It's
some
nature's
front?
pocket.
Some front sail? Yes. Oh,
Sail.
would you
I
like some
blame
other
it
sail
on
as
the
well? Oh, I fell down
ADD,
the stairs.
baby.
Sail.
What?
That sounds like quitter speak? What sounds like quitter speak? Not putting stuff up your butthole?
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah, don't quit.
shit.
Told
Don't
you,
quit in the midst of the
nature's
passion.
pocket.
Just gotta go with the flow.
When in doubt, if you're in desperate need of a pocket, you've always got your butt.
You've always got your butt.
You've always
It's
got
your butt. You can do whatever you want with it.
Okay, I just want to, just for the record, I have never stored anything in my butt.
Oh, we can't hear you. Sorry. The world will never know. La, 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 la.
You're definitely butt. Definitely butt.
So somebody just came back to chat. Hey, why'd you guys put all these sails down? You're crazy. Start putting sails up.
I would like to
Start putting
point
sails up?
Yeah, because we're almost at the outpost.
Oh my god.
Women's clothing
Start with
does not accommodate
the
pockets.
mainsail.
There's no
Holy
pockets
shit.
allowed. So sometimes you have to get creative, okay?
Starting
Just
with
nothing, you know.
mainsail.
Coming back to some booty talk. Just coming back to some booty talk. You know, the best talk.
Booty, booty, booty,
We're
booty,
playing a game about pirates. What do you expect to talk about except for butts?
Yeah.
But.
Butt pirates.
You know that those pirates were absolutely pegging each other in the booty.
I mean, they literally had peg legs.
Their entire lingo was booty and peg, like peg legs. So like obviously they were pegging booties.
That is
It's
only
in the
logic.
pirate handbook.
It's the only logical thing.
What do you think that peg leg is for?
Also, women weren't allowed on the boat, so
Whammon.
It was bad
Wow.
luck.
Whammon.
what do you think was
It'll
going
be
on?
it'll be
Women
worse
weren't
luck
allowed on the
not
boat?
to have her. Rightfully bad luck to have a woman aboard, sir.
I thought that was a myth.
It'll be far
Why
worse
isn't
not to have
everything a
her.
myth? Kind of like how I'm a legend.
Yes, exactly.
It's a
Exactly.
man that
like
makes
that.
a legend.
I still can't believe they're making an I Am Legend 2. They're like, well, the one ending, he doesn't die. I'm like, I'm pretty sure both endings, it's
Well, we
pretty...
are here.
It's pretty implied he dies.
Yeah, it's like, yo, they're dead. They dead. Like, they dead.
Get
Yeah.
up there to do shooting.
So, does everything that's in the Ashen chest come out or no?
I think you can just sell it direct. Remember we discovered that that's a thing?
Well, I just didn't know if like Ashen chest itself can go. That was more the question,
we
I guess.
can sell the Ashen chests.
Okay.
We can sell those.
In both endings, Will Smith gets replaced. Are you thinking of iRobot? What the?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I was actually trying to do it. Well, yeah, you know what? I guess we can just do it with the things.
Oh my god.
wrong?
I had to
Wait, so
stop
does it
and
drop in
just
here?
feeding my dog because my mom doesn't know what.
But where do they go?
What do you mean?
Down.
You can sell Ashen directly to the sovereigns.
No, where are they falling?
Oh,
They're
right.
not. falling
They're
on
right
the,
beside
they're
me.
falling on the thing. You can actually lower
Okay.
that platform
Yeah,
and
it goes
it'll
up and
still.
down.
Well, because
empty.
that's what I was really used to. That's why I was confused for a second.
Oh my god. I harpoon so good. Boom.
It's part of
Wait,
your
why are we
pegging
talking about
skills.
peg legs? Because we
But
were
you're
talking
still a
about how
pegger.
pirates
Pirates.
totally peg each
All
other.
No, all pirates are
Okay,
gay. That's the point.
Peg
All
this.
pirates
Peg
are gay.
this.
I might hit you though.
That's fine.
I don't know how. Oh, I did that.
If I get
Hi there.
All right, let's see how much money we made off of all this.
What? Why am I here?
kidnapping. Kidnapping.
That was my
Kidnapping.
vibe though. I was in a vibe.
Kidnapping.
You were in a vib.
I was in a
Kidnapping.
vibe.
Committed
My ADHD brain didn't like this.
Oh, them splinters.
Womp, womp, womp.
We're harpooning each other back and forth forever.
I don't like. Oh, that just gave me a thing. I don't like it.
No likey? Why
I
no
just-
like?
I just thought of getting pegged and then getting splinters.
Ooh,
Yeah. See? Yeah. You don't like it, do you?
Honestly, it's the splinters that get me. That just sounds not fun at all.
That's what I'm saying. That's just not a good time all around.
I like how I'm going to pick stuff up and then my
The fucking split. That's a. Oh, my stomach hurts.
That's what hurts. You think of getting splinters in your ass crack, and your stomach hurts. Interesting.
They might travel. You don't know.
You don't know.
That's you don't know.
Oh god. Woo. That was
You don't know my butthole story.
You don't know the situation involving my butthole, okay?
Whisper to me the
Ninetales,
secrets of the brown.
I'm gonna throw up. A Ninetales!
I'm gonna throw up.
I'm gonna throw up. Mom, I threw up. He is
Mom,
gonna
my
make me
butt
throw up.
vomited.
Ew, that's called diarrhea. My butt threw up.
It's coming out of me like hot lava.
Oh my god, don't you do it.
Alright, so here's what I'm gonna go do. Oh, is that one opened or shut? Don't sell it! Don't sell it! Don't you fucking sell it, you put it down! Oh, it's empty, okay.
Oh my god.
What happened to the one that we didn't open yet?
It was probably in the pile of stuff.
Yeah,
You
it
sold
probably
it,
got.
didn't
It
you?
probably got
Gosh
thrown into the
darn
pile.
it! I could have bought a key, we could have had it open.
Why? You're the captain!
You were in charge.
You're
I
supposed to be-
I put them all to the side because I needed to audit them.
If we are talking about our
Did the whoopsie.
mock, I'm
I-
afraid to ask what that is.
I
Oh,
only
what is
sold
it?
what
What
was
is it?
ever was on the
A
platform. next to the
Tassimo
sovereign.
machine?
So
A what machine?
A Tassimo machine? Is that like a soft serve ice cream machine?
Isn't that one of those coffees?
It's a poop machine.
What's a Tassimo machine? Is that like a soft serve machine, or it's like
who?
Did you just make a noise?
That's what they use to make
I did.
that whole.
I pulled
what
the
was
I
it,
pulled
like
the I
Five
pulled the
Girls?
lever. I pulled the lever on the soft serve, and then the ice cream went, and it's filled in my cone.
What the heck is going on?
No, what's going on?
Boat's too far. I can't get us more supplies. I guess we're pretty.
Do you
much
guys
fine.
remember? Do you guys remember how like there was like a point in my life in my streaming career where I was like, I want to be a Twitch partner, and then I go,
Hansel, why are you lying? You totally want to go on some
What
Twitch
does one have
streamers.
to do with the other? Have you seen some of the partners content and things they say and do?
Fair. Fair statement.
I can't believe you just came so bad.
Poopy.
So, okay, so we have an option here. We have an option. I need 3 people to help me fulfill this option. We're gonna drop emissary.
Eden, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god. What a time to raid. Welcome in, friends. I'm so embarrassed. Eden, how was your stream? What did you do? Welcome, guys. There's nothing to see here. It's totally fine. We're just doing some pirate stuff. It's fine. Star, hello, hi, how are you? Welcome in. Let me say hello to everybody. Inu, what'd you do? Disco Elysium. Tell me about it. How was that? How was Disco Elysium? I haven't played it, but I have seen people play it before. It looks a lot of fun. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you're not scared, you haven't left already. Hello, hi. If you don't know who I am, which I'm sure a lot of you already do because we love Inu here. They are absolutely amazing. But if you don't know who I am, hello, hi. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and like what happens like when we're not talking about poop. But I don't know if this video is a really good representation. I don't know. Enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate. It's Uranus. I am Cat. I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I'm gonna go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be hunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
All right, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh! My monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh my goodness. Inu, if you are still here, please enjoy your lurk, enjoy your dinner. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you and adore you as always. And I hope you have a good rest of your evening. And for everyone else who's left, that's what soft serve ice cream would be if it was pooping.
How dare you? How dare you?
Okay, and bake.
You've missed a lot.
Oh really? What did I miss?
Well,
Hey,
pirates
can I get one of those storage crates?
Probably.
Yeah,
There's
I got
like 90.
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna start cooking some food. Keep an eye on the horizon, y'all.
Also, apparently cranberries.
Keep a weather eye on the
How
horizon.
much money on clothing?
There's no such thing as too much money on clothing.
Well, that is fair.
Oh, get a pet, Broseph.
I'm literally offended right now.
Yeah. Have you guys been looting while I was doing raid stuffs?
No, I mean that would require us to be a functional crew, and I refuse to be functional with you guys.
Yeah, no, there's just been a lot arguing.
Function fine.
Yeah.
I function fine.
I function.
Whoa, hey.
A function
You
cup?
better watch what you say to me.
Like a function cup?
Sounds like consent.
A function cup.
A function cup?
Hey.
Hey yo.
I have worms. I have worms, everyone.
Oh, that's gross.
That is a problem.
Only if you make it a problem.
Listen,
If you name them, they become your pets.
just make sure you wash your hands before you like come back on the ship, okay?
Yeah, wash your hands before you worm Pinksel.
Ew, why me?
I don't know, because you're the one assuming we didn't wash our hands.
You want worms?
You want the worms? This is how you get worms.
This is how you get worms.
She's at the top of the ladder as I'm climbing the ladder with just worms.
You want worms?
Everybody
No.
has worms.
Oh my god. Not me, sorry.
Guys.
Oh, is there a place to
I
sell
hope
meat
I
while
hope
we're
that I hope you guys enjoy the
You
last
think?
time that Chaos will ever play Sea of Thieves with us.
Never
here?
again.
There.
I'm like right there at the precipice to becoming the greatest Sea of Thieves partner. And never will I ever play this game ever again.
I'm hearing we're holding you back, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, he's
Oh, no,
Why
yeah.
do you hate us?
Wow. Why do you hate women?
Wow.
Hate me.
Why do you
On
hate women and
National
Broseph?
Women's Day.
Hate me. I love women. Listen, I do wonderful things for women. Okay.
Oh,
So
wow. That's a
there's
bold
that.
statement.
That is quite a statement. What wonderful things have
Name
you done for women
name
recently?
27 things you've done for women.
27 things that I've done, like one woman or just all women in general.
27 separate things that you've done for
Well,
separate
I'm
women.
over the age of 27, so that's 27 years that they got to be around me.
Wow.
Okay, so that's one.
No, there's one for each year. 'cause
No,
each
no, no,
year
no,
I've
no,
done
no.
amazing things.
No, but you can't name a single amazing thing other than existing. And you are saying that you are the gift. You are Tyrion Lannister. You are the gift.
I am the gift.
Bias.
Wow.
I am the gift.
That's very.
My
That's
mom
a
said
bold
so,
statement.
so you know you got to listen to her.
Oh, I mean, I know your mom says you're special. I know.
Yeah, she meant it the other way though, but
Oh.
we're not gonna talk about that.
It's
Right,
gonna be your
oh, I
Halloween costume
accidentally
this
randomized
year?
my outfit. That makes me upsetty spaghetti.
That is so cool.
What did you? Wait, why did
I
it
love
get?
it.
I don't want hair.
I love
I don't
it.
want. Why did they give me this?
Are you gonna do like a regular or like the Alolan or shiny? So many options.
Oh my gosh,
Shiny?
Broseph with a silky pink beard. Amazing.
I do. Yes, have a sinky.
A
A
silken-
sinky.
A sinky. A sinky pinky. Sinky pinky.
Stinky, stinky.
Shiny
What the
version.
heck?
Very nice. Very nice.
What the heck? What?
Well, what?
Just the way that it did this was really dumb. Like, why did it do it this way? I was filling the fruit crate and it went
why did you
85
put it in the
coconuts
bowl?
and 5 bananas. I was like, that's the literal opposite of what I wanted you to do.
That's right.
Oodles of fruitles.
That's silly. That seems silly.
I got my dog a slow feed bowl and she threw it across the room.
You got her a what bowl?
A slow feed bowl so she can't like inhale everything.
Oh, slow feed. I thought that was like a name, like a brand name or something, and I was like, I don't know what that is. Slow feed. Got it.
This
She
is
literally
not.
just like yeeted.
This
her
is not
bowl.
doing what it's supposed to do, and I'm getting very mad at this.
What is it supposed to do? And
Well,
what
when you
is
put when you put a banana in there, it's supposed to like prioritize the bananas. All
Right. Right.
Not prioritizing the bananas. I put one banana in thinking it was going to fill up 50 bananas. And it's like, oh, so you want like 85 bananas in the crate here, but not in the crate. You want it in the barrel, and you want everything else that's good and delicious in the crate. And I'm like, no, the opposite. Okay, we're gonna put all the bananas in there.
Tell me I'm cute.
You're so cute.
Thank you.
I can't see you, but you are cute.
Thank you.
But that's also, but I'm biased because we're friend dating, so you know.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Friend dating?
Yeah, Broseph and
My
I.
friend date.
Broseph and I are friend dating.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're friend dating.
Wow.
Mhm.
We're in the
Gorgeous.
friendship.
A friendship. We're in a friendship. Yeah.
Friend relationship.
We're in a friendship. Yeah.
We're in
I
a
like the
friendship.
feather on your boat. Or your boots. Your boots have feathers, and I like it.
Thank you.
Very nice. And your jug leg. I like your jug leg.
Yes.
Yo, you
it's
got
just from my
jugs?
exploits of
You got
hunting.
jugs? Let me see your jugs.
Look at my
Oh,
jug.
Not
the
ju- it's just
jug
one.
leg.
Just
I
one
have one
jug.
single
Oh.
jug.
Just one jug.
Just one
Aw.
jug. Okay,
Just
Ooh,
one
I like
Gotta get
your
my
little
chicken sorry, my
dress. You're
cooking,
so
bye.
handsome.
Bye.
You're so
but
handsome.
Briar Rose, when we doing that?
Isn't Briar Rose Sleeping Beauty?
So Briar
okay.
Rose, here's what you gotta understand about the tall tales. There's a sort of order to them.
Hold on, stop. I thought I heard a mermaid. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Thought I heard a mermaid statue. Sorry.
Oh, there wouldn't be one here. That would be.
Well, that's why I was
highly-
like, "There's no way," but I don't know what I heard. Okay, sorry.
It was just me singing
so
to you, my friend.
in order to get to the Briar Rose, we have to complete like a bunch of other tall tales.
You're so handsome. Let me see your foot.
Yeah.
What is it?
I was thinking about
Oh, it's
doing
a
a tall
bottle.
tail run, but I think we
Ooh.
have to really discuss the tall tail run before we do it, because
It's
I
been
posted on
discussed.
YouTube.
We're doing it.
Wait, where do
I
I get
posted
pet
on
from?
YouTube. I need you all to be on your best behaviors.
The equipment?
We're having toast.
This place, maybe?
Very important that I get a pet.
This one, maybe?
Very.
No, there's a pet place. It's
Is it separate and not the equipment shop?
It's
No, it's not
the
the equipment
pets
shop.
are sold above the. I believe they're sold right above the Order of Souls.
Yes. Okay. Here.
You found it? Okay.
Yeah, over here,
is that up
Broseph.
there?
It's here, Broseph. Yeah.
There's
I
equipment,
go.
clothes, and then pets
Yeah, here.
are also technically the regular
Oh my
stores
god,
as
look
well.
at all the
There it
animals.
is. Yeah.
Oh my god. Hi, Ebenezer. Give me a pet.
Ebenezer Scrooge in it.
Well, I kind of want.
Chimkin.
Chimkin.
I mean, I love
Chimkin.
kitties. I
There's
want a
snack and more chimkin in here. Wow. Did you see? I had cooked shark. It was...
Did you guys see that somebody said they love my stream?
Oh, did they also give you viewers and bots?
Viewers and bots? They be botting.
No, they just said they had to go.
Oh.
Aw.
They're like, we love your stream so much, we're gonna leave.
That sounds about right, honestly. I love how you can't even tell I dyed my hair. That's really
Oh, I can. I can.
You dyed your hair?
I did. I have to fix it. It's kind of jacked.
It's green. It's very green.
It's green, but there's like weird yellow and brown coming through.
Like in the nicest way possible. It's like Joker green, like Heath Ledger Joker green.
Yeah,
You're
it's
a joke.
supposed to be kind of like a swamp.
Alright guys,
green,
keep an eye on
and
the
it
horizon.
came
I'm gonna
out
use the
weird.
restroom real quick, I'll BRB.
Keep a weather eye on the
Let's be off the
horizon.
side
God,
of
it's
the
like
boat.
you've
Look,
never
look.
even seen Pirates of the Caribbean.
Do I have a weather eye or do I have a leather eye?
An Axu in the chat.
Ask you a question.
Ask you a question.
I gotta ask you a question.
I love him. I
Oh,
love
I
him
love
so
him.
many.
Hey, Idol. But you get big.
I'm gonna get tall. Oh, do we still have the barrels of explosions?
Yes, barrels of laughs. Yes.
Barrels of boom? Barrels of oopsie daisy? Alright, my eyes are peeled like grapes. I don't know how gay grapes are on the gayness scale. I was told that cranberries are the straightest of the fruits, so that was enlightening.
Interesting.
That's what Chaos had said. He said that
You have
cranberries are the
cake?
straightest of
What
fruits.
kind? What kind of cake?
Sharing is caring.
Cake?
Are you for reals right now? How'd
Well,
they
please,
fall?
hi
Is
back,
the cake
I'm
a lie?
Daddy.
Is the question. Is the cake a lie?
Oh, we have to play that.
Yeah, I was like, Pink doesn't get that.
I do get it because I've heard that reference. Like I know that it's from Portal, but I don't know like the context of it.
You haven't experienced.
Why is everything
Yeah.
so dark?
Because it's nighttime. That's what happens at night.
That is what
Also, I
happens.
forgot about one thing.
What?
What?
Lex. Is it the gunpowder?
The gunpowder crate barrels that we
Yeah.
left on the top here.
Gunpowder.
Which I still kind of want to hold on to.
I'm not
'cause,
touching them.
They're not barely gonna sell.
Well,
give
you
us-
can hold on. You go ahead. Leave them up there then.
Yeah, what if you take them onto someone else's ship
Ooh,
and blow their
blue
ship
poorly?
up?
Why
Yes,
do you
that-
want to PvP so bad?
It's not. I don't want a PvP. I just want to ruin someone's day.
You don't want a VP.
PvP.
You just
That's
want to pee.
PvP.
No, she just
don't
wants.
wanna
She
PvP,
just
you
wants to
wanna
pee on people. She just wants to pee on people. She doesn't want to VP them.
That's
on
a different site.
There's no V in this P. Only PP.
You can find people to pay.
There's
you
no
to do that.
V in this
All I'm
P.
saying.
There is no V in this P. Only P.
Only P.
Okay, so the
I put the
Reapers
P,
are
P,
doing
P,
Port of
P,
the
P.
Dam. If we
Okay.
want to do
I love you.
Snake Island fleet thing, this would be
Honestly,
the time
Nix,
to
it's
go.
the only question that matters. Is the cake a lie? No, I want cake.
No, I had cake yesterday. It wasn't a lie. It was real.
Can make money doing that. Never do it for free. Exactly. Don't.
I
do
don't
it
know,
for free.
man.
Make money.
The only time I think of cake, I just think of Jumanji when Kevin Hart just explodes.
Hey, this is really good. What is this? Oh, it's pound cake. Wait, like pound cake cake?
He's like, "Am I still black?" And they're like, "Yes." No verses, just player on player death.
skull cloud. That's so
Hurt
cool.
people and have them not hurt me.
But you have to be super toxic about it and be like, I'm better than you. Get off my server.
I gotta clam slam them.
Yes, you have to clam slam them. Yeah.
I have kind of told
It's the law.
myself, and this I guess is more for Brosif and Yaga. I have told myself that if people roll on us, I'm not gonna run unless I feel it's tactical. I think.
Oh no, I will fight someone. I've got
Yeah,
no.
I think
We just sold everything. We have nothing to lose. I'm ready to just.
we
light
have
things
plenty
up.
of meat
I
to
don't care.
lose. I will not lose another shipment of meat. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Mhm.
not your
He
meat.
put his foot down.
He's protecting his meat at all costs, like
The
every
meat.
man does.
It's important.
The meat is important. The meat and the
that's what they're
fish
trying to say.
contribute to one of the hardest grinds in this game.
He's grinding his meat. You heard it here first.
Listen, all right? You don't know my life and my struggles, okay?
Do you struggle to grind your meat?
Nobody knows.
All I know is it's a one-player game, and I never signed up.
Nobody knows my sorrow.
Pink will lose hours of progress and cry.
Are you sure it's not
I
a
have
PvP?
never cried, like actually cried over Sea of Thieves. I just get like super bitter about it. And then I uninstall it for like a week, and then someone's like, Sea of Thieves? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I'll be like, yo, hey, you want to play some Sea of Thieves? You're like, I have to reinstall it. I'm like, why'd you uninstall it
You're
to
like,
begin
we
with?
played
They're like,
it
'cause it's Sea of
yesterday.
Thieves and it sucks.
I was angry.
Teach it a lesson. She was like, fuck you, Sea of Thieves. What did you
Literally,
want to
like,
uninstall?
I literally rage uninstall Sea of Thieves probably like once or twice a month.
Oh no.
Which is honestly just punishing you, because it's just making
I know.
you take time to download it. So
So like
I
the
wish
funny
you
thing
could put
about
it in like a
and-
timeout
and
folder or
this
something.
isn't like, I'm not like trying to
Timeout
call
folder.
out people
Yeah.
or
please do
anything.
that.
Like,
Make a folder
this
right
isn't like a
now on
call
your
out
computer.
type thing.
Timeout.
Timeout folder and start sticking games in there and be like, you've been bad.
But there's
It'll be
legitimately like, I think for somebody who's like, God, this game sucks, I uninstall all the time. They are probably the only person who asks me to play the most.
Oh.
I've
Of all the
asked you
people
to play
I
like
have
2
played with,
times.
Called
Out of
out.
And
all
I
the
don't-
people I've played
and-
with, Pixel is like, Pixel's like, hey, you want to play that Sea of Thieves?
No, no,
I'm
no,
like,
no,
"Oh,
no,
you
no, no,
like
no,
Sea
no,
of
no,
Thieves?"
don't
They're
lie.
Like, no, I don't like Sea of Thieves.
Do not
You like Sea
lie
of
to
Thieves.
these people right now, Chaos. That is not. I do not say, do you want to play Sea of Thieves? I say,
Thieves win.
when
you
are
didn't
we
even give me
playing
an
Sea of
option.
Thieves?
Please
You
win.
didn't even give me the option. You're just like, we're thieving. It's happening.
It's not, are we going to, or do you want to? It's when.
Yeah, you're
Pirate
like,
pants, you got
thieving.
pirate pants on? Let's pirate. Put your pirate
Give it a
pants
spanking
on.
and send it to the corner with its pants down. You've been naughty, Sea of Thieves.
Bad Sea of
What the hell did I
Thieves.
just hear?
Pants down.
Where do I sign up?
That's a punishment?
Whoa.
It's a loose term.
Whoa.
For punishment, let's be honest. Like, Loose
Oh,
term.
yeah. Cute, huh?
where are we going? What are we doing?
We are.
Snake Island.
Are we
Though, I'll be
sailing
honest-
off the map? Like,
I'll be
why
honest,
is
I
it
think
so?
we like just left a bunch of stuff that we could have done closer, but
We're doing great. We're thriving.
Like, why is this like mad sus out here? Are we going off the map?
Right?
Are we killing
no,
us?
it's-
Up
it's
is
just a new,
down.
like it's a new
in the
modifier
air.
to the.
Yeah, we're
Get out of here! Fucking
flash
goddamn
of
cat.
sunrise
It's so
sets, flash of
misty.
green.
Chaos hates that cat so fucking much.
Who would ever want? Who would have ever been
So
like that?
I'm like,
Oh,
I gotta
I'm
grab
not
this
spoiling.
fucking I gotta grab the wheel so we don't run into anything, and it's like, here's a cat. I'm like, I don't want to pick up the cat.
Cass, did you touch my pussy?
Oh!
He's gonna throw your pussy off the ship.
Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
happened.
my poor pussy. Come here.
It's gonna get really wet in a second.
Rejected pussy? How dare!
Oh my gosh. Sit there, pussy. Okay.
Star
It was like
pussy.
the desert.
Star pussy. That sounds like a fucking like heavy metal band or some shit. Like
Like-
star pussy.
Metalhead, thrash metal,
Yeah.
star pussy.
Star pussy. Blah 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 blah.
Kales, how does it feel that you're the only one who can do any of the work on the ship because we're too busy rocking out and being cool?
Yeah, you know, it's really it's a burden that I carry for all of us, really.
Yes.
It's true, because we can't carry it. We're too busy rocking out.
Cass,
You're
you're
rocking-
like
you're
you're
rocking
doing
out being
great
cool.
though. You're such a good captain.
You're the
I'm
best.
cooking the
captain.
food. I'm let's see. I gotta
Listen,
go.
listen.
You're
I'm
like
not
a
meat
you're
grind.
like a jack of all trades.
He's the assistant captain. We all know Captain Crumbs
Meat
is
grinding
the real
to take
head
care
of
of
things
us.
right
We
now.
love
Right. I mean, the assistant usually is the one that's really in charge.
True, true. I will say, I was being chased by skeletons, and Captain Crumbs did come and assist by flying and screaming. It was great.
I'm sure that was
Kitty dance.
not a kinetic experience.
It was.
So we gotta keep
Kitty
an eye
dance.
open for some crazy fleet, by the way.
We're playing for the kitty.
like
so-
pirate fleet. I'm assuming.
Yeah, like
Pirate
a
fleet.
ghost
Take
fleet.
some pussy dance.
Make that pussy dance.
Pop that. Never mind. No.
Whoa,
no, I'm not
whoa,
falling for these
whoa.
traps.
And
Whoa.
I oop. And I oop.
Hi, Holly. Welcome in. How are you? Look, it's my cat.
Ooh.
My cat dances.
Or and
And we danced.
I'm a dance.
You can
We
if
did
you want to, you leave your friend behind.
Oh, can we stop at the thing? There's a thing. There's a thing. There's a shrine.
trying thing.
No,
There's
we're
a
not doing
shrine. Why?
Let's throw them
We
over.
gotta go fight
Okay.
this. You gotta go fight this. Whatever it's called. This fleet.
Okay. The kitty's so cute, isn't she? Look at her. She's literally the best part of this game. Look at.
That's not what
Oh my
the
god, did you
offer is.
take my cat? Oh.
Cat napping?
It was so weird. Like you can pet her.
You're breastfeeding. Oh no, never mind.
You're
For the second
breastfeeding
layer,
the
face
cat?
was like,
You're
yeah,
cat
I was like-
feeding it.
I was like, wow, you really like.
I know
that
you
cat.
can't. My controller vibrates when she purrs too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
just dive. Pink,
My
dive
vibrating.
dive in
cat.
and we'll go, and
Lord,
no one can stop
help
us.
all of
Okay.
us.
I mean, if one of you guys want to go down and do the shrine, that's
Oh,
fine.
I'm
but
already
we're
gone.
gonna go
I left.
Bye, Pink.
and go take care of this fleet.
Okay, I'll
Bye.
stay on the boat.
All right, now everybody vote Pinxel into the. Brig.
Don't put me in the brig. I'm so close.
Dirty.
Go.
Dirty.
Go.
Everything is dirty.
I can just see your
made
name
it.
just sinking. I
I've
can see
made it.
sinking.
I'm here. I made it.
Now
did
we vote to put her in the brig.
No.
No, now she gets treasure.
I can just a little share.
Wait, how am I gonna get the treasure back? Even if I have the mermaid.
No vote for.
I would
Are you
come
supposed
back
to get
for it,
back?
right?
Huh?
We'll have to come back for the mermaid
That's what
that
I'm saying.
you
We can
send
come back
up
for
with
it,
the
right?
stuff. What
That's
kind
what I'm
of
saying.
whatchamacallit is it?
It's a treasury of the lost ancients.
I'm friend dating Pink. I cannot put her in brig. That is not how
Aw.
friend dating works.
Yeah, sorry.
Sweetie.
All right, guys, get ready,
What am I
You
getting
can't.
ready for?
Make a friend date.
because there's gonna be some bad guys popping
we-
up.
Are we
Not
shooting or
the
sailing
bad
or sail? Or do we lower
We're
sail?
gonna be
Shooting or
and
chatting?
sailing.
Do we
Oh
put the
no.
sails halfway or something? What do we
Yep,
do?
let's start raising sails to about halfway.
All right, can I get in here?
I want it to be 60% off.
Do you guys see the ship ahead of us?
I don't see anything. Yes, I do. Never mind.
Those are
I
the
do
targets.
see it.
Okay, I'm in.
What do
See
you
what's
in?
in here. I'm in the shrine.
Nice.
Oh.
Get it.
You defo don't see? No.
I see it. Haunting of Snake Island.
Oh,
my goodness,
no.
Look at the shippies.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
we got all sorts of good music
Get
now.
wrecked.
Oh my
That felt so.
goodness.
Oh my god, there's a lot of them, eh?
This is.
There's a lot of them.
Why
Are we
am I
gonna,
Canadian now? Whoa, say it. Why are you making me Canadian?
It's spreading. It's spreading.
spreading. Okay, I guess I
Which
have
side are we gonna be coming up on here? Which
All
side
of
are
them.
you
Well,
trying?
we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to bring
the
some
closest.
the boats up on our starboard
boats?
side. That's the right side.
Okay.
The side that you're on. There you go.
Yeah. We got this. We
Where are
got
they?
this.
Where are they?
Boat.
Right there.
I don't want to be
Man, it'd be
banned.
nice if we
No
had one
ban.
of those cannonball.
No ban.
Oh, they're
Ban,
shooting
no
ghost
ban.
ogre. One of those cannonball.
Oh my God.
enemies would be great.
I'm trying to
full-on
avoid as many as we
ghost.
can.
Oh, that's a. Why is
Okay,
he orange?
get on the left side. Get on port side. We got a boat coming up.
All right. Why is it? Oh, it's coming fast. Can you turn? Can you
Well,
turn right?
This is
I'm coming back to the boat, guys.
Oh, can you turn hard right?
I'm turning. I'm turning. I'm turning.
I think it's
Bring it
gonna.
its face to us.
Other
Okay, I
side.
gotta
Other
turn
side. Other
aside.
side.
Well,
Other
you told us
cannon.
on left.
I know. Well, the boat started turning, so I had to adjust.
It's too high. It's too high to hit that.
You can hit the boats 3 times and they'll die.
No, I know, but I'm saying the cannon. I couldn't aim it. It was too
Through
high.
the ferryman. Yep. That was just too, that was too hard alone. There's too many of them.
Good shot.
that
Good
boat's
shot.
done.
All right.
Boat,
All right. We need
anyway.
somebody downstairs immediately.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm spawning back in right now. No, stay up there. I'm literally spawning in right now.
Okay.
Okay, I got a bucket of water.
Oh shit!
we
No,
got
I'm not.
fire.
Nope. Go down. It put me back in the temple. It didn't spawn me back up to the boat.
Okay, hold on. I gotta.
I'm coming back to the boat, though.
Fire on the boat.
Returning my ship.
Put out.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
the
I have
hole.
the mermaid statue.
I'm putting out fire.
You get the fire?
Burning- Okay, I got the fire. Fire's down.
Okay.
Oh.
There was one hole. We're okay. I'm just
Okay,
gonna
I'm here.
get the water.
That was too high. Yep. That is. Okay. Ooh, we're getting hit.
Oh, that was too low. Oh, fire! There's fire. Oh,
Ow. Yep. Where is it? Oh my god. We are getting.
We got a hole in the boat.
All right. We
we're
need
getting
2 people downstairs.
yeah.
I needed.
I am
more
working on the
Repairing.
fire. Here it is.
repairing.
There's also fire.
I think it's in the captain's.
No, there's fire down here.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, it's out.
Prepare for impact.
Oh god. Yeah,
Brace for impact.
Okay. No, I got it.
There's the ship.
Oh, the ship went through us. Gross.
Yep.
It also screams, which was horrifying.
Ooh, loading faster, loading faster.
Oh,
Okay, nice.
so,
That's that one. Okay.
Shooting.
Okay.
Shooting.
the boat is turning water. I anticipated for that.
Okay.
Now they do drop storage crates if you want to
Yeah,
pick them
there's.
up.
Yeah.
Right there.
Hi, Tatiana. Welcome in. How are you? How was your day?
Yeah, I can't reach that. Unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh my god, your cat's scream sounds so upset.
It's. I mean, wouldn't you be?
Hello. So that one's
All right,
down.
I need
Okay.
cannonballs.
Why did that?
Oh,
just
I
happen?
missed.
That was weird.
Go check the bottom. Okay, yeah, we got holes. I got.
It's very hard.
Okay, I'm coming to get water.
I'm out of balls. I need more balls.
Got him.
More balls, please.
All right, we're gonna have more on the port side.
Great day. Event. Really? Good. My day was all right. Mondays are
Ooh, this one's
kind of
gonna hurt
tough,
us.
Nope. I
just
got
in general.
Puzzle in the cat plus cell. Alright.
Okay, good
That
job.
one.
I
Oh,
need-
we're
Got another
one?
turning
You got
too
another one?
far into this one.
I need cannonballs.
I cannot
We got fire on
for the
deck.
life of me.
Yeah.
Got him.
Okay.
Down here.
Oh yeah, that is definitely some fire. Alright.
Oh,
Hustle escaped. No one caught it. Bummer.
bummer.
Bummer. Okay, where's
Poorly
fire?
caught it over here.
Holy.
Way to go poorly.
What does that sound? What does that sound?
The boss
Why is that?
spawning
Okay.
Oh, good. Where?
in
Front?
front of us. I'm
Yeah.
gonna drop mad sails so we can catch up. We also got some guys on our backside.
Yeah, I see them.
Ooh, lucky us.
3 coming in on the back. Yep.
Oh,
Well, they're too far.
Okay.
So looks like at least 2 in the front, maybe 3 in the front, 3 in the back.
Is that
Possibly
2
just
or is
2 in
that
the
3?
front.
Yeah, I think that's 2 in the
Sorry,
front.
I can't tell
Yeah,
if that's
it's
a
1.
double- Is it? It looked
There's
like
like
it had
4
2.
No,
ships
there's
over
2. Yeah, there's 2. There's 2. I can see them separating now.
Yeah, because I was gonna say it looks like there's 2
Yeah.
crowds.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, I think it's 3, but.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
here we
separating
go.
now. He missed.
Look
Ooh,
at
there's
that.
a red one. There's a red one. Be careful.
Swing the butt away.
They missed.
They're
Nice.
coming in on the side. Okay.
They're missing. They're
Swing it
missing.
away
They're
from my
missing.
butt.
Okay.
Currently, we
This
can
is not a
we're in
good time
weird
for
spot.
Rainer to be like, "Yo, Dad, what are you doing right now?"
Is he really? Oh, grab these. Grab these. Nice.
Ah,
Okay, we got something. We got something.
there's a whole bunch that going back there. Bye,
Alright,
treasure.
we are catching up to the fleet in front of us.
Which side do you think you're gonna try and get onto?
I'm gonna cut in, so they're gonna be on our port side.
What side? Yeah.
The left side. Yeah.
Oh, did I just?
No,
do it?
I really need to go get
Nope.
Rainer a binky. So that's it.
All right. If you cut, can you just run? Like if you cut us in, yeah.
But we're gonna want to start raising sails,
Okay.
just a little bit.
Half. A quarter.
Yep, wait for my mark. Wait for my mark. All right, start raising front sail to half.
Okay.
Sails at half.
Oh, we got water down here.
Okay.
Let's see if we can go in. I think no.
Okay. Get ready. Get ready. Okay, that's one. Ooh, shit.
I'm not gonna hit on that. Ooh! Got knocked into the ship.
Oh, that was good. That was actually good.
A little higher. A little higher.
Yep.
Higher.
Oh, I got knocked.
Oh. Another second. Downstairs. Yeah, we got hole. I will grab. I got. It's a little high. I could use
Got it, I got it, I got
if
it.
Possible,
It's out.
but I can get the. I can get.
There's fire. There's fire.
Where's the other three?
All right, we're good.
All right, I got the
okay, let's
fire
drop
in
anchor.
the captain's quarters.
I'm gonna drop anchor for now. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
We're in a good spot that we could repair and everything.
Okay.
Good. Where are the other three ships? There they are. Off
Yep,
the
I see him.
starboard.
I see him. I see him. The starboard.
Make sure to load up on cannonballs as needed.
Yep. How's everyone's health?
I could actually grab some bananas. Bananas! Load up
Oh,
on
we need to
bananas.
move these
Okay,
because
I'm gonna
these
go-
are.
I don't. That's actually.
So they're already on the other side of the island.
Okay. Where's the fleet at?
On the other side of the island.
Yeah, they were starboard.
Okay.
Okay. I'm fine, but you know, took a day from work for my mental. Yeah. We need those from time to time, Biggie. We need those.
Okay. Any
matter.
water?
And I
Oh,
fully
they don't
support.
They respawn behind us.
Yeah, I
They're
see.
Behind us.
Yep. Let's start raising anchor.
Okay.
Is the boat good?
Yep.
I'm just finishing up some repairs in the middle area.
Nice,
Coming
nice.
up on port. This is fine. This is fine.
We got
Okay.
some.
Oh, they're coming. They're shooting. They're missing though.
Oh, I need more wood.
They
I need
just
more
missed.
wood.
Yep. Okay.
Is there more holes? Yes, there is more holes.
That's one down. Oops. Ooh. Way more speed than I
Okay, I think all of the holes are filled.
We might need to
Oh,
drop
we got-
anchor.
We're going. Yeah, we're hitting it. Oh, we are.
Wait.
Oh, we're gonna hit right in this one though. Turn. Yeah, we're hitting this one. Yikes. I'm going down below. I'm going down below.
Yeah.
Okay, we need a little bit of help with the water.
I'm coming. I'm right here.
Anchor.
I'm repairing, but we're okay.
I got
Anchor.
buckets.
Yeah,
Let
we'll
it
get
drop.
I mean, it was dropped. I was pulling it up because I thought being stuck in the rock.
Okay, holes are filled.
I'm bucketing. I hear
Water is
fire.
okay.
Water's fine.
Where's the fire? In the back? I think it's in the back.
Oh,
yeah, it's up top. I see it. Yeah.
I'm like,
you
it's
guys
okay.
are repairing and
Fire.
I'm gonna raise.
Yep.
Fire's out.
Making a stupid joke because you said, how does everyone's health? Everyone's health, you know? I still
remember,
support it
keep
though,
an eye
Biggie.
on your health bar.
Oh my
Your
god,
HP
fuck
bar.
off. I still support it though, Biggie. I still support it. How's everyone's health? How's everyone's mentals? How's everyone's feelings?
Mental health?
You winning at all this traveling the seas? We are actually doing really well right now. We did a bunch of loot that we sold already. We did a bunch of plundering and all that stuff, and now we're doing a ghost fleet battle, but we just need to get out of here. What do you need from us, Chaos?
We're all repaired?
Yep.
They're about to set us on fire. And hit us with
Oh,
it.
we are on fire.
Yep.
Oh, I got knocked off. Okay, hold on.
Alright, I took out a boat.
Okay, it is coming into the shot now, I think. Alright, we have fire somewhere? Where?
Definitely.
At the back.
Okay.
Okay, so now we need to raise anchor.
I'm coming.
Shid.
Shitting and farting.
Shidding and
I'm
farting.
gonna throw up.
Bob, I threw up.
Mom, I threw up.
I threw up.
Mom, help, I threw up.
Okay. Alright, let me go down and get some more cannibals.
I'm just don't drop any sails yet. I'm just dropping back sails to get us out of these crazy rocks. I'm moving us towards the ghost storage crates, so we can pick those up and resupply some of the wood.
Look at all
We
those ghosts
got our
floating
anchor
around
up,
over
right?
Yes, we
Yeah,
just
anchor's
flipped it.
up.
Why aren't we not moving?
We are moving.
We are, yeah. Oh, there's a ship
Are we?
forming right in front of us. It's
We're
coming right
definitely
for
moving.
us.
If you look on our
Okay.
left, you can see our shadow moving.
Yeah, okay. From the
It's
back.
just slow, yeah.
It did not look like we were moving at all.
Are those nail bomb cannibals good?
What side is it gonna be on? What side are we doing?
Oh, they're you
against
throw
these,
them.
no.
They blow shut up.
Make big boom.
Okay. I'm gonna get on.
Alright.
They're like
Torch type
checkables.
cannon?
They're okay.
Okay. It's almost in range. It's almost in range.
Shooting ghosts.
Oh, the ship, they're coming.
They're shitting and farting.
Fire.
Okay, that one's gone. We have another one coming up. We have fire. I can hear.
Alright, I'm getting my fire out.
Did that not take that one out? Oh my god. How many?
Because that's the captain ship, right? The big one.
I don't know, is it?
I think so.
No, it'll have like different sails.
It does.
Oh, then
Got
that
some
is the
sails.
captain ship.
If we take him out, will we have to worry about the others?
What
No,
is
those-
creaking? What is that us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we have so much water. We have water. We're sinking. We're sinking. We're sinking.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god, there's a big one on us right now. He just spawned in.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh balls, oh balls.
Okay, go. I'm bucketing. I'm bucketing. I'm bucketing.
I'm fixing
Somebody
I'm
shoot
shitting.
that boat.
I'm on it. I'm on it here. Okay, I'm coming back down to bucket. Oh my god, it's on fire on the
Somebody
back.
on repairs.
I'm
Okay.
repairing right now.
I'm getting this
Down
fire.
below.
I'm getting this fire. I'm getting this fire.
Keep bucketing, and I'm repairing. We got one more down in the below. I gotta get wood. One
Okay.
second.
I'm working on
Wood.
fire.
Getting the last of the repairs in the
Something
basement.
apparently is on fire,
You heard me,
but I have no
basement.
idea where.
In the back,
Okay.
in the captain's
Okay, all
quarters.
the repairs are done. Just get the water out.
Yep. I'm using the water to put out these fires.
I was
Woo.
gonna try and grab stuff, but
Oh,
it's,
shit, I didn't pick up a thing.
copy.
Look, just enjoying some chaos? You did. We're in the middle of
All
a
this chaos.
ghost
Oh my God.
ghost fleet fight here. Oh shit, I just dropped it. Come on.
Spout.
Okay, the bottom is.
Okay, we are
good.
out
We
of
are
water.
on fire.
So now we need to get rid of the fire.
Yep.
I wish I
Out of
knew
balls
about the
again?
fire.
I've been putting the fire out the entire time. There's just a lot of it. Like I've lit. That's all I've been doing is putting fire out. Okay. That's going.
Balls. Oh my god.
Gummy worms, welcome in. How are you?
Where?
Woohoo! Spicy out here.
Oh yeah, they're running into us.
Yep.
They're ahead.
Going out? You are, okay.
Oh yeah, we got holes again. I'm getting them.
Yep.
Don't worry about the holes right now. We got all this fire. We're gonna use this water to put it out.
Oh.
That's...
Bananas.
Oh, there's nothing down here?
Okay, that one's behind us now.
Alright, I gotta go in the back out here. Okay. Alright, it's in the back where the lifeboat is.
It's out.
Okay.
I feel like that
The back
one's
one's
pretty
out.
low.
We're good.
Okay.
Oh, is it going down?
I still hear fire. Oh, it's up top.
Alright, now begin preparing. The
Okay,
hose.
fire is out. No, it's not. There's still fire on the other side of the lifeboat.
I hear it. Yeah. Wait, on the other side of the lifeboat?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I got it. It's
Cutting across too tight.
I got
it. We're gonna end up hitting that.
I got it.
You got the fire? Okay. Alright, I am back up on cannons. Oh shit, I don't have any. Fuck, I don't have any.
Get in the range, get in the range.
No, I don't need those things. There go.
What are the chances of a skelly galleon coming at us right now?
I know, right? They decided to fuck around and find out, though.
What do you think I found out?
Alright, so he is where? He's spinning around? We're spinning around,
Oh my god,
okay?
these stupid pets, guys.
Don't you blame my bird for anything. Yeah.
Where is she?
He's dead. I can't do
Well,
shit.
let me shoot you. There. Ready and shoot.
I hear water.
I'll go. I got it.
Okay, I'll scoop.
It's fine.
Mine's
It's fine.
in here in chat.
Okay.
You're gonna go
It
sleep.
can't have
Love
that
you,
much more
honey.
left to it. It's got to be going down.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to sink.
Called mine junior in chat.
Okay.
I got
Playing the
whole-
recommended, so I thought I said, Gummy, that's awesome that you decided to pop in for that recommendation.
Love a good
Welcome to the
recommendation.
stream.
Love a good recommendation. I know, especially like right now, normally I am really good at reading chat, but this is like
Okay,
a million miles an hour.
Dude, it's still not dropping. I gotta get more. We're taking hits.
Oh, we got water down here, guys.
Okay.
Alright. Grabbing a bucket.
5 seconds.
That bucket. Ooh, got hit in the butt.
Okay. Coming to bucket.
Yo, gummy worms, what's good? Howdy, howdy.
Hello,
Where's the water
Gummy.
coming from?
Welcome in.
Oh, there
it is. I find it, I find it.
Thanks, chat.
Fighting the Kraken with one other friend. Oh, I have not even ever seen the Kraken, Biggie. I'm so jealous.
We've been wanting to crack.
It's one thing that like I've always wanted to do, and I have never had the chance to.
Oh, there, gummy worms.
There's
Just
a ship
keeping her
coming straight for
afloat.
us.
We're
Okay.
trying.
All right, how are repairs down there, Brosa? If you're good.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of water. There's a little bit of water.
Okay.
There's a ship on starboard.
Okay.
Got him.
It's gone.
God.
Okay. Water.
Good,
Okay.
Okay, water's fine down here.
Okay.
All right, we got the skelly ship. It's running a little low. So a couple more hits should put it down.
It's not going down. Thank you for
Nice
the
hits, guys.
follow.
That's
Thank you
the
for that
SDR.
follow as well. Okay.
Welcome to the chaos.
I
Thank
know,
you. have
this
a
was
non-follow
chaos.
down, so if you're here for the first time, feel free to say hello, but if not, that's fine. I appreciate you being here.
Follow, enjoy your follower emotes.
Dude, here you
What
fools.
is all this purple?
Wah!
Oh, we're cursed. We're cursed.
Wah!
We
The
have
anchor.
The ballast ball, so our medium holes are.
Biggie,
Oh,
that was so nice of you, Biggie. Thank you.
Water.
They're sinking. There they go.
All right,
Gummy,
that's
enjoy
skeleton,
your
that's ship
emotes and
skeleton.
your ad-free viewing, courtesy of
wrecked.
Biggie.
Get wrecked. Celebrate,
Biggie, thank you so
everyone.
much. That's very nice of you.
Taking down one enemy.
Especially right now during all this like wacky chaos.
Just water? Alright.
One problem at a time.
Okay, if everybody could take a quick second
Yep.
with your wood in hand, firmly, just repair a hole or two.
I don't have any wood. I'm woodless.
Okay.
Grab wood.
Grab wood. Bro,
Grab the
Ooh.
wood.
Are we good down below?
Okay, going
Well,
strong.
just a little bit of water, but
I grabbed some water.
you're gonna dump some water in the boat? Good plan. Let's do
Pour
that.
water boat. Water.
Instructions not clear. Wood cotton ceiling fan. Don't know what to do. Help.
Uh-oh. Are we taking hits right now? Oh yeah, we are. Ooh, we're about to be lit up. Yeah,
From what?
Shit.
Ghosts or scullies?
Ghosty ship, ghosty ghost.
Okay, okay.
Burning ghost. Where's
Oof,
the
come
fire?
on, fuck.
Where's the fire? Where's the
I am the fire.
fire?
You are
There's more fire.
my
Oh, fire!
fire, my one
Don't walk near me, please. You gotta
desire.
put yourself
Alright, I
out.
dropped
Get
the
water,
tails.
throw it
I'm
on
pulling
yourself.
out the reset. Pulling out the reset.
Damn it. I'm just gonna stand still for a second.
Just grab water.
I got you. I threw it out. You're welcome.
I didn't want to run around and set, set everything on fire. I was like, ah.
That's why I was like, stay still. I got you. Squeeze too hard. This boat
let's hope that our
is
repairs are
on
good.
fire.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
This boat is on
I'm searching for the
fire.
hole right now. Chaos, Captain Chaos.
Story of my life. Story of my life.
Plank streets, plank streets back. All right.
Bottom's good. We don't really leave, so-
I know that dance. Mock. I know that dance.
Good.
All right, hold on. My chair is like all
After
bunched up
what?
because there's blankets underneath me.
What are we missing? Why is this still
Okay. Oh, Piggy! That's so nice to say.
What is
Why
going on?
Alright, here we go, guys.
Where
You
are we
guys
going?
ready?
What are we doing?
I'm
Get your,
ready.
get your wood on. Get your wood. Get your balls. Get,
I got wood, I got balls,
My
I
wood,
got
I'm getting
fruit.
balls right now.
I got wood, I got balls, I got meat. I'm ready.
Ball.
Wood,
I
balls,
got
and meat.
fruit.
It's everything
You
you
got a
need. Megan!
I'm not stopping for the Meg, guys. I'm not stopping for the Meg.
It's black.
He's literally like a dad who is like so fucking fed up of us on a road trip.
Storage crate. The storage crate we're passing. Never mind. We're gonna pass it. Never mind. We're
Okay,
gonna pass
okay, okay.
You're talking about on the port side. That's too far for me to reach.
it. It was on the starboard side, but it's okay.
Well, I was
Shut
on
up,
the
Meg.
port, and there's more than
I
just
know.
me.
I'll be more specific. We're coming up on this guy right here on the left, or on our right, I should say.
Okay, I'm on a cannon.
More directions.
I'm loving this energy. It is much. Yeah, I can be much. I can be much.
Okay, so this is the captain, yeah?
Yeah,
Captain
it's got like a little logo on his.
Seahorse. Seahorse. Get wrecked. Oh wait, is there no bomb here? Why isn't it
Here I
firing?
come. I come to do the repairs.
What the hell?
Here I come.
Am I out of balls? I picked up balls. Where did they go? In my butt?
Oh, I missed. Fire!
front
Fire!
sail, please.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
Which sail?
Front.
Okay, I got fire.
Fire good?
Yeah, I got fire. Yep, yep, yep.
Good job. Good
Thanks.
job. Hot
Thanks.
stuff,
Thanks.
fire.
Thanks. 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 We did that.
Did it.
Alright, hopping on a cannon.
I feel like I need to change my sensitivity a bit. I like how Chaos just like fires a shot and walks away. Like he doesn't even like wait to see if it hits.
Cool
Like
guys don't.
I know cool guys don't look at their explosions.
It's true.
Alright, let's get some stuff here.
I mean, you know what a horse is?
Oh,
A unicorn? A unicorn is a horse. The only difference is a horn. That's it.
It's horny.
That's a
Mutation.
horny.
A wee mutation to its head.
Right.
I think unicorns.
We
could
do
be
have
real.
a non-friendly coming up from the back there.
What?
As in
A player?
Oh no, those are ghosts.
Oh.
Ghost non-friendlies.
Ghosts.
Oh.
ghosts
okay.
Don't say not friendly
Oh,
because that makes me think that there's another player and I get nervous.
No, you gotta pee on them. We talked about this.
No, we don't pee on them, we poop on them.
Getting drunk.
No.
All right, the captain ship's coming up ahead.
Meg is still over there, just vibing. She's living her best life over there.
Shot
Okay.
it 5 times.
Okay, it's
Where'd it
gonna
go?
be on port.
Oh, there it is. I
port,
see.
But we're gonna have to swing a little more to the starboard side if we're gonna get her in line.
I'm getting her there. I gotta avoid the rocks.
I know. I'm just saying. Fire! Fire! I can find this, but I'm not sure.
Why am I not lining anything up? There we go.
That did it.
That one did?
I'm about to be set on fire.
Oh, I'm on fire. I am on fire. Okay, hold on.
Oh, I'm on fire.
You got him.
It's my
You
turn.
got him.
Help.
They. Okay, let me go get
Drop
water.
anchor. Drop anchor. Drop anchor.
Okay, hold on. I have to.
I did it. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Captain Crumb.
Ooh,
Captain Crumb.
I should back in this game. I forget I have it on my Game Pass. Yes, I am playing with
Good.
controller, but it is on my
Yeah.
PC. Yes.
Wow.
So much to play Destiny on my
Okay,
PS5. I want a PS5
I need
so bad.
somebody to helm us over to where that ship sank. I gotta go check on right now. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay. It's do you see where it is?
No.
It's
Where the birds are?
no. It's right it's over there. Can you see?
Okay. Just yeah. Let me swing her around.
At least I just what I saw. Hold on.
I mean,
Oh, I see
ghosts
something
there.
there. Hold on.
Yeah, there's ghosts, but I saw boxes, and now I don't see boxes. Now I only
Well,
see the
there's boxes
ghosts.
on our right now, or on our left. What am I saying?
Oh yeah, no, I see them now. I see them now. I see them now.
Okay, one
Oh
turn.
my
Can we
God.
can we
Anchor down?
get
Can
that?
someone put the anchor down? Can someone put it up?
I am. Yep.
I'll put it up.
I can't.
It's
Oh,
90% of what you
Stop.
stream. I have a love-hate relationship with Sea of Thieves.
It's true.
I tend to have absolutely terrible bad luck when it comes to other players. Meaning, I don't have a problem with like fair and square, like a battle, you know, ship battle versus whatever. But like, I've been sunk on 2 separate occasions within 3 minutes of spawning into the game. Like, meaning, like, I'm still in the process of, like, waking up from in the tavern and, like, walking over to my ship, and I've gotten sunk. And I've just had like, stupid...
Okay, we're too
On
far.
the left. There's
Yeah,
one.
I'm looking.
On
I
the
just don't
left,
see
there's
it.
No, the chest. There's a chest on the left. Pick around.
Well, there was one I was trying to get that was.
No, but there was one, like, really close.
And then just, like, people who just, like, are just super just
Oh, I-
toxic.
I
Like, I
won't
had
hurt
one
you.
guy who was, like, screaming at us, and he's like, get off my server, I'm better than you, and it's just, like, stupid. So it's like I have a love-hate
I'll dive
relationship
in
with
and
it.
get that one.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Is it? It should be just down over here, right?
There's one on the right now. Gonna miss it.
Okay, I'm coming. I'm trying. Ooh, I'm trying to eat at the same time.
There was one
Got
over
it.
here.
There
Where'd
you
it go?
go. There's gonna be more coming up.
Yeah.
Where did it go? There it is. I see it. I get it.
Oh, there's all the stuff right there.
You also forgot about all the glitches that happened.
Oh
consistently
yeah,
in
and then
April.
yeah, when we got beached the other night and we like had to. Oh my god, I was so pissed when we got beached. We had to scuttle.
And then the scuttle didn't go the way we thought it would, and just ruined everything.
Oh, yeah, so was it last week or was it the week before? Whatever. We were playing recently and we like crashed in like the middle of like the open ocean, and we couldn't figure out what it was because we were like in the middle of the ocean. Like it wasn't like we beached and we like hit we didn't hit anything, you know, like we'd like straight, like there was nothing. So we were all underwater and we were trying to like figure out what it is or whatever, and it was just like a glitched patch in the middle of the ocean that we got stuck on, and we had to scuttle the boat. Like we couldn't move, we couldn't get out of it.
It soaked.
It was and like when we went under the water and we would try to like swim, like we would get blocked off and we wouldn't even be able to like swim underneath the boat all the way because this invisible nothingness that was there.
But what about these ships that we would sink and the loot would never come out?
Yeah, that too. And the megs that would like we would just be blowing them up and they would just despawn. I'm gonna get these
Yeah,
guys
the
over here.
megs were despawning real bad that day.
I think he sounded like he was 8. I wasn't there, but you know, no, he straight sounded like he was a prepubescent little boy, honestly.
It was boat. Don't turn. Boat, stop turning.
What?
Went to the Blue Moon, but I've really been debating getting a mic and cam stream, even just for friends. Biggie, do it.
Sorry about that, guys.
Do
We
it.
had the baby. He was being a little needy.
I'm trying to get over to the boat.
I fully support it. I fully support streaming and hanging out with your friends. Like, do you think I planned on like this absolute chaos, like being a sustainable thing? No, people just come and watch me and my friends be dumb, you know?
Chaos. Chaos wants our butts spawned by shark.
The boat is too fast for me. I will perish.
Mock, you were there in spirit.
I think I have like I think it's another storage crate.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Always in
And then
spirit.
I
Every
think
adventure.
Just beyond this
You're always
smaller
there.
rock over here is another big hole.
Okay.
Bringing her around.
Bring her around town.
All right, straighten her out.
I'm doing it.
Hey, can you zap me?
Zap?
Time.
Hey.
Oh, you have a shark.
Thank
Oh,
you zapped my
that was
box.
close.
So straight.
You had the shark on your booty.
I see many birds.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of birds
Great
over there.
fine tea, you say? Hello. But Gummy, I hope you're having a good day. Nice to meet you.
Oh, there's birds over there.
Yes, on our.
Listen, guys, don't mind me. I'm about to just chug on a 2-liter bottle of root beer.
Hurrah! Whew.
Man, some vanilla ice cream would be great right now. Happy birthday to Broseph.
DMCA right now?
Happy birthday. That's a compass. That's not gonna help literally at all.
What? It's happy birthday.
What other way is there?
Happy
Exactly, Laws.
birthday.
You know.
Oh, but it's not because we can't play that.
What about Happy Pork Day?
Happy Pork Day! We don't talk about
Wait, is Happy
We don't talk
Birthday
about the pig.
copywritten?
Is it?
Is
it
Happy
not
Birthday
public domain?
copywritten?
It depends on when it was.
I mean, I think it might not be anymore, but
It's got to be
definitely
public
was.
domain by
I know
now.
that you couldn't play it
It's
on
public
show.
domain.
Like,
I was gonna
nobody
say
could
it's got to
play
be
it.
public domain.
Yeah, well, no one could play it like on shows and stuff like that. That's why you never heard Happy Birthday on like shows because it was.
Okay, I have a question. How
looks like the
are you
birds
playing a
respond.
banjo with a hook?
I'm a pro.
Oh no,
I'm
they're
a
there.
pro.
They're there.
It's
going crazy.
it's a special hook.
Got it. I got it.
I see.
Special hook.
Hey, Tram, how are you? It's
I see.
It became public domain a while
Yes.
ago. Did it?
It's my special
Wow.
hook.
I was gonna say that and probably like the national anthem or something, right? Probably.
I'm not gonna lie. Public domain.
Well, I don't
stuff
think you can
subscribe to.
copyright the national anthem.
There's the bird still for me. Why did they say they'd spawn?
I see the birds. but
Yeah.
There's nothing.
There's no loot out here though.
Oh.
The birds are
You
liars.
guys hit me with the thing.
Okay.
Heard it here first. Can't trust birds, they're
Wormadam,
liars.
if you are into that kind of thing.
Noodles.
So there's a
I see
show.
I see
There's
a
a.
player brig out there.
Oh, let's go.
Where?
Away from it. So there's a show I used to watch,
Let's eat
and
it.
one of the ladies on there, like anytime anything would happen, she would always go, "Oh my damn!" And every time I see Wormadam, I'm always like, "Wormadam,
Oh my damn!
oh my damn,
Oh my god.
oh my damn."
Oh, woman down.
All right, so I guess we got to figure out what we want to. Well, we do have some quests to do.
Okay.
Please.
Pretty quick
Please.
ones.
What am I eating?
A
I
little
am
quickie?
eating some noodles, some saucy noodles.
We do have some holes we got to plug up.
I'm not sure.
Whoa.
This might be steak.
Whoa, yeah.
I
That's
was just brought food. I don't know.
one way of asking for.
I think it's
consent,
steak.
yes.
Whoa.
Steak. Steak.
Hey, but why are you off the boat? Are you off the boat?
It's steak.
I am off the boat because I fell.
I mean, you came in at a weird time. I hope you're doing well. And
Yes,
if you
Trav,
play
it
Sea
is
of
about-
Thieves, welcome
Because I
aboard.
fell.
I plugged the holes, Captain.
Nondescript.
Whoa.
Thank you.
What did you plug it with?
You're
Whoa.
my favorite hole
Was it
plugger.
pork?
Whoa. You plugged the hole with wood.
I did.
Whoa.
Wood? My
Wormadam
goodness.
trash.
Oh, it escaped. Wormadam. Wormadam.
Delicious.
Wormadam
I don't know what
trash.
noodles they are. They're like either garlic parmesan noodles or I don't know their noodles.
What's
They're
that
like those
music?
Knorr noodles.
We got rank 4. I don't know why, but we did. And,
Okay.
We're pooping.
We're awesome, and we
Why is
deserve
the
it.
ship leaning so heavy?
We're
Because
sinking.
we win.
Oh, we are? That's
No.
fun.
Yeah. I will never forget the time that Astro and I sunk and it was my fault. And he was like, "What's that noise?" And I was really irritated and I was like, "I don't know, Astro. It's like ship noises. The ship makes noises." And it was the noise of us sinking.
And that is a ship noise.
But
It
this
is.
is ship noise.
Disappointed parent level, why are you off the boat? I fell.
Hey, Pink.
Are you
All
off the
right, so we
boat?
need these storage crates
Mozambique
empty.
here.
Oh my god. Mozambique
Mozambique
here.
Mozambique here.
Mozambique here. Because I was Watson.
Hey,
Mozambique.
yeah.
Mozambique.
Stream Sea of Thieves mostly, but it's more
Mozambique,
chaos watching all
Mozambique.
4 of us do it at the same time. Nice. True, true, true.
Mozambique.
Why?
So for those who don't know, we
I just
also
looked
we play
I saw
Apex
the
Legends. We play Apex Legends, and on April Fool's Day, Apex decided to play a prank where they
couple, actually. They did a couple.
Wait, why?
Arcana,
Guys,
thank you for the raid. I'll tell my
you're
story in
killing
just
me
a
right
second.
now. You're literally killing me right now.
Why?
You're literally killing me.
Why?
Killing me.
Use
All these
words,
storage
Chaos!
crates. I said we need to empty these storage crates, and now you're all picking them up and putting them over here. You're killing me, Swan.
Eating
Chaos, the snake is on. The snake is burnt.
Yeah, I've been trying to get back to the snake. Just
All
take
right.
it off the pan.
I'm gonna do raids.
This is
eating
not
steak, and I'm getting bleeding.
Oh my gosh! Welcome in,
Jesus.
Arcana. What'd you do today?
like,
you played some
All right, guys, I'm
Val.
just organizing all this.
Joe
You took-
don't. Joe
I
Joe
fucking
don't.
quit.
Hello, welcome in, Joe's welcome in. Horse Girl
Let me go look at- let me
Stampede.
go check out my
Don't make me
stream.
turn this bus around and put it. Seriously, Chaos is quite literally about to lose his shit right now. Welcome in, Raiders. Arcana, how is your stream? How was everybody's day? Please tell me what you did today and what you had to eat. For
Captain
those
Chaos is
who do
tired
not
of
know
our
who I am, hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Sea of Thieves, Apex, I don't know, you name it, I've probably played it. But I do have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. If you have not seen this, I hope you enjoy. If you have seen this, I still hope you enjoy, but a little bit less enthusiastic, I guess. Enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions?
We were like 2 seconds away from the bike song.
I wanna ride my bike.
Hey, look, Nate, it's Uranus. I am Cat, I can help you. Look at that donk. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. And then they show up and we talk about booty.
I wanna be forever.
How are her boobs not falling out?
First you're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I really messed up, didn't I? I made bad choices. Coming! What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? Are you pooping? Bees! Go, bees! I want to die right now. I want to go drown. Yeah! Solid. Nobody's looking at my pee-pee. So cute. Perceive my booty, arg. I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. I shoot them my gun. Antidepressant. Is it working?
I wanna be haunted by Marcia. Oh.
I'm trying to make the poop.
Alright, where's Davy Jones?
Oh my gosh, my monitor.
What
Nate,
I had said.
Why? Why are you like this? I couldn't make this up if I tried. That won't and can't go wrong. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Here's another thing.
Bye. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the raid, Arcana. I hope you had a good stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What, like I said, what did everyone have to eat today? That's the most important question. Great trailer, thank you.
I'll eat by myself.
I'm baked.
And,
It's okay. I've been streaming for like over 10 hours, so.
oh, we have a Reaper coming. Actually, he's probably just coming for this chest that. Oh, he's like right behind us.
Yeah, but is he facing us?
I mean, he's like looking right at us.
Yeah, they are.
Right.
Get those sails moving.
Are we going? Are we leaving?
Yeah.
Little.
Oh, you're on it already.
Yeah, he's turning to come to us. He's coming. We gotta go.
Yeah.
Are we at best sail? Yeah, we are. Let's go. I think we could be a little more puffy.
A little more puffy?
I think
Oh,
the lead, I
There we
think
go.
I'm gonna set sail angle a little bit. I think we could be a little better.
Every day until I get my follower emotes,
No, I
add a
don't-
follower
I don't
emote, counter
mind.
reset.
We can.
Oh.
Get booked in.
Oh, so Apex prank. Thank you, Mock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Apex did a thing for April Fools where if you ping, so there's a ping system, so you can like ping weapons and you can ping enemies and ping which direction you want your team to go in. So you can ping weapons for your teammates. So like if there's like a particular weapon that your teammate likes, you can ping it for them so they know to come get it. But Apex decided on April Fool's Day that anytime you pinged a weapon, it turned that weapon into a Mozambique shotgun. Or a variant of a Mozambique shotgun. So every time you would go pick up a weapon, it'd be like, Mozambique here, because it would just turn into a Mozambique, which is a terrible gun. I hate the Moz. So it just got to the point where you're literally, it'd be every 5 seconds, Mozambique here, Mozambique here, Mozambique here, Mozambique here, because it would be like, just every couple seconds, Mozambique here. Like,
there were times where it was literally like, Mozambique here, Mozambique here. Like,
Mozambique here, Mozambique here. Yeah, it was so bad.
And then there was the Nessies.
I do play Overwatch. And the googly eyes on everything, oh my gosh. I'm so excited for the new support hero. I definitely am gonna probably be a Flower Boy main. A Kiriko Flower Boy main. Yeah, he looks great. I know. What's his name? Life Weaver? Lifebringer?
Ship getting damaged, need fixing.
Probably water too, because it's raining.
Yeah, I just dropped a TNT keg, kind of in position for them to run into it. So
nice, good job, good job.
Storm,
Yeah, it'll be.
They might not see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the storm is doing a number on us. I can't see ahead of me at all, so
I know. We're good. We're good on water. There's a little bit, but we're good.
Yeah, we might be running into an island. Can someone be my eyes?
I'm looking. Yeah, we are. So
we're popping.
Oh, I'm in the.
We're popping.
Turn to your left. Turn to your left. Turn to your left.
I'm turning to my right. I couldn't see. I was already committed to right.
That's fine.
Don't turn right. Turn right.
Throw the anchor down.
Hard right.
Throw the anchor down. We're fucked.
Yeah, I'm below. I'm below.
I have 0 eyes.
Oh, my poor kitty. He's sleeping. I'm below. Where is it? There it is.
There's another ship here.
He looks great. I know. I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I play a little bit of everything. The only thing that I don't really mess around with
off and selling it
is
they're coming.
Scary. I don't really mess with scary.
They're firing.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Can we get someone?
I'm going.
Come on.
Fuck.
They're going hard. Are they gonna smash?
They're firing at that other ship too.
Well,
and they're firing over us. Well, we can't
they're
fire
trying to get on
here.
it.
Just get all the stuff and go.
Yeah.
Yeah, just start trying to get stuff to sell.
Well, they can harpoon it, so.
Wait, there's someone here. Look at him, steady and ready. 459. Should I have my?
Start shooting them.
Oh shit! They're shooting! I'm dead.
Yeah.
Where can I sell this? Run away! You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man, bitch.
Yeah, Frozen's here. Fuck, I need to use my mouse here. Yeah. I got one.
They're on our ship.
Yep.
We'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay, I got one.
Do we have anything to throw at their ship?
Trash.
Yeah.
He's here, he's back. Fuck.
Come up, you won't. Is he just gonna stand there?
Fuck, I'm out.
I'm almost
Our
got
ship's
the
on
door's
fire.
gonna open. I'm at the ferryman.
Get out of here.
I can't even get on that.
GG.
Kid.
He's right next to you, He's low, he's gotta be low. He's swinging, I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you.
I'm gonna die. I don't have ammo. I was not prepared for this.
Got him, I got him.
Nice, got you.
Our ship
Surviving.
is on fire.
It would have been great if I had fucking ammo.
It's fine, I'm out of ammo too.
Just keep selling.
Get
Broseph,
that
you got
ammo for the blow up thing and just fucking blow that shit.
I already did.
Where are we telling
Oh, fuck. I got it. Fuck. Where is he? He's right here. He's below. Is he below? He's below.
I can't even get on our ship.
Oh, he's right here. Oh, he got me.
And I.
I'm just gonna go so I can come back.
Got him.
Nice.
Fuck, it isn't us down here.
Hi,
Cool.
we're here together.
You know what we can get though, Broseph? Get your lantern. We
Where's
got
my
killed by
leg?
other players. Look, we have pink fire.
You have pink fire?
Yeah.
Shooting over here.
Mine is yellow.
Yeah, I see you frozen.
I like yours.
You go and you get the fire from here. Come here.
Oh, sorry, I left.
Oh, it's fine. You get it from the other thing. Are you gonna go?
Oh, we are on fire.
Yep. I don't have any fucking food on me. Fuck.
Okay.
Food for this, but you guys just keep focusing on
They are.
Just sell. Just sell. Just sell.
yeah, just sell.
A lot of these kind of punks. I mean, it's
Stop shooting me. I
it's
don't
the
like
point
it.
of the game. It's as shitty as it is. It's the point of the game. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, he's out. He's out. Okay, cool.
I'm off the ship. I'm swimming away. Fuck. I'm being shot from behind.
He's here. He's literally on fire, and he's like lighting our whole shit on fire. Oh my god. He's on fire, and he's just running up and down, lighting our stuff on fire.
I'm being shot or hit in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're getting ass hit again, Booty?
Yeah, it's because I was throwing those explosives on there. Shit. Ow! Ow! What am I being hit by? Fuck!
Oh my
this
god,
guy.
he's under here.
Chaos, he's on me. I was trying to climb up the fucking ladder and it just wouldn't do it.
Oh.
I mean, are we still selling? Is someone still selling? Or are they taking stuff now? I don't know if they're even taking or if they're just killing us.
I don't know.
It seems like they're just killing us.
It seems like way.
Ash? Ash is great. I'm a big Moira. I'm a big Moira.
Oh yeah, shit's on fire.
I'm taking their boat.
Oh, go for
Take
it.
their boat.
Oh,
Take
hi.
it and fucking run it into shit. Run their boat into shit.
Ship
I
sunk.
can't
Emissary. Oh, our ship sunk.
It's fine. They're coming back on. They're coming back over here. Yeah.
Getting them cheeks clapped.
Get
right,
fucked.
Connie? My god. We're on the island.
I know that, but I'm. What island? Where? Where is it? Do you know? I don't.
They're not on the island. They're in the water here.
The island.
Yeah. I have no fucking. Oh, do I have ammo? Nice. Come here.
Perma stuck on her Banshee skin. Same. I only use the
Welcome
Banshee
in,
skin.
new follow-up.
Back.
I don't know how to get to where you guys are because I have no idea where the fuck we are.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine.
Which port are you at?
Gonna lurk as you ready for bed? No problem, Arcana. Have a great. Also, cute gun. Thank you. It matches my ship.
Yeah, I got nothing.
It's fine. It's fine because now we're away from here. And they can take whatever loot we have left.
No, I want to
Tell
kill
me
them. I want to
which
kill
way-
But we're not there anymore. The boat is back. So.
Yeah, but I'm saying I want to
Do
kill them.
you have
got
their
one.
ship? Are you still on their ship?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sink it.
Sink it.
Burn it.
No, just fucking put the sails
they
up
got
and jump
holes?
off. They're both here. They're both here. With me.
No, run it aground. Fucking run that shit into shit. Put a
We
sign
didn't
on
get to
the
keep
top.
our big boom barrels
Go
now.
through their stuff. Fucking set it on fire.
Right.
Your name is Chaos. Recount.
Oh, they got me. They got
No.
me. They got me
No.
looting. They got me looting.
You got greedy. You got greedy.
Well, no, I needed the food. I needed the food because I was out of food.
I was not in a mindset to deal with that situation at all.
I mean, I think we fared pretty well. I killed a couple people.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's-
saying I didn't do shit. I am disappointed in myself
did-
because I
we
wasn't
did
in the
very
mindset.
well.
I
Guys,
wasn't in the mindset
honestly,
of fighting, and
I
so
was
I
did
wasn't
very
because I
well.
wasn't ready. I was too panicked and going, "We need to get shit. We need to do this," and everything was going to shit. And then when the things go to shit, I get antsy and freaked out, and
It's
I
okay.
can't focus.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, I'm
It's-
not. I just want to talk and people not think I'm freaking out. I'm just explaining.
No, like I'm
that
saying, like
so they know
I'm saying, like to
from my
all of us,
chat.
like it's okay. Like it's okay. We did
I'm
our
not saying
big
it's not
score.
okay.
No, I'm telling myself. I'm telling myself. We did our big
Raise
score.
anchor.
It's okay.
Raise
Like
anchor.
it's okay.
Raise anchor.
It's okay.
All
We
that
have no
stuff we got.
supplies. They have
Yeah,
no
but we
supply.
already sold our other stuff. Like we already
we
did
sell
our
all
big
of that?
we did our
Oh,
big score the first time.
No, and I was talking about the other stuff because we just killed all those ships.
I sold a few things before. I sold a few things, but I didn't get much.
We're going back. We're going back.
Okay.
What's on that? There's something over here.
We're going back for him.
Oh, it's a trident. Oh my god, can I use a trident on him?
Yeah.
Sails down.
Sails down.
Set sail.
Sails down.
Sail.
Bye.
Just take a mermaid. We have to get there. We have to get
I
there
know.
fast.
I know. I'm just
Because we're gonna just
saying,
like
bye.
where they're parked. They have their anchor down. They have their sails down. If they raise
don't even
their
know where to
anchor,
go.
they're literally gonna drive right into an island. We're gonna be able to pin them down to that island and just kill them.
The biggest problem was because I could. Here's what happened, and everybody just calm down for a second. Here's what happened. We were in that storm. I couldn't see shit because
Yeah.
the storm was so thick, so I didn't know there was an island. So when I tried to turn us out of
There we
the
go. Yeah,
last
this is
second when I
better.
finally could see it, it pinned us, and we couldn't use our cannons. And
Yeah,
not being able to use our
yeah.
cannons fucked us.
Yeah.
Because if we had our cannons available for that, we would have been in a much better
Yeah,
spot.
we had been able to put a couple
Tatiana!
holes in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They were
Now
so
we can go
cute.
light them up
Tatiana
and
Harris
shit on
just
them with our
resubscribed
cannons.
for 11
and
11 months,
I had
almost a
great time
year.
today.
That'll do.
Almost a
11 and
year.
Tatiana 11. Wow.
Because I've got.
I am. I'm having a
Anchor
really
Ball
good
and
day,
Grog Ball.
Tatiana. How about you? Are you having a good day?
Anchor ball and grog ball.
So I can.
Guys,
stop
thanks for
their
hanging
ship
out
and
for
make them
some
drunk
Sea of
and useless.
Thieves tonight, especially because I'm kind of on stream break. It's not really break. It's kind of a stream less pressure, I guess.
Yeah, because right now
Sent me over to
they
vomit on.
can't see us. We can see
That is
them.
enough.
You know, that's exactly what it is. It's because we
Same
didn't do the drunkaroo dunkaroo. I'm telling you. Yep.
Need more booze.
Dunkaroo dunkaroo.
Need the
Everyone
drunkaroo
have
dunkaroo.
cannonballs on 'em?
I have 6. I need more.
Because they're gonna take a lot fewer to sink than it will us.
Yeah, if you guys could just, I need somebody on the map. I need to just really optimize the path here.
Okay, where are we going?
Where the big red flag is on the map.
The dagger tooth?
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so we need to go southeast.
More southeast.
Like pretty center southeast.
All right.
We got this. Let's go make their days suck.
They're only a 4. They're only a Reaper 4, so.
Kitty.
Listen, they wanted to play pirates.
Yaga, I feel like you. I feel like this is all of the energy you put out in the world, and you're like, let's go kill them.
Yeah.
Murder.
Here's the thing. Once you start something, I'm going to finish it. They
That's
started
true.
it. They started it.
Yeah, as long as
Now-
you stay southeast, we're coming up straight, pretty much straight
I'm
there.
holding Kitty.
Okay, so here's what I need. Everybody needs to get some cannonballs.
Yep.
I got cannonballs.
Everyone has full ammo.
I'm holding the balls.
Full on
I
ammo,
both
full on
hold the
cannonballs,
pussy.
full on food.
Oh, I need food. Good call on the food.
Yep. Watch your health bar.
Oh my god, fuck off.
Start chugging bananas.
Banana chug.
Chug them bananas.
Okay, somebody
You
on
wanna talk
map.
to Crossway?
Somebody on map.
I'm
Have they
going down.
moved Yet?
Where they at?
No. But they don't have the flag. They're gone. They're gone. Their flag's gone, at least. Their flag's gone, at least.
gone.
They're like the image of the boat is gone on the map.
Did they leave the server?
They could have left the server. They could have taken their flag off.
Are you talking?
Like, I literally watched it. I watched it
Scroll down.
despawn.
Are you talking about the red and black?
No. Right here at Daggertooth Outpost, right here, there was a boat. It was literally just here. It just despawned on the map. So either they took their flag off or they're gone.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
we
no,
can
they
still go
left.
there and look.
Yeah.
Oh,
They logged off.
Yeah.
it
What-
took our shit
Here,
and left.
listen. That doesn't mean anything bad. That means they could have lost connection.
Yeah.
It means
So our
Or they
shit
took
could be
their
there.
Flag off.
there still could be a lot of treasure there.
Yeah.
They could have taken their flag off.
Do we
so we wouldn't go
see
after
them, though? I mean,
would've-
that's
we would
true.
see them.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they just took the flag down so we wouldn't come after them. But we are anyway.
We're gonna find out.
We're gonna
Going
fuck
to
around.
do
They're gonna
right
find
on
out.
them.
Alright, so I should just turn up and that should be dagger, right?
Yeah, so
I
now you're gonna go
boat-
northeast, but yeah, yep. So basically you're just going around
other
this.
boat got sank, and I don't think they were even around.
They were fishing. Oh, you see all those birds?
Yep. That's loot.
Hey, look at that island. You can see clearly when it's not storming. Crazy.
No one's saying you did a bad job with the sailing. I thought you
No,
did
I'm not
great.
saying that. I'm just saying, look at the difference between when there's a storm and when there's not.
Yeah.
Wow, visibility, crazy.
Who would have thought?
It's just a storm.
Why did you say anything?
Why would you curse us like this? The game can hear you.
Obviously. I'm like, hey, look at all that visibility. Never mind, they fucked us.
It just takes some experience and, you know, not saying the crew wasn't working together, but a little bit more crew, you know.
I mean, to be fair, we got split up bad.
Because we're like literally right here.
Okay.
Okay. How's the Jello? Welcome in.
Well, what happened was, it was very, very dark
Oh,
out.
we turning hard.
Wow.
That was
Swinging?
Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the treasure's still here.
Yeah, they probably grabbed it.
Birds,
Yeah, I mean there are birds, but they're kind of far out.
Let me see.
Yeah, I didn't see anything
I
at
see
the
something
birds.
in.
There's a mermaid.
Oh no, that's a
Why
snake.
the fuck is there
Wait, there's a
mermaid?
mermaid?
Wait, you see a mermaid?
Yeah, where the birds are?
Is that? Yeah, there's
Oh,
a
yeah,
mermaid there.
too. Yeah.
That's weird. Do
So is there a person?
you think they left someone behind?
Well, the mermaid moved.
Wait.
No, the mermaid's
but
still there for me.
Oh, the
No,
mermaid's
moved
being weird and jumping around.
There's a guy. There's a guy swimming toward us. There's a guy swimming toward us.
Toward us?
Oh, there's
Yeah.
two mermaids because there's one over
There's a
there
guy.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a guy swimming toward the mermaid, Sam.
I'm gonna go get my sniper.
No.
Yeah, he's in the water. He dived.
I saw.
There he is. There he is. He has to go for air. Sam, he's swimming away.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another one I killed.
I think it's the same guys.
That one of them is. I can see the jacket.
Yeah.
See, and then there's another mermaid at the end of the dock. There's two mermaids out here.
Two.
Yeah.
I said there's one under the birds and then there's one right here.
Yeah.
Just be careful. He might try and swim up on us.
Yeah. So just be careful of the ladders.
Because I don't see that guy. I don't know. Chaos, did you shoot him to death?
I killed one of them.
Okay, the one that was closest?
Yeah.
Okay. Where's their ship is the question. I'm wondering if they moved it around to the other side of the island.
Yeah, they must still be here, right?
The other mermaid's gone. This one's still here.
The one at the end of the dock is still there. I can see it through the snipe.
Is it? Okay.
Yep, I can see
he's
it.
still there. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
What was that?
Chaos.
That was me.
I was like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, that was Chaos launching himself.
Can I kill that mermaid?
No.
Damn it. Chaos is gonna go PvP.
Do a little.
I is commando.
Yeah, that mermaid's still out there.
Yeah.
They can't. They would die if they stay underwater. So.
Yeah.
Maybe they're coming towards the ship though. Still.
All right.
Just watch the ladders.
There are no ships on the other side.
Yeah, this is weird. Because why would they have stayed here? Because there
Yeah.
have been at least two of them. Because there wouldn't be two mermaids for one dude.
No. Unless they're on the
There's
island.
still so much treasure here.
Is there?
Bring the boat to the dock.
Gotcha.
Okay.
The dock behind us? Or
Where
yeah.
Chaos's
Dock
name is.
closest to me.
Swinging
Both.
around.
Oh my god! Why
I'm
is all
coming.
this treasure still here?
Want to raise anchor? I'll take
So you
it
gotta
though.
raise anchor,
I'll take it though.
raise the sails a little bit.
Okay, anchor's coming up. Thank you so much for that follow. We do have anonymous follows, huh?
Oh, we raised it.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright, just keep an eye
the
open
sails up a
for... up? Yeah.
Up.
Yeah.
And like
Okay.
half up, I guess.
Half to a quarter. I feel like we should go the other way. I'm so anxious about hitting again. It's longer, but it's safer.
Whoa.
So these guys were trying to do merchant stuff. Ooh!
What?
Someone's shooting me.
Ooh.
Oh, they got me.
I'm
Oh!
coming.
Okay, so they definitely have somebody posted up top in the island.
Okay.
I just took the ferry. but it's
Are
okay.
they But on the island where?
Listen,
On
it
the
don't matter.
top?
At the end of the day, just get into harpoon range, so
Okay.
you can harpoon the stuff,
Yep.
and then
Bring it around.
you don't even need to be like right on the dock.
Hi, Jabbermouth.
Okay.
Welcome in. And unfollowers are the best. Yeah. That way, there's just like no pressure, you know. And that way, like if I'm an idiot and I like say somebody's name wrong, it's like there's so many reasons why. I'd just rather.
You know
I
what's
say
nice is
everybody
you know how that
wrong.
you can have preferred pronouns is if you could have preferred nickname.
Hmm.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That'd be nice, yeah. But then people would take it. People would totally take advantage of that.
Okay, keep turning the boat.
I'm doing it.
Is that a person?
Yep.
No, that's
You
the
wanna
mermaid.
aim
That's
it
the mermaid.
Kind of
for-
pressure in the water
You want
here.
to aim it for how much sail do we got? We got to start raising these sails, guys.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I see them.
You see the person?
I am gonna
Okay.
shoot them.
You can hit him with a cannonball.
Who wants to let? Exactly. We don't need any of that. Jabbermouth, how are you, by the way? Welcome in. How was your day? Oh, I just went down instead of across. I love that for me. Is there not up all the way?
That's enough.
Oh, get over here, you little sneaker.
Oh my god, I'm literally gonna get my asshole fucking chewed out by Kelly. This
Why?
kid's going crazy.
Oh.
Holy
Your
shit! He's
son.
right here. Get away from me! Get away from me! I will kill you.
Can you bring him out? I can't see.
Oh, I'm dead.
I can't see.
They have a harpoon boat over there. What's it called?
Picking
A
panda.
rowboat?
Sorry, I was concentrating
Yeah.
on shooting people.
Yeah, and then there's stuff ahead of us. We just have to move forward a little bit.
How
But
long
we'll
is
be
it?
right on top of it. Hello?
We got a
Looking,
border?
looking.
Yeah, we do.
Got him. You little
It's the same
GG,
people.
but not really. But okay, cool.
It's the same thing. Like, it's the same people. It's so funny.
No, it's fine. The more we kill, the better.
No, I know. It's just like, bro, like, how many times are we gonna kill you?
Well, there's
I'm
3
gonna
of them at
go
least.
get more ammo.
I think they just ran.
Make sure to reload.
Yep.
Yeah,
well,
well-
they should not be here. They should not be here. But we really got.
But yeah, they need to be on their boat. Yeah. If we keep killing them, eventually they'll get on their boat and they won't be here. All right, harpooning this stuff.
That stuff.
I missed. Oh, barrel.
Why is that front of the boat? Oh, why is it
Don't
swimming
worry
so
about
much?
the barrels. We're not
I
looting
didn't
right
mean
now.
to shoot the barrel.
No, I'm just
Oh my
saying.
God.
Just let's not worry about any barrels or anything.
All right, none of this is loot. None of that's loot.
The question is, where is
All-
their?
all
Oh, because
in-
you
no, so
looted
it's
their
all-
ship, huh?
All the loot that I saw was in there, like in the between the rock and the dock. Between
Oh.
the rock and the
Where?
So
Oh, the
chaos.
stuff is sinking.
Like-
That's why it's.
direction that I'm looking. There's a,
Looks
there's
for mermaid spots a little. Jabbermouth, you and me, we're on the same.
think
We're on the same
everything-
wavelength.
I think everything just despawned.
That's
No.
exactly on the same thing. I love the shrines. I love doing the treasure hunts. All of this,
Oh,
this
that's
PvP stuff. This is
Question,
not my. This is not my Sea of
So,
Thieves.
did they get stuck on the island because you got on their ship and sailed it off into the abyss?
No, I didn't sail their ship off into the abyss. It would have taken too long to raise their anchor. So I just lit their shit on fire and it started a hole. What's
Me
that?
too. Me
Oh,
too,
If there's-
Jabbermouth. Me
if
too.
There's no ship here, and they're obviously on the island.
Well, they're not
What
gonna
happened?
keep spawning on the island if they're.
No, I know. I'm saying they were on the island, so they didn't.
So they
spawn on
probably
the
got
island.
left behind. Like they probably
Yeah,
did that on
so-
purpose.
Something happened to their boat. Whether they scuttled it or something, it broke, it sunk. Because I did put some holes in their boat before they killed me. So then maybe
Yeah.
they weren't able to repair it in time and it sunk.
Yeah.
There's 2 teas.
Um,
There's a box of tea there.
but
Oh my god, that scared me.
yeah, I'm looking around for treasure and either
Treasure
because
shiny
they definitely
Let me
didn't
get a
sell it all,
storage box.
but we didn't get to the treasure in time to recover it. So
Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, we don't have a storage crate. That's right.
Okay. Well,
we do have a mermaid out in the water.
I think,
But I think
like
it's mine.
I think they legit just dropped their flag.
But where's the boat?
Yeah, no, their boat would be on us like
Unless they just dropped sails on their boats and jumped off. Like to stay here.
They could have.
And to be a decoy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, is I think they dropped the flag and then tried to make their boat into a decoy.
Yeah.
I see something shining out by the crates. The barrels, I mean.
Yeah, let me check it out. If that's a Reaper's flag, then their ship sank.
Oh, I see it. Oh, you got it. Okay. I was like looking for the shiny.
I'm loading up on cannonballs.
Okay.
Oh no, this is their boat. It's their map bundle.
Oh.
They had a map bundle.
Oh, so it did sink?
We sank their boat.
Good.
Ah, suckers.
So then why did 2 of them stay here, I wonder?
Probably thinking
They didn't die. They didn't die. They didn't die. If they were off the boat, they didn't die.
They
were hoping that their boat, their third could come back.
Yeah.
And get them.
Yeah, that's probably exactly what happened.
Mm-hmm.
The two of them who were still here before didn't die, so they didn't get put back onto their boat.
Yeah. Because
Exactly.
it's too weird that they just happened
about
to stay
12
here.
o'clock.
Your kids.
Gotta go.
Yeah, that's fine. Your son's been.
Boy is going nuts.
That's fine.
Poor baby.
Do we wanna find somebody to raid out
to? Any
to?
boat on the horizon.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I'm gonna have to biz out. I can't stay for the raid. So.
Okay. If you wanna raid into me or whatever, that's cool.
I don't know how many people I have, but yeah.
You can just go. You whatever you want to do. Whatever you want to do. If you want to raid into me, if you don't, whatever you need to do.
Are we ending now? Are we gonna server mute and go do goodbyes for our streams?
Do we want to end? Do we have a plan for the 3 of us, or do we want to just end and go Disney? Let's raid out. I was gonna say you've been streaming for 900,000 hours.
Thank you.
It's been almost 11 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say. All right, leave game. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's find somebody that we can raid out to.
Who is on?
I don't even know.
Who is on?
There is Fuego.
Okay. Okay.
There is there's someone who's local to me who I have not actually rated yet, named Sakura Tsubasa. Who is like a local streamer from my area, and I haven't had a chance to raid her yet.
Or we can triple raid our friend Gigi.
JJ.
Yeah, let's triple raid Gigi.
And triple raid Gigi. Yeah. See, I like when we're tired like this. I like being able to like raid her into a friend, so I can be like, "Hey, I'm beat. Peace."
There's Enya too. There's Enya Fairy, who we all know, or who at least I think we know.
I don't
Yeah.
know this person.
Love being in a group of indecisive people. A group of indecisive people, and all 4 of us are streamers.
On. Oh no, she's not.
Wait.
They're off. They're off.
Aww.
They were on. I just saw that they were. Yeah.
Oh.
Never mind.
I got
wrong.
excited.
I was crazy.
I got excited. All right, let's.
Are we doing GG?
GG. Let's go GG. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna start it and then
right.
I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna mute and say goodbye.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
It was another fun.
I'm gonna deafen. There we go. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate the heck out of all you guys. That was such a crazy, sweaty, adventure-filled night of Sea of Thieves. There it goes. I was like, why isn't it working? Trem, thank you so much. Go give some love to Gigi. She's a wonderful friend. I absolutely adore her. We will be playing some Forest with Gigi on Friday. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Stay safe. Bye. Make good choices. I love you. Bye.
Very often in this stream because of the timing. I am waiting for just like the raid now to become a thing.
I have returned.